Introducing PubCoin. PubCoin is the rewards program for pub sports contributors. Regular chat contributors share their play of the day, POD, in the YouTube chat, including the phrase POD in their message. At the end of the week, the amount of units earned are converted into PubCoins. PubCoin can be used as reward points for prizes, shop discounts, and contests.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? It's Mills here, Pub Sports Radio. Do you guys want to challenge the personalities here at Pub Sports Radio? Do you guys think you're better than them at entering in your MMA predictions and picks? Would you want to get paid for it? $100? Here's how you do it, man. You sign up right here at the link below. It's just this easy. PubSportsRadio.com. Enter your email. Pick your weekly picks. That's it. Oh, and you get bonus points if you can predict how they're going to win in what round. Every single week, a new winner's getting crowned. So every Saturday on Pub Sports Radio. So come on and check us out. You can win $100 just for signing up. Only thing you need to do is see if you can beat us here at Pub Sports Radio by entering your UFC predictions and picks weekly. Do it. I dare you. See you guys soon.
Your membership to Gold, you will be automatically entered in every horse race, every Wednesday and Friday. It is time to race horses. We are racing camels today.
Shout out to the Gold members. We're racing in San Antonio immediately here. And we're off. 2 minutes, 74 canals on this racetrack. It's wide. We're racing in San Antonio.
Pat Wally moving forwardly. Jeff Slaughter in the mix as well. And as is Randall Sheffield, who's put that beautiful nose out front.
But it's actually real grass here, Jimmy. Maybe Kentucky bluegrass. Oldie, no! There he goes. Oldie in the lead now. K. Wolf falls back. The horses love it. Sometimes they stop and eat it on the way to the finish line. That's why your horses start so far in the back. Here. Oh, look at Nutflush Allen bursting out here. J-Dub in the mix. Rude Boy up here as well. Jimmy, take it away.
There's Oldie. Oldie is moving to the front. We are past the halfway mark in our 2 mile. And there's Ricky Levy.
Oh my goodness, he's in the mix here. Jimmy, take it home. This is our first dog race ever.
19 seconds left in the horse race here. It's Fernando Mendoza trying to find the wire. 14 seconds left. Can Fernando Mendoza take this home? Here comes Kenny Can. Kenny Can wants a piece of the pie. Put his schnoz up front. Ricky Bobby, 9 seconds left. Can Donuts Silks make a run? Can Red Small make a run to be $50?
You son of a bitch!
Here comes Tori Coker. Kenny Can Smoke and Mirrors. Director 97 home. That is the way. Here comes Jason Meyer, the Eldorado custodian. Billy Friedrich. Jones one all coming down to the finish.
Coin! Nowhere!
Oh no! Fanatical Jim!
From the corporate Peter Low Shack, legendary sports handicapper, more dapper than a dawn. Father young phenom, known as Jimmy, who declared one day that the bag was here to stay. Information like a PSA, we all PSR, Pub Sports Radio, bizarre. Is a man named Slaughter and he flipped the script. No competition in this but they quit the trip. But we say we be pubbing, betting with the bag and you love it. You want it top 10, we above it. Let's check.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy Wednesday, February 5th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. Yesterday was an unmitigated disaster for me. Feel like I'm being hit by a truck. There are touts out there that don't put out their records and don't bet their own action, and they can wake up the next day and feel like nothing happened the day before. It's a new day. I can't feel that way. Lost a lot of money yesterday. It's been a strong few months. It has not been a strong month, even though January did get off to an okay start. Probably a very bad 3 or 4 weeks, but everything that could have went wrong yesterday. And, you have to be in a situation where your bankroll can handle it. Bankrolls aren't invincible. I thank God for the Eagles to win the NFC, but just stomped all over that. I lost 3 games in overtime or a shootout last night. The Gunther goal with a second left. I mean, Scott Loughton not finishing his check or just pinning that coyote. I don't know if it's Bear Hayden or who was on the board. That was just astonishing. I pushed 4 -1s, which was horrific. That was hockey. I swept in NBA, but that's just 3 wins in NBA. It doesn't cover the disaster in hockey, and doesn't come like it was horrific. I started out in college basketball 3-1, and then I just got annihilated. I lost Northwestern by a half point. That hurt. I lost Northern Illinois by a half point. That hurt. Also, the overtime losses were huge swings. Penguins at plus 132. That shootout went 7 rounds. And, that was, and then the Flyers at plus 120. I mean, these are big, big swings for me. And then the Kraken coming back, giving yourself hope. And then Patrick Kane's shootout winner is, the guy's just a phenomenal talent. Red Wings have won 7 straight games. So it's going to take me a little while just to get rolling again and fire away. Also, Jose's taking care of his mom. His mom is getting back surgery in Houston. So Jose's taking her to Houston and will be there with her for the next few days. So I have almost all of the graphics. And if I make a mistake, just let me know in the chat. But it's going to take me a little bit to get through this. Shout out to all the cappers joining us. Justin McKelvey, Radford plus 4.5, and Bucknell minus 1.5. That is copied and pasted here. Stacks plays of the day is in. So with college basketball, we're going to go through a group of games that I sent to CMAC. So I sent them to him. They're the big ones on the card. Then Connor comes in with his. Well, he's going to cap those cards that I sent to him. But then he's got 2 best bets that come later. And then Cab is following that. He's got the 3 big games on the board. Well, 2 of the big games, Oregon, Michigan, and Missouri. Tennessee's also got Villanova, DePaul. So that is the college basketball situation. We got Gogster ready to rock with us here. It's just a 3-game NHL card. But obviously you guys know I think the Rangers are just a smash and grab spot tonight, but I didn't bet any more than a usual unit on it. So we'll go through these 3 NHL games. Shout out to everybody joining us. Wine Time in the house. Gerald Jones, Nordy, Nathan Bear, Man Bear Pig, Justin McKelvey, Slow Jams, Arsenal, The Sweaty Butcher. By the way, our big Super Bowl video will be out probably, we're hoping for tomorrow. We were trying to get it out by tonight, but it looks like it'll probably be tomorrow. It's going to be a little more difficult for Jose putting it together. He's cutting it up while he's at the hospital with his mom. Great to see all you guys. Kelly McInnes in the house. Billy Friedrich, Pig Milk play of the day is in as well. Play of the day for Billy Friedrich. When the game started popping off yesterday, I thought it was going to be a real nice day. Everything was coming together. Ohio was the smash and grab that I had hoped for. I guess it was the Houston Cougars game where I started realizing that there could be trouble. Could be trouble afoot. And then things just completely fell apart. Avon Polo in the house. Birthday on Saturday. Happy, let's get a little closer, but have a great, great birthday weekend here. Sweaty Butcher talking about Wine Time's Pistons action. I've not seen Wine Time's action here. Rob McMahon, bet the sky 2-0 hockey last night. Absolutely great job. Ronnie Lofton, Man Bear Pig, great to see you. Viper NB, ready to rock. Kong's Clips plays of the day are here. Philly Eagle Flyer. Let's get his play of the day here in college basketball. The Houston no-show was a bit of a surprise here. I caught Edmonton live at plus 310, but it was just a $100 bet. So I mean that covers a unit. So that was nice. There was great live spots. The whole you fading the team on the second half of a back-to-back late in the game. The Raptors, I got plus 16.5. Now the going 4-0 in NBA was right there. Raptors missed 3 shots. That pushed the plus 6, but that hurt. Picks from Dave in the house. Great to see you, Dave Rogers. Morgan Spooner, Troy money line here. Let's get this copied and pasted. Johnny Gunn saying he's starting to notice. Here, let's pop this here. That the market in hockey is starting to catch up with the rest of sports, meaning the books are able to gauge these teams more than they have been able to before. The market moved back to Vancouver and Demko with a hat trick. I did lose a $100 bet on the Avalanche live at plus 180, which hurt. But I got the Habs. Now the Habs wasn't as good. The Habs was even money down 1-0, these are just $100 pops. The NHL unit size 300 and the NBA and NCAA is 250. So, okay. Jay Peasy in the house says, I can't believe I was watching the ridiculous Sharks Habs game, sweating the last leg of my parlay. That was, I have some interest in the Kings puck line. Do you want to back the Kings in their first game back? Or I don't. But the Habs certainly didn't look very good. Outshot 30-20 in that game. Robert McCormick, Joe Walsh. Slatsy says, would I consider moving away from the -1s? No, not a chance. No. Losing a minus or pushing a -1's fine. Losing a -170 money line, and cashing a -170 money line, because I want to move towards a dog. So I bet everything at 300. I don't bet to win 300. I risk 300. Pushes me more away from the big. So no, God no. No, the only thing would be would I consider moving away from -1 and go to the puck line? So no, I would never do that myself. We got more action from Morgan Spooner here with his card. Let me get that copied and pasted. We got to get to work here. We have 3 games in NHL. We'll figure out how to get more Gogster on our show here, because these NHL cards on Wednesdays aren't quite as good. Sweaty Butcher says, good news, I got a prime cut, and it's a beautiful Wagyu steak. Got it from Japan right before the tariffs hit. They have held off the tariffs in Canada. They're holding off the tariffs for 30 days because old Trudeau put a $1.2 billion into a fentanyl czar. I don't know what he did, but protecting the border up here. I bet this guy looking Oilers Blackhawks over 6. I definitely get that. Super true story in the house. Great to see all you guys. Zoe Faye ready to go. A Cuban Connect on the Canadiens on the money line. I can't bet the Canadiens on the money line, but I did think it's an absurd line. I've just been watching all these games. We were fortunate to cash. Well, I just pushed, but I made $100 because of the live bet. Troy Torrance says Butler -3.5. Grab it now. Wager detective in the house. Ronnie Lofton ready to get to work. Let's get this all copied and pasted so I make sure I don't miss it. We have Billy Friedrich also moved on these spots in NCAA. That helps. That helps a lot on these Wednesdays here. Let me get this. Here we go. Billy Friedrich says, I hate talking politics, but will the tariffs impact Canadian NHL teams like Ottawa, Winnipeg, Calgary, especially if salary cap goes up? It's not. Well, I mean, we'll see if the tariffs, what they do. They've already, even though there's no tariffs, just the threat of it has hurt all the banks here. The issue in the NHL has always been the same thing. The states where you don't pay taxes win the Stanley Cup every year. So, we had this huge run of teams where there's no state taxes, and they win the Stanley Cup year after year after year after year. The best players want to play there. There's a huge advantage for them. That's the issue. That's all. That's been the issue for the NHL. I don't think that tariffs would necessarily affect that. And at this point, we don't know if tariffs are really going to come in at this point. So, but no worries. JP said there's so many 1-goal games and OT games in the NHL this year. A wager tech to look at Oregon plus 8.5 and slats. The Oilers of Hawks first period over. Says Kings Habs in a bad spot, but he that is crazy juice on the Kings. There's no doubt about it. Cuban Connect looking at the Blackhawks team total over. They are certainly in a oh god, I got it. Blackhawks certainly in a nice rest advantage spot against the Oilers. We'll see if that comes through. But let's get to work. Thank you guys so much for joining us. I'll get out of this here. It was just a disaster last night. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. I mean, Northwestern 4-point lead, 40 seconds left. There was just so many things that just kind of went wrong for me. So, but I thank you guys, for having my back and sticking with me through thick and thin, through the good and through the bad. I just desperately need more good to come this way. So hopefully we will hammer. Troy saying 15-point lead with 7 minutes left with Northwestern. It was just astonishing. I was just watching it all go down. Watching everything go down was astonishing. It's just you know what? I can't pretend that the stuff doesn't affect me. I can't pretend that I was able to sleep last night. I can't pretend I can't come in here and be all smiles. I bet these, and taking a night like last night. I mean, you can't have many of them. You can have 2 a year. So here's one in February 5th or February 4th. There can't be another for 8 or 9 months. So, let's get to work. Let's focus on the good and let's get to work. Here's a good part of the good. Our next guest, he's rocked with me. I remember the first time we met. Gabe Morency and I put a little thing together in Toronto, and a bunch of cappers showed up. It was March Madness at the time. Went down to I think it was a Shoeless Joe's, but it was a really nice one down on King Street. Michigan was playing. The bar was jammed, horses in the back, and it was just a really fun night. And that was, I guess, that was probably the 2018. I would guess that would be March 2018. And here we are in 2025, and your next guest is ready to join us down at Pubba Palooza. Again, Jose is rolling, taking care of his mom. So keep me in line if I'm messing up any of the graphics, because we have most of them here. Billy Friedrich says, was that the night the Legend of Raw Dog was born? No, that Legend of Raw Dog happened without me. That was when I had pneumonia and he came down to Costa Rica. So, there may be little gogsters running around Rica right now. I don't know. Please welcome from Bell Vegas, Ontario, our friend, Mr. Gogster. Gogster, what's good, man? How are you?
Oh, doing pretty good there. Yeah, good times back in the day. Yeah, 2018. That was a good year. Crazy night that night after Shoeless, but it was a great time. Can't believe it was 7 years ago, Jim. But we got a nice 3-game card today, guys. AHL to AHL today. Start back up Friday. Had the All-Star game last couple of days, so I'm ready to get after this NHL card, buddy.
Well, let's get after it. Is my camera? Sweaty Butcher saying my camera out of focus. Let me know if it is. It seems to look okay. Oh, looks better. Okay, thank you, Sweaty Butcher. But thank you, because I won't have Jose helping me for this. All right, Mr. Gogster, let's roll, my friend. We begin with the first game on the board. I told you guys 2 days ago how I was going to bet this. I bet it as soon as I was able to. I got a better line that ever became available. Well, actually, it was the at the time 165 on the money line plus 145 on the puck line. Actually, wasn't quite as good as offshore. Offshore, I could have got minus 171 on the money line, but plus 149 on the puck line. So it was like a cent difference, but I didn't care here. Nasty Nate backing his Bruins here. This is a phenomenal spot for the New York Rangers. And the market moving quickly in their direction. Not that quick, but pretty quick. Oh, Jesus, it just flew. We just had a 17-cent move. Jesus, 19-cent move.
Yeah.
So we've had a 30-cent move now. This opened up at minus 170. It's now minus 200. This is the best spot on the sports calendar, in my estimation. This total opened up at 6 minus 107 to the over. It's 5-cent move. It's now minus 112 to the over. So we have Jonas Korpisalo, who's not been very good. 9-5-2, 2.84 goals against average, 894 save percentage, 3 shutouts. Shesterkin, 17-18 and 2.89 goals against average, 907 save percentage, 3 shutouts. He hasn't been very good either. Boston power play 14.9%, penalty killing 75.6%. They're as healthy as they've been in a long time. Just Hampus Lindholm out. Rangers power play 21.3%. Watch that skyrocket with JT Miller. And remember, JT Miller, it's not just the snipe job. He's top 5 centerman and face-off winner in the NHL. I mean, it's just he does so much, And look, all this talk about, he was just too much of an alpha or too much of a bully or whatever. You need those guys. You need to have all sorts of different characters on a hockey team. The only problem in Vancouver is the biggest bullheaded fucking bully on the team is the coach, Rick Tocchet, whom I liked before he took this job. And I guess he can't. I mean, I had 2 of my best friends. They were both sort of alpha bullies, and they tried to fight each other a bunch of times and never spoke to each other again because, you can't have 2 of them. But when one's the head coach, Rick Tocchet's not on the ice anymore. Rick Tocchet, I don't want to get into it. So the Bruins are on the second half of a back-to-back. They won their second straight game last night, 3-0 at home over the Wild yesterday. Great call by Peter Loshak there. But I did cash the under 5.5 at plus 100. Thank God for those couple unders, this under in the Columbus game and the under in this game. Jesus. So the fact is, it's just that these teams just played each other. They just played each other in a matinee. It was a 6-3 win by the Bruins. It was JT Miller's first game in a Ranger uniform. And he scored 2 goals. The Rangers out-hit the Bruins 39-19, but they just, they were out of sorts. They didn't play very well. Pasternak scored a hat trick. He had an assist in that one. The Rangers snapped their 3-game losing streak with a 4-2 win at home over Vegas on Sunday. Look, Vegas losing to the Islanders, missing 4 defensemen and Barzal. I mean, maybe that takes a little bit away from it. I will bet the Golden Knights in their next hockey game, and I'll be hammering the board tomorrow. But the Rangers are a very healthy group. This is by far the best spot on the board. And if the Bruins happen to take a 1-0 lead, it's an immediate live bet on the New York Rangers. Gogster, my friend, it is nice to see you. I'm starting to get out of this fucking horror show from last night. Take it away, my man. Bruins Rangers.
Yeah, this is an interesting game. Good point you brought up there, Jim. They did play on the first 6-3 win from Boston, but I think the Rangers, now that they got, Miller's got a couple games under his belt now. That was a good win, I think, against Vegas, 4-2. The only issue maybe with Boston here, I did a deep dive on the back-to-backs, how Boston, Edmonton, and Montreal have been on back-to-backs. And Boston, surprisingly, 5-0-1 on no days rest. So they've been okay this year on back-to-backs. 6% power play, 100% penalty kill. So the lower scoring game feels like it could very well be in play. Shesterkin should be fine in January, 6-2-1, 921 save percentage. Question is going to be Korpisalo. 3 shutouts is good. It's either Korpisalo is going to allow 1 or 2, or it's like 4 or 5. There's kind of no in between, it seems like, with Korpisalo. Teams are both pretty much healthy. I'm going to go with the no goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds, plus 125 here. I do think it'll be tight. Bruins, as the game goes on, you got to think Rangers, they just lost back-to-back. They got their backup goalie, Boston. There's too many reasons for me not to take the Rangers too, Jim. So I got the no goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds, guys. And I got a parlay, 3-team banger, actually. Rangers going to start it off here. I do think they get it done. Bounce back spot, a playoff team. Yeah, I feel like they get her done here tonight. And they're 6-4-2 off 2 days rest, which isn't too bad. 25% power play, 87% penalty kill. So Rangers should be fine here. I was almost going to take Boston team total under 2.5, but just chose the Rangers money line and then the no goal early here.
This used to be a spot where, obviously, if you guys rock with me when I started, I would be on the Rangers puck line. Now I'm okay with it, taking the -1 and then firing immediately live with another $100. So basically it's as if I plan on a $400 bet, have the 300 mixed with the -1, and then I'm ready to fire. And another thing that I do is I only fire once. Now I still only fired one. I don't fire multiple times, and I think it's really important to say that this has worked very well for me. And sure, there's going to be times when your team comes back from 3-0 and you would have had a huge score, but I only fire once. Now I fired at the Oilers at +310, but that was they dominated that game and then they fell back 2-1. The current -1 line, like with the odds right now, Nate. I've still got it up on Z Code system because it's the only -1 I bet today, or we bet yesterday, or would have bet in the last 16 hours, 18 hours. I got -108 on the -1 line. If we take Pinnacle, or excuse me, sorry, we're not supposed to talk about those. If we take an offshores line right now we could take 365, which would be worse, I imagine. And it is. So if we did this, the -210 and +130, that's available at Bet 365 right now. Wow. So I've beaten this line by 45 cents.
Nice.
Because I took it at 365. -210 and +130 is a -135 -1. So let's go over some. What was the juice on the no goal first 9.5?
+125.
+125. Okay, you are locked in. Gogster and the Rangers are the first round of the 3-team parlay. There's our guy Joe Tadero in the house. Planted flag fighter of the week, Cody Steele, from our guy Joe Tadero, one of the stars of our #1 show on the channel, Locker Room Talk podcast, which is up right now. And they do such a great job. So that's thank you, Joe, for sharing that with us. And Zoe Faye said, yeah, you got the -109. Yeah, now it's -135. So we did a nice job there. This is for me something I really believe is a smash and grab here. Cuban Connect, do you mean Habs first period at +140 or the Kings -0.5 at +140? Because I thought you were on the Habs. Cuban Connect, let me know because the Kings are big favorites. Respect play of the day, Louisville first half -7 and -115 is in. Let me get that. Thank you for sharing that with us here. I got everybody's college basketball ready to go. All right, so let's roll on to game 2 here. Let me just move over here, and a big shout out to Jose. Jose put these graphics together about 5:45 in the morning for his time, just to show the kind of guy he is and what he does for us. So thank you, Jose. I hope you're traveling safely with your mom up to Houston. Let's move up on the next game. I can't stop just being thankful to watch Connor McDavid play hockey. When he missed that gaping net, I guess gaping is probably a term we want to use. When he missed that open net in overtime, and it was a perfect setup, he didn't get off the ice. He tracked the puck for another 45 seconds, got it back, and then set up Connor Brown on the winner. It was a thing of absolute beauty. His pass to Draisaitl to tie the game up 2-2. Now, Draisaitl's one-timer is just phenomenal, but still, I'm in awe. It's every time I watch him, because even when he doesn't score, he goes through three. He's got a quickness about him. He's got an edge about him. He's talking trash. He's what a hockey player he was, and he single-handedly took care of business last night. But, the Oilers certainly don't have the depth that they had last year, and I'm not even talking about Broberg and Holloway or even Ryan McLeod has looked pretty good winning faceoffs, and he's very fast. He's almost as fast. Ryan McLeod's almost as fast as McDavid. So I'm still not, the Oilers, I expect to win the Stanley Cup this year. I do think that Dallas will have something to say once they, add and then get Heiskanen and Seguin back during the first game of the playoffs. Yes, I'm going to pause on gaping, Zoe. I'm going to pause on gaping. Let's say a wide open net.
There you go.
Okay. So let's go. Edmonton Oilers 32-16-4, 14-7-2 on the road at Chicago Blackhawks 16-31-5, 10-14-2 at home. We're at the United Center in Chicago, Illinois. Both Calvin Pickard and Skinner have been playing quite well. They are both playing quite well. Pickard 13-4-0, 2.47 goals against average, 901 save percentage. Mrazek is a bum. 9-18-2, 3.32 goals against average, 895 save percentage. Last year was an outlier season. This is who he really is. Edmonton power play at 24.2%, penalty killing at 76%. Chicago power play at 23.2%, penalty killing at 81.6%. let's get into the line history here. This total, I'm looking at a 6.5. It opened at a 6 minus 120 to the over. It didn't open until 11:49 p.m. Last night here at this sharp offshore because they wait for the games to be finished. Then it moved to 6.5, but wasn't a real 6.5. The same. It's basically the same as what it was. You can get a 6.5 juice to the under at minus 120, or you can get a 6 juice to the over at minus 120. It's just depending on what you want. And I don't want to be involved here. On the money line, the Oilers are minus 268. They opened up at 285. There's a move towards the Chicago Blackhawks. The Blackhawks have been playing some pretty good hockey at times. Now, that last game in that 5-1 loss at Florida on Saturday, that matinee, is not an example of them playing better. But let's talk about the Oilers first. Second half of back-to-back after snapping their 2-game losing streak with a 3-2 overtime win at St. Louis last night. It was 2-1. And I was like, it was only like not much time left at and the plus 310 for any other team would be like plus 500. And I would generally, but the announcer's like, look, this Oilers team hasn't lost 3 straight games since the first 3 games of the year. I was like, look, I got to move on this. And I did, and it worked. They are the best team in the league. Now, the Avalanche have something to say about that, but I think the Oilers are just the best team in the league to bet while they're down. When the goalie's out, McDavid and Draisaitl are monsters. We're just so fortunate to get to watch them play. They outshot the Blues 38-22. Adam Henrique was not in the lineup last night. No reason was given, so Noah Phillip drew into the lineup on the third line in place of Henrique. Blackhawks coming off their 5th loss in 6 games, 5-1 at Florida on Saturday. They're getting healthier, but they're still missing center Craig Smith. Take it away for us, Gogster, Oilers, Blackhawks.
Yeah, I think this Oilers team, their depth's not too bad. You added Skinner, you got Kapanen, Arvidsson's back on the team too. Janmark's on the 4th now. Podklinsk by Vlasy. Anyway, 92's on the 4th. Connor Brown. I don't mind the makeup of this team. Going though, guys, to the no days rest. Edmonton's 5-4, no days rest right now. 19% power play, 88% penalty kill. Shot differential too, 3.67. So they're not really slowing down too much. Actually, surprisingly, guys, Chicago off 3 days rest. This is a small sample size, 4 games, but they're 1-2-1 with a 16% power play and a 54% penalty kill. So. Just a team that doesn't have a lot of life, really, I think, Jim. And they also got this Laz, I got to find his name here. Getting bad at pronouncing names. Slaggert, Landon Slaggert, a guy that looks like they called up. He's had 3 games, 2 goals. He's on the first line with Bedard and Donato. So they're trying some new things right now. Defensively, they got their main core there. But I think Edmonton guys, they're going to be in the parlay with the Rangers. I think they get it done despite the back-to-back. Picard's 5-0. This year. He's got a 906, 2.37 goals against. So they've been winning with Picard. And then Mrazek, you're saying, Jim, he's cheeks. He's not too good. I expect Edmonton, some of these teams getting closer to not the end of the season, but you got the All-Star break coming up. I think Edmonton's starting to get on a bit of a roll. Same with the Rangers. I think they're going to get on a bit of a roll. So I trust both those teams. And I'm actually going to also go both teams to score in the first period. I do think Chicago are going to come out. If you look at their games, guys, like they have been scoring, just they're allowing 5-3, 4-4, 4-3-3. So they've been allowing a lot of goals. That's where I still think Edmonton, despite being a back-to-back, they'll be okay here. Actually, similar schedule spot too on the 3rd and 4th of December, Jim. Edmonton played first Detroit, won 3-2, and then they played at Chicago the next day. They won that game 4-2. So I think a similar game tonight. But yeah, first period, both teams to score plus 155. And then we got Rangers and the Edmonton Oilers so far in a money line parlay. One more coming up in the last game.
All right, let's roll on. Another thing is that Chicago is a fun city to play in. Yeah. I know it's not the old barn, but United say not quite as fun. But they're getting big crowds still, and going up against Bedard will be a fun spot. So we face it. Oilers been slow starters in road games coming off of a win. Let's roll on to our next spot, but we have Gogster on both teams to score plus 155, and that Rangers are the second leg of the money line parlay. Let's move on to our final game in NHL before we are joined by Conor Mac here. We just heard from our guy Ricky Levine. He is taking a shot on the draw in this game and sticking to the under in Kings Habs. You have Jakub Dobis in net for the Habs, 5-1-1, 2.10 goals against average, 927 save percentage, 1 shutout. Darcy Kemper has been very good this year. He basically needs to play 13 more games, and I will have to send $100 American to our friend Ricky Levine. Does he play 13 more games this year? Probably. Probably. 921 save percentage. He's been really good. JP says Habs relied heavily on the power play to score against the weak penalty kill Sharks. Now they face the Kings' top 5 penalty kill. Oh, that's bang on. Redbeard on Kings puck line. I almost got there. Thoughty says Kings 7-0 last 7 versus Habs. Kings 10-1 last 11 at home. Totals gone under 8 of the last 10 meetings. And we got Kong's clip smash play of the week. Towson, Teixeira, and Duplessis here. Let's get this copied and pasted. So here we go. You know, if the Kings weren't coming back from that trip, now that when did that trip end? They finished off on Saturday night on a winning note at Carolina, so they've had a lot of time off. You know, this the Kings -1.5 should probably be bet. One thing that we all probably noticed who watched that Habs Sharks game last night is that the overs in Sharks games are just going to come flying because Will Smith and Celebrini are phenomenal offensive talents, and then you have a defense that's just a mess. They're missing centermen, so you know, and you know, JPZ talking about the weakness of the power play. And it was of the penalty kill for the Sharks. So Montreal power play 21%, and that Kings penalty kill 82.3%. Montreal penalty kill very good too, 81.8%. LA Kings power play 15.4%. Let's grab the line history here for our final game on the NHL card. Right now the Kings are -244. You know, they opened up at just went back to -239. They opened up at -223. And I don't know why I should trust the Kings 15-3-1 at home. I don't know why I'm so hesitant here. Habs on the second half back-to-back after stepping their 5-game losing streak with a 4-3 win at the Sharks on last night. They didn't deserve to win. Outshot 30-20 in the victory. This finishes off the 3-game California trip. They continue without Caden Gooley and Emil Heineman. The Kings come home after that 5-game road trip that saw them go 1-3-1. Finished off on the high note, beating Carolina. And then the total here for this one, which is also a very interesting look, the 5.5 right now opened up a +104 to the under, now +103 to the under. Take it away for us, Gogster, Habs, Kings.
Yeah, the goaltending is pretty strong here. Dobis, this guy's going to be a mainstay, I think. He's 4-0 on the road with a .963 save percentage, small sample size, but he's been very strong. This is the game, though. I think it's a tough spot for Montreal. Just looking at their lineup, they're very young, so they're going to make mistakes, I think, in this game. They're talking about in the chat there, the penalty kill for the Kings is so strong. And you're getting, excuse me, sorry about that. You're getting back Drew Doughty. That's going to be a big thing for this Kings team. I think they're going to be a bet on. You know what, guys? We're going 3 favorites today. We're going 3-team banger with the LA Kings, Oilers, and the Rangers. I think it's just a good spot for all these teams. Canadiens, Blackhawks, Bruins on a back-to-back. I probably like this one the best, though, with the Kings. Kemper's been unbelievable. If it's in January, he's 5-4-1 with a .938 save percentage. At home, he's 7-1-1 with a .929. Like, that's up there. Health-wise, I said it there, guys. Doughty's back. Just got Mikey Anderson. Fortunately, he's out now, though, on defense. Gooley's out. He's going to be out for a little bit there for the Canadiens and Heineman. So, I am going to go no goal in the first 9 minutes, 30 seconds, though, coming off 3 days rest. I do think they'll be a little bit slow. They've only played twice this year off 3 days rest and 60% penalty kill, 0% power play. Looking at Montreal, though, guys, they've been pretty good off no days rest. They are 6-2-1, 17% power play, 89% penalty kill. Low scoring game feels like it's in the works. It's going to take Montreal team total under 2.5, but it was like -145, a little too rich for me. So I just went with no goal first 9 minutes, 30 seconds. And then we got the 3-team banger there, Jim. Rangers, Kings, Oilers, +187 to close it out.
+180. Oh, shoot. Sorry. +187 for the 3-team parlay. And then what was your no goal first 9.5?
+115.
+115. That is NHL for Wednesday, February 5th. Redbeard going to join you on that 3-teamer. For me, it's just the Rangers -1. That's it for me. As you guys know, I did move on the over 88.5 points at -105. Oh, the -105 was with the Habs. I think, I don't know. I forget. -1. I got to go back to it. But I also moved on the Rangers to make the playoffs at +145. Red Wings could mess that all up. And I also moved on win the East at 18-1. Because if they put together a little 10-game winning streak, I mean, they can get hot, and then Drury can get off the hook here. So there we go, locked and loaded. Mr. Gogster, no goal first 9.5 plus 125. Rangers, Oilers, Kings, moneyline parlay plus 187. Gogster's on both teams scoring the first. Oilers, Blackhawks, that's at plus 155. And then we have no goal first 9.5 in the Habs Kings spot. JPZ going to leave the Oilers out of it and take the Kings and the Rangers on a money line parlay as well. Yeah. Ricky Levine in LA knows this team inside out. Says, I don't trust Kings off long road trips. I won't back them anymore. First game back. Yeah, I know. I get that. Zoe, it's the Rangers Kings. All right, that is NHL for today. Mr. Gogster, my friend, won't be long from now when we are in San Antonio together, my man. I'm counting down the days, but good God, do I need to win in the meantime?
I hear you. Man, I'm tired of this cold and the snow. It's getting pretty real up north. So, yeah, I'm counting down the days. We were talking to Nuke there last weekend, and he's looking forward to it as well. 6 weeks away. We're counting them down.
It was great to see you guys at the Belleville game together. That was great. That was good.
Game.
Mr. Gogster, thank you so much for your time, my man. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
I'll be good, guys. Good luck tonight with your action, and we'll see you guys next Wednesday. Or no, actually, it's the nations. The Four Nations is going to be next week. So I'll be back in a couple weeks. But quickly, Four Nations, Jim. I think the American team is going to be pretty strong. Finland lost.
But Quinn Hughes, I don't think is going to play.
You know what? Why? I don't think they should. If Vancouver's, they should keep him out. But yeah, this Four Nations. Don't sleep on Sweden. When I'm thinking about it, Sweden seems pretty healthy at all four of these teams. So should be good, guys. Good hockey starts on the 12th. So, until then.
Before you go, Gogster, I'll tell you my betting plan at this point. And that's every game Finland plays is to bet the first period under and the full game under.
Yeah.
That's my and that's it.
That's Finnish hockey for you. Yeah.
But then that's that's all I'm going to bet at this point. Obviously, things will come available and there'll be live betting and we'll cap it as we go. But that's how I'm coming into the tournament. To take every game Finland plays first period under and full game under is the plan here. But we'll be talking a lot over the next little while, my man. Thank you so much for rocking with us. Wager Detective looking at backing the Canadiens, but don't Wager Detective. Don't bet that yet. That's going to move another 20 or 30 cents. The Habs are playing real questionable. So if you want the Habs, please be patient and you'll get a much better line. JPZ says we need R2D2 Finland back. I don't mean to be morbid, but when I don't hear from I'm at that point in my life, like I've reached out, there's no reply, there's nothing on his X. I fear he was such a big part of the show. I don't want to get into it, but so yeah, we need him back, but we may just need to remember him at this point. Gogster, love rocking with you, my man. Get that cash, and we'll see you soon, my man.
Cheers, buddy. See you soon. Bye.
All right, let's roll. Four Nations we're not doing an all-star game in NHL this year. We're doing a Four Nations tournament, so it's going to be 2 weeks off, and it's going to be right around the NBA all-star break. So this, I'm not sure. We may have to attack Gulfstream here on our shows, but we will have college basketball. And let's bring on our college basketball expert Wednesdays and Fridays right here on Pub Sports Radio, coming to us from Las Vegas, Nevada, star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel and star of all things pub sports related. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Migda Mac. C-Mac in the house. How are you, my man?
Yo. How we doing?
I am coming off a horrific day. Swept the board in NBA, and it didn't matter. That's how bad everything else went. So I got just destroyed. So I'm ready to bounce back.
I'm ready to bounce back too. The last 2 Wednesdays should have been 5-1s, just basically a point, 2 points, Tulsa and that TCU game. So and then we know what happened the week before. So, but it is what it is. Let's just let's get to it today.
Let's get to it today. So as I said, I sent C-Mac these games. So we'll see if he has interest in any of them, but they weren't. He has sent me his best bets, which we'll be doing at the end, and we won't have graphics for those. And then Daby Cab's got the big games coming here at the end of the card. So let's roll. Mr. Belvedere says, are we all ready to bet Butler tonight? We've already heard from Troy Torrance, who has said Butler minus 3.5, grab it now. That's what he said. So we'll go over all of that. Let me get our first graphic set up here for us. And okay, so this is I got to remember the order. It's a little different than what we had planned. Okay, here we go. Let's roll, my friend. We start with this very, 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 very interesting spot. I tried to pick the games that were also, not only were they, with talented teams, but where there's some nice betting opportunities. And I'm hoping this will be one of them. Troy Trojans 15-7, 8-3 in the Sun Belt at the James Madison Dukes 14-9, 7-4 in the Sun Belt. Harrisonburg, Virginia for this spot. Both teams coming off 4-game winning streaks. And we don't really have common opponents, even though they're both in the Sun Belt. Troy a game up and a game back of Arkansas State. We are going to talk about that Arkansas State game today as well. Troy coming off a long time at home. All these wins came at home. They won them all by margin. The last one was absolute dominance. Now they were beating up on a weak, UL Monroe team, a 17.5-point favorites, but they were up 50-15 at the half. 50-15 at that. Losing with Arizona State after a 15-0 opening was, and just fearing the worst of that. I hate when you
collapse.
Expect the worst, and then it's just such negative energy, and then of course it happens. James Madison has been at home now, and this is going to be their third game in a row at home, so they've been comfortably at home. They're coming off a 68-54 win at ODU, and it's a little better than it looks because they had gone to ODU on the 22nd of January and beaten them 74-60. So it is. I do think it's the ODU is obviously an angry group, and that didn't matter at all. James Madison's just a really good basketball team. Let me just quickly move over to the line history here for this one. I don't have it set up, and I do now. So let's roll on a side, and we probably should go to the money line, but James Madison's -1 right now at -115. So 7 cents of movement have come on the spread. So very, very a little movement on the total here for our first game on the board. We have a 136. It's -113 to the over. On Friday, C-Mac, it really helped taking on those really low totals, taking the dog when we like the dog. Now, this isn't that low, quite low, but taking that dog on the team total over it worked very well. Very, very well. And let's get over to the cash flow here and see if we're going to get cash flow information. I stopped checking because I was getting annoyed that there wasn't any. So let's quickly look and see if we get cash flow information here on our first game on the board. And the answer is no. So take it away for us here. We have no cash flow information on the side. We do on the total, 67% of tickets, 65% cash on the over. Take it away, a little Sun Belt, Fun Belt action. Floor is yours, C-Mac, Trojans, Dukes, and Harrisonburg.
Yeah, shout out to the chat here, Cuban Connect, everybody. Wager Detective, Wine Time, my guy. Super true story. This game, I looked at this game too last night, Jimmy, a lot. This one's a tough one. I like this Troy team. They have the two brothers on this team. What are they? Rigsby, I believe. Miles, and I forget the other his brother's name. Miles and some Rigsby. But they're solid players here for Troy. You talked about them on a 5-game winning streak. Now they hit the road where they've been pretty good all year, but some of these wins are against, of course, Monroe and a bunch of others. You know what I mean? South Alabama. They even lost there on the road. I remember James Madison has got me already at home earlier this year. They've been on a nice 4-game winning streak, and this will be their 3rd game here back at home. Because nothing really is the difference. Troy's defense to me is a little bit better. But both these teams aren't great scoring in this game. So I find this one tough. Like, I think this is James Madison or nothing. I can't take Troy here on the road. It's kind of a coin flip type game for me. Two teams that are very, very even. There's a good amount of games today where, teams are very even, but I think there's value on some of these spots. I just didn't find it here at all. I want to be on JMU. I just don't know if they're there yet.
I don't want to back Troy after 4 straight home games and being up 50-15 at the half. I don't want to fade Troy if it's Morgan Spooner's play of the day. So, so that's going to keep me off of the spot. Razor Sharp picks in the house. Razor, it is great to see you, my friend. Missed capping with you. Great to see you.
Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, sure, no worries. So that is if we were sitting here and Morgan Spooner's best bet wasn't Troy, I would be very interested in James Madison, and I would also wait until we have cash flow information. And Morgan, though, it gives you both sides of the coin. He says his play of the day is Troy. He says JMU still new to the conference. Had Scott Cross 2 rough losses ended the 2023 season. Now JMU's talent and coach are gone. Troy lost their second best player earlier in the season when they dropped 2 conference games. He's healthy and playing effectively. And he says Troy could be undefeated in conference if he wasn't hurt. He's most of their post presence, but he does say that James Madison has a 6'11", 260-pound big man who hasn't been a game changer, but does pose a problem inside for Troy. Markel in the house. Great to see you, Markel. And Zoe Faye saying JMU has a size. The Juice looking at Troy as well. Morgan saying Troy's best offensive rebounding team in the conference. And I'm sorry because I have your best bets up here, Morgan. So sorry I didn't put that out there, but I'll keep going over everybody's best bets so that we can discuss it throughout. So let's roll on. The next spot on the board for us is a big one. Duke is rolling right now, absolutely rolling, playing very good basketball. But they've been at home their last 2 games. We look at their last couple games on the road. Yeah, they beat up Boston College, but that's not saying much. Boston College 2-8 in conference. But that's 63-56, at Wake. Now Wake's 8-3, and again, we're talking about a Syracuse team that, not quite at that level of Wake, but Duke playing good basketball right now. Duke playing good basketball, rolling back-to-back home games. North Carolina State, North Carolina beat them both by margin, especially that win over North Carolina, which they put a lot of emphasis in. Then we have Syracuse coming back home from a California road trip, opened with that 70-61 loss at Stanford. And then they lost at Cal 75-66. So that was on Saturday. They've flown back east, and they're back in business here. Let's take a look at the line history. We may have cash flow information. I think we do on this one because it's such a big game with Duke involved. When we get to the cash or the total information, we have over 143, minus 116 to the over. This open minus 110 to the over. So we have 6 cents of movement towards the over. And when we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have Duke minus 17.5. Now, some of the books have moved to 17, but this opened at 18.5 and has dropped down to 17.5. Do you want Syracuse in their first game back off of the road? I mean, I get it. Boxing First Vlog says it feels like a letdown spot for the Dukies. JP said, I think Duke wins but doesn't cover. Clemson on Saturday is a bigger focus for them, in his opinion. Let's get to see if we can get some cash flow here for the Duke spot. We have 71% of tickets, 68% cash on the over. And on the spread, 33% of the tickets and 71% of the cash at this point is on Duke. So bigger bets coming on Duke, but this line's moving towards Syracuse. Let's see what CMAC has to say about this spot in the ACC, Duke and Syracuse. Take it away.
Yeah, to touch on Duke's next game, which is on the road too, back-to-back. I want to look at Clemson, especially after losing last night in that OT game to Georgia Tech, who's playing better. I think it'll be a good spot for Clemson, which will be catching points at home. This is a ton of points. It does seem like a letdown spot. Syracuse, versus Duke. Duke has just owned them, it seems like, the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, there's just been at different teams. This is the best Duke team, at least defensively, I've seen, Jimmy. And I don't know, not a lot of Coach K teams were great. I mean, those early 90 teams were pretty good. But, man, I think they're top 3 team in the country. We saw Auburn dominate last night. You know, they've gone on the road and beat up twice. This is why I can't back Syracuse at all. Finally won some games. They went out to Cal, won there. I think they're getting a little bit better, but they're not a very good shooting team, the Syracuse, at all. They're not great defensively. Don't have a ton of length. And Duke's gone on the road. I still remember, I don't remember which one I was on here, BC or SMU, and they beat them down. Both those games, I believe they won by 25 points. Jimmy did Duke on the road. The game was at Wake, where I thought there was a bunch of value, and that game went way under, which has been a good number. So when I see this, I kind of think of the under as well. Duke, if you like Duke, I think you maybe get to their team total in this spot if you're weary about laying the 17.5. So this was a pass. As much as I think, you know, Duke wins here, I think Syracuse can cover. I'm off it right now.
Is part of the issue just that they're coming back after their trip and coming off of a big win on the road?
And Duke's they've just been pretty dominant on the road. The spot was Wake Forest. I was on them. What was that, 2 Saturdays ago? I mean, I want the points here for Syracuse. It has worked out for me. I think they could cover here. It's a massive card. I just don't know if I want to push it here on this game, but it's definitely my lean here.
All right, let's roll.
Are you betting it? This was your.
No, I can't. I can't do it. I can't. Okay. I understand. It just I understand why someone would like Syracuse to cover here. Why it's gone from 18.5 to 17.5 or 17, but. And if one thing didn't correlate, I could still move on it if I felt like the X's and O's worked. But there's 2 things. One, at this point, Syracuse is a public home dog, but the bigger bet's coming in on Duke. I could get past that with the line moving towards Syracuse. I could get past that. But then you have Syracuse coming back from a Cali trip. So one
of their better shooting nights too. Cal, not a great defense, but yeah, it was a good game for Syracuse.
Let's roll on. We got a big one here. FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Tulsa Golden Hurricane 9-13, 3-6 in the American at number 17th ranked. Memphis Tigers 18-4, 8-1 in conference. FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee. Tulsa coming off back-to-back losses. They lost to UAB 78-68 at home. They had one against Wichita before that, but they've been losing a lot of games. So 3-6 in conference. Memphis at the top of the ledger. Then they lose at Tulane 59-56. They played well in that game. Tulane 6-3 in conference. Memphis is rolling at times. The win over Rice 86-83. Not the best example of them rolling, but I guess it's just them on the road not playing defense. Something that CMAX talked a lot about. 9.5-point favorites. Now they're 44-39. They cover the first half, but they don't look good. I mean, you're squeaking out of victory against the Rice Owls despite shooting 55 from the field and 52.4 from 3. I mean, it's very unsettling as a gambler when the team can shoot like that and still not really come close to covering. But we know what they can do. And when we look at their home, thank you. Sorry. Thank you, Kelly. When we look at what they do at home, they beat UAB by 23. They only beat Wichita State by 8. But we know that they can roll at home. Let's get into the line history here for this one. We do have cash flow information. It's a big one at 8 p.m. Eastern. Here we have, the exact same spread as the Duke-Syracuse game in the same movement, 18.5 down to 17. This move came later. This move didn't come until 9:45 this morning. So a very similar situation here. On the total for this one, we have Memphis we have this total at 147.5 minus 114 to the under. This opened at 146.5, so we've climbed a point. Billy Friedrich says Duke beats Q's by 25 here. And Andrew Carr talking about PJ Haggerty is a transfer from Tulsa to Memphis. Let's get into the cash here. 92% of the tickets and 95% of the cash are on Tulsa. You know, if you're on them and you see how much money's on them, it's not too much of a concern. There's 1,300 tickets in, and at least this market is moving towards them. I mean, that's what you have to see if you're on the public side. 56% of tickets, 58% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC Golden Hurricane versus the Memphis Tigers, FedEx Forum in Memphis, Tennessee.
Yeah, how much has this been dropping 17s everywhere? Flat. Okay. Yeah, this one's seems like a snooze fest for me. Obviously, this Memphis team, we know how talented they are. And they just haven't been good as a favorite, flat out. A favorite of 3-8. They've covered some numbers. We saw UAB at FAU, that big win. As soon as they laid double digits, they haven't covered the number. I believe they're 1-6 and 1-5 at home. The only one was on the road against Charlotte. They didn't cover that as a double-digit dog. And first game, and it really was I think their third game of the year against Ohio was the only cover where they were laying double digits. They're super talented. And you know where this has to be a full game, too, going back through these as well. Jimmy, I think about first half taking the points. They've kind of beat up these teams first half. They've gone up by 15, and then that sorry defense. This is a little bit, they're like Michigan. They turn the ball over, though. They've just been sloppy. They're both right around 345 right now. Memphis 339. So as talented as they are and athletic and they can score, they just don't play defense and they turn the ball over. And that leaves all these teams catching points to cover the number. And we saw with Rice and everyone else in this. So it's Tulsa here, nothing, I believe.
Yeah, and I don't really want Tulsa here. So Morgan saying seems like they're begging for Tulsa money. Penny plays with his food in conferences. The narrative. Why?
Yeah, but I've seen this all the time. It seems like though with Memphis, they've consistently laid doubles all the time in Bayford, and they consistently win the game and don't cover.
And Billy Friedrich saying Memphis just 3-6 against the spread in conference. So I'm comfortable moving past this. Let's roll on to Saturated's Fighting Illini. There's Jason Meyer, the El Dorado custodian in the house. Great to see you, Jason. The Fighting Illini 15-7, 7-5 in conference at Rutgers. Scarlet Knights 11-11, 4-7 in conference. We're in Piscataway, New Jersey for this one. After losing at Nebraska, Illinois bounced back, beat Ohio State 87-79. Things are sure looking much more difficult for the Illini squad that made things look so easy early in the year. Now, they did cover the -6.5. They shot 51.7 from the field, but just 20% from three in that victory. 4 of 20 from three. Their starters went 1 of 12 from three. So still not the dominance that we saw early in the season. Curious to what Saturated is doing with this spot in Piscataway. We just watched Rutgers look very good in a tough spot. Their last 2 home games being against Michigan State and Michigan. Against Michigan, they lose 66-63. They're in the game. They had a strong second half. They shot the ball poorly, but were in that game. Plus 6.5. They covered comfortably. Only shot 32.8 from the field and 27.8 from three. So I wonder what happens after that. I wonder if they're galvanized by the performance against Michigan, or are they upset, or will their poor shooting sort of continue here? Troy Torn said they had 0 3-point attempts in the second half. Wow. And then they dominated. Wow. Interesting. Wine Time says Rutgers +8 at -110 for him. Wine Time, of course, going to be joining us with Billy Brisbane for NBA. Let's get into the line history here for this spot, and we are likely to get cash flow information. It's such a big game. This total high at 157, -111 to the under. It opened up at 158.5, so we have dropped 1.5 on the total. And when we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have, let's get over here. Sorry, take me a second. Get to the 8:30 spot. We have Rutgers now +7.5, -110. So this was interesting. This opened up at 7:34 p.m. And the offshores that get to the market first, opened it at 6.5. That was at 2:00. At 7:30, when this offshore opened up at 7, moves to 7.5, and then moves to 8.5. So within less than 2 hours 45 minutes, this had moved a full point. It stayed at 8.5 until this morning. It moved to 8 at 10:13 a.m. And now we have a 7.5. Now we have a 2-cent move towards Rutgers. Let's take a look at the cash flow, and hopefully we get it. Here we go. We have 70% of the tickets, 69% of cash on the under line, moving towards the under, and no help, unfortunately, on the point spread. Take it away for us here, CMAC, Fighting Illini taking on Rutgers Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, shout out Lex Steele. We will get to that game. I like it already. We will talk Rice, ECU. And yeah, the Juice, the Memphis, it was the third game of the year. They won 94-70. I think they were like 12-point favorites. That's the only cover at home is a double-digit favorite for Memphis. Yeah, let's get to this one. It should be a good game. It's been tough to trust this Rutgers team. It seems like they just can't get everything together, where they've been so money years past at home at the rack. Now, Jersey Mike's Arena. All these fucking names now, Jersey Mike's. But yeah, this has been a team they've struggled with consistently. Illinois just being more athletic, better on the boards. And Rutgers, when they have struggled shooting like they did, I had them on Saturday. They've covered 3 straight. But man, they were ice cold. Both those teams didn't shoot the ball well. But Bailey couldn't hit really anything, and he's going to take a ton of shots. He was 0 for 7 from 3. Davis was the only one that really had a hot hand, who hit 4 of them. Can they come to play here at home? I kind of like them. I just think they're outmanned here by this Illinois basketball team that's been pretty good on the road, 3-3. They just lost to Nebraska. I still think they have problems defensively. That's a little bit been their problem, especially when we get into the tournament, Jimmy, where as talented as they are, I think they could get beat where they give up a bunch of points. So I think it's Rutgers here or nothing. I really don't love them. It used to be, this is just bet it last couple of years at home. They were that good. You know what I mean? Not this year, 8-3. But I think they're in this. I'm leaning to them here in this game.
It's interesting. Spooner thinks that Harper may play. I thought the high ankle sprain he's in his boot. No, it wasn't.
I don't think he's playing, but
very interesting.
We'll see. Maybe.
The only information I have from him is from 4 days ago. From the quotes from 4 days ago, so we could see if anything's changed. Troy Torrance says Rutgers is 2-0 in this kind of market. I'd be very. The Juice says no Harper, no bet, and some interesting horse racing action from an owner here that I will share with you guys in a second. But let's keep rolling here. I feel a little. I mean, they sure stepped up against Michigan. It's not.
I was on it. Yeah.
But how do you think they're going to react? I mean, I fear that they feel good about themselves. But I mean, do you feel good about yourselves when you still lose? Maybe I'm totally off on that. Rutgers is. No. I have interest in Rutgers. So we'll see where it goes, and we can circle back once we get cash flow information. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board for us, and that is Creighton at Providence, 8:30 p.m. Eastern, with the Creighton Blue Jays 16-6, 9-2 in the Big East. At the Providence Friars 11-11, 5-6 in the Big East. We're in Providence, Rhode Island, home of Nasty Nate. Creighton rolling. That was a tight 62-60 victory at Villanova on Saturday. Just 1.5 point dogs. They took care of business despite shooting just 23.1, from 3. I mean, it's amazing. You lose the turnover battle 18-6, and you still win the game. Because you out rebound Villanova and shoot a little better than them. But hard to believe that you can still do that. Providence coming off a loss at St. John's. They played their hearts out. Both their last 2 games, 3 of their last 4 games have been, within 2 points at the final buzzer. This is a 13.5 point dog that came very, very close until Kaderi Richmond, hit the winner with 3 seconds left. How will that, is that a galvanizing spot for Providence? That snapped Providence's 2-game losing streak. I mean, they certainly believe in themselves. Let's take a look at the line history here for this spot, cash flow, and hand it over to our guy, C-Mac. We have Providence right now +3 at -111. They opened up at +3.5, but it moved to 3 at 11:15 this morning. Half-point move towards Providence. And then when we get to the total, let's grab that. I imagine we're going to get no cash. I'll look up and see if we do, but I imagine that we won't. When we get to the total for this spot, we have a 142.5 juice to the over, but it has dropped from 143.5, so we have a 1-point move here. We have no help on the spread. On the total, we do have a little bit of help. 56% of tickets, 55% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC, Creighton, Providence.
Yeah, 2 teams playing well, really. One in Creighton. This team's 9-0 and 1. They haven't even lost one in the last 10. It depends on what that line was. Would be a push, but just going on the road and consistently winning. The last loss at Marquette, they cover that, just snuck within the number. And dating back even last year, before, they've been better on the road than you kind of think. Earlier in the year against Georgetown, thinking it was a good spot, and they got drilled. So, but Providence, I love how they've been playing lately. They still don't have just a go-to scorer. That's been difficult for them at times all year. But I always like them here at home in a spot like this. After that tough loss to St. John's, I wanted to double check what they shot in that game.
Yeah, I
shot it pretty well. I were 43%, 43 from 3. He did not get to the free throw line. I think that's been a little bit of an issue for them. They're a little bit better. Creighton doesn't get really to the line at all. This one's tough. I think this is a Providence or nothing here. I think it's a little telling the line. It's just, do you want to go a team red hot ATS here? Jimmy, just playing really good basketball.
I think Providence is the spot. Now, I was leaning there, but seeing...
It seems like everyone will be on Creighton. Probably just they're winning, they're covering. Everyone's going to bet them.
And look at what Troy has said. In Power 5 games, line movement when spread opens between 3 and 4 is 12-0. And we just had the half-point move towards the Friars. Now, if you're backing... If I'm saying that I think that performance at St. John's will galvanize the troops, then we'd have to say a similar thing about Rutgers, wouldn't we? I mean, it's the same deal. They both played very well. Now, it was more impressive Providence going into St. John's, going to Madison Square Garden and doing that. But, you have the same thing with Rutgers. I think the two go hand in hand. If you like one, then now, I mean, it does. You don't have the same trend here. Billy Friedrich saying Providence 9-2 straight up at home this season, and DC Capperin with the bookie buster play of the day at Northern Iowa -4. Wager Detective and Kelly McInnes on Creighton. So I imagine that they'll be going up against Troy and I on Providence. Part of the fun. I'm going to copy and paste DC Capper's look on Northern Iowa. So, yeah. So now it looks, I guess, at this point, and I would like some cash information to kind of back it up, is Rutgers and Providence at this point, I think is my action. Let's roll on. Sorry, let me get back to the graphics here. Great stuff from all. Let's move on to the next spot on the board. 9 p.m. Eastern, Missouri Valley Conference action. Bruins 15-8, 7-5 in conference. Bradley Braves 18-5, 9-3 in conference. In Peoria, sweet Carver Arena for this one. Let's get this one set up and then hand it over to our. We got the 9 p.m. games. There's so much fun action late on today's card, and this was one of them. There's so many I could have picked out from 9 p.m. on. You could have done a whole show on just those games. Belmont coming off back-to-back losses. They lose at Illinois State. Ugly there. Now Illinois State's not a bad basketball team, obviously. So they lose 81-78 there. And then they lose at home to Evansville. These are middling teams that they're losing to. They've now lost 3 of 4 in conference, going up against the Bradley Braves. So Belmont lost at home to Bradley 89-77 on the 21st of January. Now, will they be able to get retribution? Bradley's coming off back-to-back losses. Now, they've lost to UIC and University of Northern Iowa, so better teams than Belmont just lost. But this is a Bradley team that's angry. It's too bad. I almost cut this game because I was like, damn, I wish Bradley was on a winning streak. But this is just two strong teams in the Missouri Valley Conference I thought was worth talking about, despite maybe not being a slam dunk gambling spot at first. 156.5 is the total. This opened up at 156.5, but it just moved back to 156.5. This was at 158.5. This had climbed 2 points before it just dropped, and it dropped 2 points. That's a massive drop at this offshore, which means that's sharp action, moving that 2-point drop, full 2-point drop. I mean, it's not inching towards the under; it just jumped towards the under. When we get to the spread here, we have Bradley a -7.5, -106. That's where they opened. It did get to 8 for a cup of coffee. We've had 2 cents of movement towards the Belmont Bruins, and there's no way we're going to get any cash flow information. Now, we will get some on the total. 57% of tickets, 53% of cash on the under, but no help on the spread. There's going to be no more until we get back to the earlier games with best bets from CMAC and from Daby Cab. We're not going to have any cash flow information, so we'll stop looking at these late games. Wager Detective says Bradley wins. Likes the experience with this Bradley team. Take it away for us, CMAC Belmont Bruins, Bradley Braves, Carver Arena, and Peoria, Illinois.
Yeah, Bradley might win this game. Can they cover here with 7.5, 8? They already went to Belmont and beat them 89-77, I believe, just about, a week ago?
On the 22nd.
That was a little over. Yeah, 21st.
And Belmont got 38.2 from the field and 29.7 from 3. It was a disaster. This game was tied 43-43
at half.
In the second half, yeah.
Yeah, at halftime. And both these teams, like you talked about, the Bradley off 2 losses, so's Belmont in this game. One thing, of course, we know this Belmont team not very good defensively. And Bradley's kind of beat up on. They beat them last year pretty bad too, by 17. One thing that I think can keep Belmont in this game is that they can score. You talked about the bad shooting. Like this team, shoots a lot of threes and they're pretty good, almost 38%, and that's kept them in games. I talk about this is a team in Belmont when they're laying points. Jimmy, watch out, stay away from them because they can't cover numbers. But when they're catching points, look to them. It's just Bradley off the 2 losses, but I think there's a little bit of revenge of them just losing by 12 in such a big game. Bradley more polished, the better team, but I think Belmont can hang around it here. This was one I had circled that I'm interested here at Belmont.
It's funny. I was nervous about my action. I had too much action probably, but you take what the leagues give you yesterday. But I was talking to Troy before, at 5:30 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and I was like, this is the NBA card I destroy. 3 big, 3 dogs. That's it. Just 3 dogs on the card. They all 3 won outright, but it was the same card that I had on the last Tuesday a week ago that was all 3 dogs. They all cover. Here, if I'm sitting here with Rutgers, Providence, and Belmont, that's a pretty. I mean, I like that card. I like those dogs. I think they can all get involved here. But Justin McKelvey on Bradley, it's too bad, like you said, that. I mean, if we can just say that the fact that Bradley's lost 2 straight, Belmont has lost 2 straight. I mean, we could say if we can say that's a wash, then what isn't a wash is that Bradley went to Belmont, beat them by 12. Belmont shot the ball horribly. Why couldn't they keep this game within 8? So I can understand why you're interested in Belmont So am I. And if I go, to Ward or War is bad. When I go in the whatever, when I get my action in Rutgers, Providence, and Belmont, I'd feel pretty good with it. And Rogue Energy saying Belmont will stay in it. I'm very interested in it. I think it's a.
Yeah.
I'm starting to kind of see the card come together in a way that when I've been succeed because I'm up 1.47 units or something in NBA this year. It's not like I'm having a big year in NBA. I'm not, but the cards that I'm succeeding in are the cards that shape up like this, which I have to notice. Okay, I'm interested. I'm very interested in Belmont. Let's roll on to our next spot. We already set this game up when we talked about Troy. We're going to talk about the Troy game. We're going to talk about two other thugs in the Sun Belt. Two of the best in the Sun Belt. Maybe Arkansas State is the best in the Sun Belt. A lot of these teams, the reason why the top teams, when they play each other, I want to talk about it because we're going to be talking about them in the conference tournaments and then hopefully be talking about some of them in March Madness. So we move on to Arkansas State Red Wolves, 18-5, 9-2 in the Sun Belt at the Marshall Thundering Herd, 14-10, 7-4 in conference. Cam Henderson Center in Huntington, West Virginia, home of the Thundering Herd. Arkansas State rolling. They're rolling and they're winning by margin. They beat Texas State at home by 15. Then they went into Texas State and beat them again by 11. That's not easy. Texas State is a decent team. It's not easy to go in there. Arkansas State shot 57.4 from the field and 61.5% from three. Just an astonishing number. A number that you would think that they are not capable of, recreating, but they're winning all these games by margin. And now they are, meek favorites at Marshall. Marshall bounced back from that loss to Georgia State at home. It was a surprise. They bounced back and, took out Coastal Carolina. The Coastal Carolina is 1-10 in conference. The last two games have been very, very underwhelming. And in fact, the last five teams Marshall's played, they played Georgia State twice, Coastal Carolina twice, and Georgia Southern once. This is the weakest. These are the weaklings. So I find this spot very, very tricky here because I don't know how you wouldn't expect Arkansas State just to keep rolling, but maybe move should be. Sorry. This line move should. Let me move it over here. Sorry. This line move is very telling. Marshall opens up at +4 and is now +2.5. I mean, is that the kind of market that you want to go up against? And not for me. So that will completely take me off of Arkansas State and then obviously have me looking at Marshall. But then do you want the ass end of that line? This totals at 150. It's -113 to the over. This opened up at 150. This was up at 152.5. This was at 152.5 29 minutes ago. Now it's more when this is -120 to the over 150. So let's call it a 151. We don't need to think of it as a 2.5 point drop. We're not going to have any information on the side, as I said, but I will be able to pull up the total information. I guess I should just leave it up here. So I'm just going to leave the total up because we know we're not getting any side. On the total for this one, 65% of tickets, 67% cash on the under. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Next spot on the board, Red Wolves, Thundering Herd.
Yeah, that just like you talked about, the close game goes to OT, January 21st. At Arkansas, Marshall wins. They have a big 16 points in that game and win outright. So I think this is some revenge for Arkansas State. But yeah, you talked about the move. I think if you like Marshall, it's tough to take them at 2.5. Are they going to sweep the series here this year? They could. I mean, Arkansas State, both these teams kind of have been beating up on the ass end of this conference, especially lately. Can Arkansas State just keep on rolling? This one was tough for me. I didn't really see a ton. I like Marshall. Do I love them enough to take them now? Not really. Both these teams, they get up and down. They don't shoot the ball well. It kind of be ugly basketball at times. Arkansas State, when they're locked in defensively, they are the better team, I think. And that's why they're favored here. Jimmy, with a little bit of revenge on the mind, I don't want them here.
I'm not getting. So they played each other this year?
Well, I thought they did.
No, this
was I going off?
This is
Oh,
their
okay.
only meeting.
I thought it was 2020, just 2 weeks ago. Oh, my bad.
No worries. Because you'd think that these teams would have faced each other.
Yeah, I thought they did. I was reading it wrong. My bad.
No, it's all good. But then that would have been the final. Like then I would be like, how do you not take Arkansas State? So
I like Marshall, but at just 2.5. I don't know. I haven't bet them a lot this year, really.
We also have Billy Friedrich on Marshall at the 2.5. Morgan Spooner on Arkansas State at the 2.5. Morgan Spooner says, this is Nate Oates, the Alabama coach's main recruiter. He got all the big names and has clearly grabbed some good upperclassmen from around the country to make a powerhouse. More action coming from our guy, Cuban Connect. I'll copy and paste all that. I got your earlier action, so we'll go over all that. Did you want to touch on one more thing before we move on to the next spot?
No. I was just going to go through a few of the players and stuff. No, we can roll on.
All right, let me just copy and paste this one here. All right, let's move on to our next spot on the board. That is Razorbacks, Longhorns. Let's get this one all set up for us. 9 p.m. Eastern, SEC action. Both teams struggling in conference. Razorbacks 13-8, 2-6 in conference. Texas Longhorns 15-7, 4-5 in conference. We're at the Moody Center in Austin. From a total perspective, this one's at 1. Oh, and that trend that Troy was talking about in the chat, he is moving on the under in this one, and it's in our last game. It's an important trend. Home dogs of 5 or less, non-power 5, road team top 100 in D efficiency, 24-8 to the under. If the market moved to the home team, 10-1 to the under. He's on the under 51 there. Here we have this total dropping quickly, 144 it opened at. It's now at 142. So we have a 2-point move towards the under here in the Razorback game. And then on the side perspective here for this Arkansas-Texas game, Texas sitting at -7.5. They opened up at 8. So we've had a half-point move towards the Razorbacks. Just feels like, a spot for Arkansas where have they played since the Kentucky game? Let me just pull it up here. I didn't have it up for this spot. I mean, I don't know how they can be. They haven't. Okay, they haven't. I don't. How can you back them after that? Such an important game for team and coach. They won 2 of 3, and they put all their energy into that Kentucky spot. I don't. It's too bad because these dogs are at this number. I'm finding appealing. It was a huge win. 8.5-point dogs. You win for your coach against his former team, one of your stars against his former team, and they put everything into that. I don't know how you think that they take care of business here. Texas, last time we saw them at home, beat A&M by a point. A&M 6-3 in conference. They also beat Missouri by 8 points. Missouri 6-2 in conference. Last 2 times we've seen them was that tight 72-69 loss at Ole Miss. I was on Ole Miss in that spot. Texas covered, and then they beat up on LSU, destroy LSU. And now they're back home to face the Razorbacks. We've done the line history, so let's just hear your plan of attack. Take it away for us here, CMAC SEC action, Longhorns hosting the Razorbacks.
Yeah, such a huge win for this Arkansas team. It's been so disappointing. Can they, kind of repeat that and step up? I don't think so. They lost their second leading scorer in Flan. They lose a couple in that big game, and they shot the best all year. Especially in the last couple of months, 55%, 58, I think, from 3 in that game. I mean, they were just red hot. Texas isn't a number I really want to lay with them, but I think this is, the flattest spot for Arkansas here. This is Texas or nothing, Jimmy, or even first half. I don't know how Arkansas, do they build off that huge win? I don't think so.
No.
Texas, this isn't a team that I really want to lay. This the number I talked about, the 6 to 8 points at home. But I think they're the better squad here, playing some pretty good basketball of late. Like you talked about, covered that Ole Miss was these spots that just haven't hit, where 2 or 3 straight losses that have been kind of money for a home team, Jimmy, that hadn't worked out. But I think this is Texas or nothing here.
I'd sure like to be backed up by cash flow information, and I plan on doing that after the show. But how is this not a Texas first half spot? How is it not?
Yeah.
I don't see how it can't be. I really don't. Arkansas has to come back to earth. They put all their energy into that game. Now Longhorns just destroyed a weak LSU team, but they're coming back home. They know that Arkansas, just went into Kentucky and beat them.
And they need to keep winning. I mean, this
Oh,
Texas team, they need good wins. And
this game is important. This is the most important game of the year. They have to win this game. They have to win this game. They have to move. They have to have a winning record in the SEC, and they have. This is a bubble team that. I mean, if the season ends right now, Longhorns are not in March Madness. Is that fair?
They're right out. Yeah, I'd say they're right on the bubble here.
Their Texas first half is extremely appealing, but I would definitely want that to correlate with cash flow information, which we'll wait on. So I like it. Okay, let's roll on. We got another big one here. Georgia Bulldogs. I've only backed them once. It was a double up spot here. It was a very similar spot to backing the Ohio Bobcats last night, but the Utah State spot was the only difference with the Utah State spot was that Utah State wasn't at home. Ohio and Georgia, when the number was too big, that they were too big of a favorite, it didn't make sense, and the public was against them. Were smash and grabs. I thought yesterday was gonna. I was in a good mood watching the Bobcats take care of business. I didn't realize that everything was gonna self-destruct here. So let's roll into this spot. LSU Tigers 12-9, 1-7 in the SEC. What an embarrassment they've been in conference. The Georgia Bulldogs 15-7, 3-6 in conference. We're in Athens for this one. LSU's lost 3 straight, and they're coming off a 31-point loss. Generally speaking, it was at home. I mean, it was just, how can things get worse? I mean, that has to be the low watermark of the season for the Tigers. I mean, it's an absolute debacle. And now they face Georgia. Georgia coming off the 90-69 loss at Alabama. We saw them at home. They're good at home. Yes, South Carolina is a weakling, but they beat them 71-60 at home. And before that, they lost by 2 to Auburn at home. They can play at home. They can play. Yeah. Let's get the line history in for this one. Now, are they going to be able to cover such a big line here? By the way, Rogue Energy liking the Razorbacks as well. And Kelly McKinnon says Georgia smacks them. George Warren says, I cannot decide. Georgia against the spread. LSU team total under. Full game under. Is it a first half spot? Let's take a look at the line history here for this Bulldog squad. I've got the first half up, so let me just move over to full game. Again, we're not going to have cash flow information for these late games. Now, when Daby joins us, he's got the big early game, so we'll have cash flow information for that. But it's not, getting the cash flow information in an hour or 2 hours, it doesn't matter. The work needs to be done so that you can utilize the information that you're getting from the market. Georgia minus 8.5. This is exactly the number on the double up that I had them at. There's been no movement here. None on the side. On the total for this one, we have, let's go here to the 9 p.m. spot. We have a 142 minus 119 to the over. This opened up at 142 at a pick 'em. It got up to 143. Now it's back at 142. So here we go. Georgia Bulldogs at home. Any interest in backing them here, C-Mac?
A little bit. I think they're the side here. For me, it's this total. Georgia unders have been really good. They dictate the pace. Now they've gone over in a game like Kentucky because I think Louisiana, LSU's defense has just been that bad at times. This seems maybe a game where they play so slow. They're just that type of team. They're not great from deep. That maybe is this one of the ones they get to 80 because they consistently don't. This team would rather be in the 60s. Even that last game, South Carolina 71-60, but they've been able to cover some numbers. This is out here for Georgia, but you got to think they play better. 12-1 here at home after just getting their ass killed on the road. There's been the one spot where they've been great all year. I don't think you're getting much of a bargain at 8.5. with this number. And LSU coming off this, you talked about, really, that game was the second half. And they kind of just quit in that game. I think they gave up to Texas 55 points in the second half, something like that.
Yeah.
So just an awful half of basketball. And these halves are just so much, they're just so different from half to half, college basketball. But yeah, I mean, I think this is Georgia or nothing. I like the under a little bit more, but I don't know how much value is here with that. I'd have to look at it a little bit more.
So this Georgia-South Carolina game, it ended up, so Georgia opened at 8.5, closed at 7.5. So the line was moving towards South Carolina. Now, it wasn't quite when I moved on it. It just was at a standstill, which is what it is right now.
Yeah.
Georgia got up 14-4, 16-5 immediately. They jumped all over them. They won. They ended up only winning by 11, but they were in control that whole game. That game it got close at one point in the first half, but they won. They won the first half by 14 points. I see this as a similar situation. So then the only question that I would have here is, does LSU have no character? They just lost by 31, so it goes against the. I guess it's a real problem. I cash so often on these teams that lose by 30 points, expecting them to bounce back. But is this a team that's given up on the season? Were we at the point where I guess I got to stay off because it sucks. I got to stay off because it's the angle that is such a great angle for me. I mean, do you think that this is a team that will fight here and bounce back from that horrific performance? They shot 14% from three.
I know. Yeah.
Troy saying, do you know how many of those 30-point bounce backs go under? No, I don't. Troy, I wish I did. Troy Torrance says I have 4.5 points of value on the under. Troy Torrance says LSU is 0-5 to the under as a road dog. Georgia 6-0 to the under after a loss.
Those are big totals, but yeah, I agree. And I think this total's too high too. I mean, I agree. I think it might be 2 to 3 points. Because most of those totals on the road for LSU are in the 150s. But yeah, it's true. They've only gone under.
Well, I find this spot extremely interesting, but I guess let's see, what is LSU? So let's go back to times where LSU has gotten, destroyed, and let's see how they've bounced back. Destroyed. They lose by 9 to Pitt, and then they beat UCF by 7. They lose by 10 to SMU. Then who cares what they do to Stetson? Let's talk about when they lose by 16 at Missouri, and then they no-show the next game. We don't have a ton of experience with them losing to this extent.
Yeah.
You know what? I think this is the Georgia may cover here very comfortably. I mean, is Georgia's still a bubble team, right? If Georgia starts winning some games here, they can get in, can't they?
They gotta win though.
Okay, I'm gonna need more time, but I think I've got to stay off of this because even though it fits the same criteria as my last win, it's going up against an angle that's so successful for me, and that's a bounce back performance.
Yeah, I could see that.
All right, well,
8.5 too.
But that was the exact same number against South Carolina.
Can it happen again when they won by 11?
But they were in control of that all game. It wasn't quite the sweat. Anthony Richardson says can't lay 8.5 with Georgia. And that was exactly the sentiment as to why I backed Georgia. Because how could anybody back them at this number? And I backed them in a first half full game. It's the same thing with Ohio Bobcats. Ohio had lost 4 or 5 games. How could they be that big favorites and what they win by 40? Troy, I'm just trying to stay away from totals. Now here, there's a legitimate advantage that you guys have created. I'll put it down there. I'm just trying to stay away from totals. Okay, it's a very fascinating game that I'm going to spend a lot more time on.
All right, I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. No worries. Okay, let's roll on. We have 3 more games with CMAC before we get into best bets. So let's set up the next one. We head over to the Mountain West. An interesting question from my dude. Anybody interested in Cleveland State? I'm certainly going to cap it after the show because the pig milk play of the day is Cleveland State -1.5. That is pig milk. Cleveland State -1.5. Where's my action from? I know I copied and pasted it. I know I copied and pasted. It was the first thing I did, but I don't see Justin's stacks anywhere. I don't know how that's possible. Justin, I may need you to give me stacks again. Unless it was just NBA. No, I don't have. Justin, do you mind if you're here? Do you mind giving me stacks again? If you could. I don't know. I can't believe it's not here. I just went to go double check. Let's roll on, though. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. And that is at Mountain West, where DJ Big Boss does it best. Let's set this one up. This one is 10:30. So we got, I'm telling you, this late night card. Yeah, Buck down 2 others. I had it here. I don't know what. I have no idea what the hell happened to it. It's not usually. Okay, let's set this one up. 10:30 p.m. Eastern. The Colorado State Rams 14-7-8-2 in the Mountain West. And the New Mexico Lobos 18-4, 10-1 in the Mountain West. Thank you. Their stacks play the way at Radford. I don't know what the hell happened to it. Let me get this here. Put this right here. Stacks play today. Radford +4.
I love it. We will talk about that.
Yeah,
that's
that game is
already a bet for me.
And Bucknell here as well. I know I've done this already, but whatever. Okay, let's go. Roll on here and set up this very, very full. We got the Mountain West. This is an absolute beauty. Colorado State, New Mexico Lobos. We'll be talking about these teams. They're both going to be trying to get into the tourney, and they both may be able to. In fact, Colorado State's won 4 straight. Now, they did beat Boise State, but that was a nail biter. Beat them at home. Boise State is good, but not quite as good as we thought as these two teams. New Mexico coming off destroying Utah State, 82-63. I expected to bounce back from Utah State last night in Laramie. That didn't happen. I mean, they won the game. There were times I thought they were going to cover, but they did not. Both teams off of 4 straight wins. Now, Colorado State beating up on the Air Force is no big deal. You know, in fact, only that win at Wyoming has looked good, really good for Colorado State. But, you know, they did beat Air Force by margin. It was just that last win was an absolute dominant performance by the Lobos. This total is 149.5. It's -106 to the under. It opened up 149.5 -110 to the under. When we get to the point spread here for this spot, we have New Mexico -8. I mean, it just feels like too many points. They opened up at -9. This was a 7.5. This was a 7.5 until about 45 minutes ago when it moved to 8. So we've had a 1-point move towards the Rams. Take it away for us here, C-Mac. Colorado State Rams, New Mexico Lobos.
Yeah, everyone seems like when I look at this game, everyone's going to be on New Mexico right here. I mean, they are at the pit where they've been really good. But they played some tight games, even dropped one this year. But off the massive win, a little bit on the road before that, the UNLV game, because I had UNLV in that game. That was tight, but they snuck out of there with the win. Now they come back home here, feeling good. I can't be on them. I just can't. I can't lay 8.5 after them, 4 straight wins, 3 of them against Boise, UNLV, Utah State. Just to me, this team just doesn't play enough defense. When they win and cover at home, they're red hot. Place goes nuts. They go on these 15-2 type runs and just stretch it. And what do we get from Colorado State? I didn't think this team is one of down years a little bit. You talked about playing better a little bit of late. The biggest, I thought the impressive win was at Wyoming. For a Wyoming team, you look to back at home. I do. I thought that was a really, really nice win. You've seen a lot more in these in the 4-game winning streak. Your defense has ramped up, so should be a good one. Just New Mexico here at the pit. This was a pass for me.
These guys played back on December 28th. Lobos won 76-68. Colorado State 1.5 point favorites. They turned the ball over 17 times. Shot just 26.1% from 3. You have the Lobos coming off dominance. I find Colorado State appealing here. Quite appealing.
Yeah.
I think that now Colorado State's not been playing very well, and maybe it is a down year, but the Lobos got to be possibly a little high on themselves in this one. And if that's the case, I wonder if it would be more of a first half play. I don't expect to move on it first half, but I think there can be Rebenga. I don't hate Colorado State coming off. I don't hate a basketball team coming off beating a weakling and beating them by margin if they're about to play a team that beat them in their own floor and is the class of the conference. So it's not like you're not going to get up. Let's hear what Luce says. He said, Love Lobos in the spot. 8, such a terrible number, though. That means a total blowout. New Mexico is a win by offense type team. And like C-Mac said, you can't trust that kind of team going to cover giant numbers. And Troy Torrance says, Mount West markets says this market has not been favorable for road teams in non-Power 5, but says Mountain West markets are more similar to the Power 5. That's true. Okay, I'm interested in Colorado State here. I think they make this a game. They clearly played poorly when the Lobos visited. How can they not be ready to go walking into the pit here?
You better be, because like I said, you can. Once you get down, you can just kind of take a beating there, quick.
Yeah, I like it. I think now again, hopefully by the time the show's over, we'll have cash information on these spots. So how we do these Wednesdays, and it's still a work in progress, even though we're getting closer to the end of the season now. Is I send CMAC a plan, and then I get the best bets from Daby Cab, and then I kind of change the plan a little bit. So this was the late edition, and this was an edition that I really wanted to add to Conor Mac's slate. So I gave it to him late, 10:30 p.m. Eastern, Nebraska Corn Huskers. And yes. And so we're not going to have because I gave it to him late, we're not going to have a graphic for this one. Nebraska Corn Huskers 14-8, 4-7 in the Big Ten. At Washington Huskies 11-10, 2-8 in the Big Ten. We're at Alaska Airlines Arena in Seattle, Washington. Nebraska feels very good about themselves. They won at the Illini in overtime. Then they beat Oregon 77-71 on Sunday. This is a team that feels good. They shot 51 from the field. They were 6.5-point dogs. They went outright. They were in control from the jump. The only time they were trailing was 2-0. I mean, this team was just rolling, and they did that despite shooting just 17% from 3. I mean, this team won despite going 4 of 23 from 3. Now, Oregon was 5 of 20 from 3. So when both teams shoot poorly, I mean, it kind of negates the importance of it, but it is impressive that they could deliver the goods there. But I see a Washington team playing much better. That home loss at UCLA is not exactly what you want, but I thought they played Purdue pretty tough. UCLA shot 52.9% from 3 when they won, and Washington did cover that. Washington was right there in that one. I kind of like Washington here. They're coming off the 71-68 win at Minnesota. I think that is a confidence builder for the squad. They have not been very good on the road. They shot the ball well in that one. They take care of business as 3.5-point favorites. We watched, Minnesota 2 nights ago look better than we expected. So Wine Time says Washington almost beat a really good UCLA team. So let's take a look at the line history and then hand this over to CMAC. On the line history, we have Washington just plus 1.5. I mean, isn't this such a fishy line? Now, at the 1.5, we have had 8 cents of movement towards Nebraska, but this was a 2.5, right? This moved to 2.5, has come back to 1.5. I feel like Washington is live here. Take it away for us, CMAC. Huskies in Seattle.
Yeah, especially in Washington here at home. can get more involved. It's tough in games like that. If them just losing these. Did they beat Maryland? That one game at home.
Yeah.
They didn't cover against Purdue. They lost UCLA by 5. They're kind of in these, and that's why they're not a great team. They just in crunch time, and they don't have enough other guys. Kid Harris, some of these other guys get involved more because they need it. This team's just isn't deep that way. But this line is fishy. I mean, to a tad bit. Well, Nebraska was playing so bad, hot start, just awful. I think the difference the last couple of games, the defense has looked a little bit better, but it's Williams. You get 28 and 27. He's their guy for Nebraska. Like, he scores that, they're going to win a lot of games or be in them. So, he had been on a rough slide there for a week, 2 weeks, basically. Yeah, this is definitely, I think, Washington. I just haven't really trusted them at all. This seems like a spot they can get here at home. I mean, I agree.
Yeah, I'm with Rogue. Lou Chase, I can completely understand believing what you're seeing from Nebraska, but I feel like you can do the same thing with Washington. I think this is a sell high spot on the Huskers. Huskers going to feel good about themselves after the game against Oregon. I expect it to be on Washington. Now, with all these spots, I'm going to tell you that I expect to bet. I am going to wait for the money. I do want things to correlate, so I will be patient in making moves here. Let's talk about the last of the games that I sent to CMAC. 11 p.m. Eastern, Wake Forest Demon Deacons, 16-6, 8-3 in conference at Stanford Cardinal, 15-7, 7-4 now in conference. Maples Pavilion in Stanford, California. Here we have Wake Forest looking snapping out of the 2-game losing streak. Now, the one loss at home versus Duke, it was a very tough spot after beating North Carolina. They had they were trying to put a little winning streak together, but they're coming off the 76-74 win on Saturday at home versus Pitt. They were 3.5 point favorites. They opened up as 1.5 point favorites. So it's one of those things. If you got in late, you didn't cover. If you got in early, you did. So we have Wake Forest now traveling to California. Stanford coming off a horrific performance on the road at SMU. This was a team that had strung together 3 straight wins by margin over, weaker teams in the conference, Miami, Florida State, and Syracuse, but there were still wins, and they had also beaten North Carolina in North Carolina. So they had the flat spot. They looked terrible. They lose as 7.5 point dogs. They were destroyed from the jump. They shot 33 from the field and 22 from 3. They were down 20 at halftime. This has to be a Cardinal bounce back spot. Billy Friedrich saying this is Wake Forest's first trip cross country. I feel like it has to be a Stanford bounce back spot here. We have Stanford opening up -1.5. They're now at 2.5. There's 3s now. This for me, I find Stanford very appealing. Take it away for us, CMAC. Wake Forest, Stanford.
I think it's Stanford as well here. Spot. Do you want to lay 3 with them? This to me was like the ultimate catching a point or 2 or pick them. I'd like a little bit better because the spot is good. Wake got it done. You talked about it on Saturday. Yeah, depending on what number you got, but they got the win. Still, this team is bad at shooting the rock. They just haven't been good. These teams that can't shoot it deep from 2, the numbers are awful from the shot charts, and then from 3. And then look, they're 75% from the line. It's like it just makes me shake my head. Like, what the hell? What's going on? But yeah, the travel here is tough. Just now at 3, I think it's just a little bit out there. And Wake has gone on the road. Both these teams have kind of taken care of what they had to. Stanford, I believe, had the upset against North Carolina, and they lost already to Wake here January 15th, 80-67. So, yeah, I agree here. Stanford or nothing.
Yeah, I want to move.
I like the under. Wake unders, have been solid on here. I think the line's about right, but
I like it. So that concludes the games I've sent to CMAC. Let's talk about CMAC's now two best bets here. And I guess I should have had the Wake Stanford up for that one, and I apologize. So now we are in best bets here. So we don't have graphics for these two games. Let's get started. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Rice Owls. 11-11, 2-7 in conference. The East Carolina Pirates 12-10, 4-5 in conference. We're in Greenville for this one. We have Rice just in the throes of a losing streak, but man, they looked good against Memphis, losing 86-83 at home. The 3 of their last 4 games have been within 5 points. 4 of their last 5 games have been within 6 points. East Carolina coming off the 98-94 overtime loss on Saturday. That snapped their 3-game winning streak. They were 2.5-point dogs. Shot 50 from the field and 26.3 from 3. Problem is Temple shot 58.2 from the field and 50% from 3. So I wonder if we'll get cash flow information for this one. I would love it if we did. I doubt that we will. Let me just move over there quickly and see. So no, the answer is we do not. But we can talk about the side and the total. So let's do that here in this Rice spot. We have, again, this game popping off at 7 p.m. And I can't find it. Man, sorry. I should have had this set up for you guys, and I apologize. While I'm... here we go. Rice is plus 7.5 at -110. That's exactly where they opened. Now it's -109, which is exactly where they opened. There had been a 1-cent move towards Rice. So we have no movement at all. No movement at all on the spread. And when we get to the total, we're going to have Rice at 139. This is -118 to the over. This is a lot more. This is climbing. Other books haven't moved it up quite as quickly. This was 137 at a pick'em. Now we're at 139, heavily juiced to the over. Take it away for us here, CMAC, your first of best bets. Rice Owls, East Carolina Pirates.
Yeah. When I look at both these teams, everything you go through, they're just so even. I think even Rice is the better defense here, Jay. When these teams get into like the last, whether it's Memphis, we see a bunch of points, or East Carolina with OT against Temple, you could see a bunch of points. But a lot of other ones where they're not shooting the ball well, because it could be a struggle. These games go under. So maybe this total was a little bit low. But ECU, this team just shouldn't be laying here 7.5 at home. They're 8-5, a team that just has to win by slowing it down and doesn't win by margin. Rice, on the other hand, I've been impressed with them all year long, and I've been impressed with them on the road. Whether they've won 3 of these games, they've stayed in it. They just lost to FAU by a bucket, South Florida by 5. I think they're in this basketball game, and like I talked about, it's the defense. Which is a little bit surprising to me for a Rice team that's played so well. And I have to fade ECU. So Rice plus 7.5.
I like it. I like it a lot. I'm going to see if I can get some lower VIG here than the -110. I like it. I like Rice to stay in it. I think that this isn't a letdown after the Memphis game. I think it galvanizes the troops.
Me too. And you lost. I know they played well, but it's like they still lost the basketball game.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and also though they've shown that they can play on the road, so I get it, and like it. All right, so that's best bet number 1 here from CMAC. That is the Rice Owls. Rogue Energy saying Owls or no bet. Let's move on to the next spot. Again, sorry that we don't have graphics for this. This has been discussed here in the chat because we have from our guy Justin McKelvey. This is one of the Stacks plays of the day. The other one is Bucknell, which I will study after this show. But this is Stacks play of the day that we will be talking about, and he is on the Radford Highlanders here in Radford, Virginia at the Dedman Center. Shout out to our guy Justin.
Stacks, 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 stacks,
High Point coming off their 4th straight win, now a half game back of UNC Asheville in the Big South. Radford 5-4, 2.5 games out. This is an important spot for them. They're coming off a win against South Carolina Upstate, a weakling in the conference, but so is High Point. They're coming off a 12-point win at Presbyterian, so both coming off weak competition. Before that, though, you saw Radford, go into UNC Asheville, and it was a tough game, 72-65. It was very close. There was a bit of a margin there in the second half. The game was very close until there was like a 10-minute break where, Asheville pulled away a bit, but it got close again. I mean, this was a 4-point game late with a minute left. Radford was 2.5-point dogs and fought hard in that one. So here we go. We have a Radford Highlanders, winners of 2 of 3, going up against High Point Panthers, who have won 4 straight. Let's take a look at the line history here. Billy Friedrich saying that he can't get in front of High Point right now. From a spread perspective, or actually, you know what? We'll start with the total for the High Point Radford game. With the total, we have a 143.5. It's minus 114 to the under. This opened up at 145. We've dropped a point, and really 2 points because it's quite juiced to the under. And then on the point spread here, again, we're not going to get information on the cash flow yet. But we have Radford +5, +5 at minus 110. So we've had a 1-point move towards High Point. Take it away for us here, CMAC. Best bet number 2, Panthers, Highlanders in Radford, Virginia.
Yeah, I get where people, Billy put it in there, don't want to go against High Point. I think people, this has moved too with them here, a half a point. It's been a decent matchup for them, in the past. And they played January 2nd, and they won by 18. But I like this Radford team. It's a team that solid and efficient scoring. They're good from 3, solid from the free throw line. They're 8-1 at home. I think you get one of their better efforts here today. This High Point team just keeps kind of rolling on, but this is a spot where already they were 4-point favorites at Longwood. They lose by 2. I believe it was similar, 3.5, 4-point favorites at Asheville. They lost 103-99. I think you're going to get Radford's best effort against the best team here. Big old bad High Point coming to town. And they're in this game. I think they win it outright, but, I'll grab the 5 points here.
This is a very interesting.
And this is dropped too, the totals. Like when you initially look at this, you look at the over. I do. This has come down a little bit. That makes it's just a little bit weird. Total coming down and the favorites moved up a point. It's a little bit strange. Because if this goes down, that makes me like Radford, I think they're in this game.
Wow. This has gone from what I believe is the second sharpest offshore. Opened up at 3:09 p.m. with Radford +3 at plus money. So, quickly went to 3.5, which is basically where it was. But this is now 5.5 for you. And not only that, it's 5.5 at minus 105. High Point minus 5.5 is minus 115. So we'll give you that. Radford +5.5, minus 105 here. Rod Zawacki joining us. Great to see you. Rod says, bet against Radford versus good free throw shooting teams making more than 70% of their attempts after 15 games. Radford record since the 2024 season, 0-9 against the spread. Rogue Energy says Radford is great at home. But Rogue Energy says, I don't want any smoke from High Point, though. I'm very interested. I'm going to take a look at this spot. I like them losing by 20 in the first meeting, so I'm going to take another look at that spot. So the best bets from CMAC: Rice +7.5, minus 110. Radford +5.5, minus 105 there. And then we will review all action here. But at this point, CMAC, unless you tweet something out, nothing. We have nothing official from the games that I've sent you.
Yeah, I'm going to give you these. Yeah, if I add anything, the LSU game under, and of course Texas. Give me Providence +3.5. Give me the best number.
Okay, I like that. Let's give you Providence here. Providence will be added to the card. That's a move I plan to make. And we'll go over all this. We have Daby Cab coming up next. Where's the Providence spot here? Sorry. Oh, that's because 8:30. My bad. Okay, here we go. Providence plus 3.5 available market wide. Although there are a couple books that are at 3. The sharp ones are at 3. But we can give you a 3.5 here at -110. Again, the sharp ones are at 3. So if you do like that Providence at plus 3.5, I would move on it soon. So it won't be there for long. All right, there we go. So, and what else?
I have more here.
Okay, sweet. What else?
I have Illinois State. They're over 148.5 for Chicago.
Okay. Illinois State over 144.5.
148.5.
148.5. Okay.
Yeah, I really like this over. I think it's one of the better overs on the board. Definitely. I want Belmont here.
Yeah.
Give me Belmont. Give me him now. I was going to wait on that. Give me him now. +8. That's it.
Yeah, I will be betting Belmont. I expect to. These are the ones that I expect to move on. The
Perfect.
Belmont game is at 9 p.m. So we'll be adding a Belmont +8, which is also widely available. Although there are some 7.5s, and the sharp ones are at 7.5, but widely available +8 for CMAC Belmont +8 at -110. Anything else you want to add?
Nope, that's it. I was waiting on Belmont, but I'm on them. Give me him. I think they stay in that game.
It's a good-looking card. I mean, you have the total, but from the sides, Providence +3.5, Belmont +8. You have Rice +7.5, and Radford +5.5. Again, like I was saying, like when I look at my card and it looks like that, I generally have quite a bit of success on it. I like the card. I like the card. CMAC has made his moves. A star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel, our friend Conor Mac here. Please support him on X, and he will be on Betting with Bag Wednesdays and Fridays. CMAC, any last words for the Cappers supporting the show, my friend?
No. What did Aubrey Travis say? Yeah, I mean, I'll take the 5.5. This is something that I was betting, so I'll take that extra half point, if I waited, but, we're on the show, gave it out, I'm on it. So that is it. But shout out to everyone else. Wager Detected, Nasty Nate, my dude, Rod Zawacki, what up, the Juice, Sweaty Butch, Zoe, everyone in here. Appreciate you. Let's win. Jason Meyer, what up? Shout out to him. That guy. All right, let's win today, baby.
Be well, my man. Be well. There he is, Mr. Conor Mac in the house. Aubrey Travis says Radford lost last meeting by nearly 20 points. Wouldn't you want a higher number than 5? So I'm the opposite, Aubrey. When I see something fishy like that, that makes it more appealing. I find that more appealing, not less appealing. Now we're watching that move away from Radford, so we'll see. But I'm the opposite. I find it more appealing. Let's move on to best bets with our next guest. He is the star of Medicate Mondays, as well as the star of the Starting Five every Saturday, 10:45 a.m. Eastern, right here on Pub Sports Radio. Please welcome Dallas, Texas, our guy Daby Cab in the house. Daby Cab, how are you?
I mean, I've been better. Kentucky, they laid an egg yesterday. They shit my sheets, Jimmy. So fuck the Wildcats, but they made me money this season, so it is what it is. I like the bets that I have today. Ready to fire away. Today we get it back.
Well, let's get right into it. We do have graphics here. Let's get started. We start with a big one, and we're going to have cash flow information for it. So let me get that all set up here. Nice to have a full slate of info for us. A big one. We have Oregon, Michigan. Big Ten action. Oregon Ducks 16-6, 5-6 in conference. At the number 24 ranked Michigan Wolverines, 16-5, 8-2 in conference. Michigan off of they got crushed at Purdue. In fact, you could say Michigan's been very underwhelming for 5 games in a row. Coming off the 66-63 win at Rutgers, underwhelming. They won at home, 76-72 over Penn State, underwhelming. Lost badly at Purdue, 91-64. Needed overtime to get by Northwestern at home. Lost at Minnesota. They have not looked good. And you can say the same about Oregon. Oregon's scuffling right now. They lost at Minnesota. They lost by 26 at UCLA when they no-showed. And they're coming off a loss at home to Nebraska. Very interesting situation here. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, and hear Daby's plan. From a line history standpoint right now, Michigan is -8 and -107. They opened up -7.5. So for that half-point move towards the Wolverines. Sorry, did that get to 8.5 at one point? Sorry, yes, it did. So this opened up at 7.5. It took an hour and 8 minutes to move to 8.5. So we've come back to 8, but still a half-point move towards the Wolverines. And from a total scenario here, we have a 153 juice to the over. I see a lot of 153.5s in the market. This has dropped from 154 down to 153. When we get to the cash flow information, 31% of the tickets and 47% of cash is on Michigan. That's interesting. 53 and 51 on the over. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab. Ducks, Wolverines.
Yeah, I mean, Oregon just jumped off a cliff. I mean, you touched on their recent games, but lost 4 of their last 5, and they haven't been competitive. That's the thing, right? If you're going to lose basketball games, in a tough conference, okay, like make it a close game. Come down to 1 or 2 possession games. They haven't been doing that. I guess Nebraska they did, but blown out by UCLA. Beat again by 8 points by Minnesota. It's just 7 points by Purdue. These games haven't really been that close with Oregon. And one thing I'll say is, Biddle went down like 2 weeks ago. My timing might be a little off because I'm putting this together just off my head. And they had a flu running through their locker room, right? Oregon was rolling. And then Biddle went down for a game. A couple players got sick. And they've looked like shit. One thing I will say, though, about basketball is it's a lot like baseball where, you can get that shot, you can get that flow, things can start coming back. And, I could see that for Oregon. Not enough for me to bet them here. I thought about it. I really did. But I'm not betting Oregon here. I found a prop in this game. I'm going to go with Shellstad's threes prop. It's a little bit of juice at -130. But he's cashed this prop 7 out of his last 10 games, over 1.5 threes. The way he goes, him and Biddle, if they don't play good, Oregon doesn't have a chance. And I'm kind of leaning towards the thought, maybe they're in this game. And if they're in this game, he's definitely going to at least hit 2 threes. So like I said, he's cashed it 7 out of his last 10 games. And I'm talking a couple props today. So what I want to say is props aren't something that I bring for one day to the table. Like, if he doesn't cash this and it's available again, I'm going to bet it again because he's going to cash it. Props are something you got to stick with. It's a little different than a side and a total.
All right. Interesting. Yeah, Wager Detective. I have the exact opposite from the rest of the market. But again, if tracking FanDuel works for you, then take it to the bank because the sites that you have to pay for, it's saying the opposite of that. But if that works for you, go get it. Jackson Shellstad over 1.5 threes here. And what was the juice?
-130.
Oh, sorry. Over 1.5 threes at -130 for Daby Cab. You are in business here. Yeah, no wager. I mean, we don't need to I obviously completely I'm not saying you're wrong or you're lying or anything like that at all. You're just looking at a different source of information, which I hope is something. If it's a free source, you may be a little concerned about it. This opened up. Does it tell you the times too? You really want to know the times that it opened up here. I think that's really important when you're studying line movement. This opened up at 2:30 p.m. at the site yesterday, at the site we played poker at. It opened up at 7.5 for the pick'em. It took 31 minutes to move to 8. Now it moved back to 7.5, but then it moved back to 8.5. It's bouncing all over the place. So right now we have a half point of movement there and a full point of movement at another book. But if it works for you, then trust whatever works for you. We have a Skunt Blasters action here. Miami Heat and under 220 plus 250. Northern Kentucky and Nebraska. Here, I'm going to copy and paste that. Skunt, my man, thank you for sharing that with us. My friend, Skunt Blaster, play of the day, Skunt Bag play of the day and he is on the Huskers in that spot. Interesting. And he's on the Norse, which is, I was following Spooner talk about it. It is a very fishy spot, which I can understand why you're backing the Norse. Okay, so we have Daby Cab in a business. Morgan says, what do you think of scores and odds to track market movement? Says, would you look for a different source? I think that the concern with tracking college basketball is that it's not like it was 15 years ago or even, I guess 15, 20. I mean, every year is so different from the next. So I think that you can only track that year of action. If you're tracking teams, if you're tracking the market does work year after year after year. If you're only tracking like what happens when the market does this and what happens when the market does that. If you're tracking what a team does in a search situation, you have to only use this actual.
Yeah, there's too much turnover with the transfer portal and everything. Yeah, it's simple. Every team's different. I mean, there are some teams that have a lot of returning starters, but that's few and far between nowadays.
Yeah. So, but let's work with that more here. We'll work on that more. Okay. Let's go here. Next spot on the board is Missouri. The next spot for Daby Cab, the 15th ranked Missouri Tigers, 17-4, 6-2 in conference. At the number 4 ranked Tennessee Volunteers, 18-4, 5-4 in conference. We're at Food City Center in Knoxville, Tennessee. We have Missouri. After that 61-53 loss at Texas, playing pretty good basketball. Beat Ole Miss at home 83-75 and then destroyed Mississippi State 88-61 at Mississippi State. This team is rolling, definite tournament. We'll be capping them in March Madness. Then we have the Volunteers. They have bounced back from back-to-back losses at Auburn and at home to Kentucky. They destroyed Florida without their two best players or two of their best players. And it was a spot that, Troy was all over and they won by 20. We're going to have cash flow information and side information. So let's move on to the side here. And we have Missouri right now at a huge dog at +9, -108. They opened up at 9.5. We have a half-point move towards Missouri. This is the kind of fishy line where I want the favorite or nothing. It's just this line doesn't make a ton of sense to me, unless Tennessee is the juggernaut of juggernauts that's on their way to win the tourney. This total opened up at 134.5, is now 135.5. And when we get the cash flow here for the spot, just give me 1 second because we'll have it. We have 79% of tickets, 76% of cash on Missouri, 80% of tickets, 82% cash on the over. Take it away for us here at Daby Cab, Missouri, Tennessee.
Yeah, look, I ended up not betting this game. Tennessee had a real down stretch before bouncing back against Florida, and that's a win against Florida they needed because, they went and lost to Florida by 30. So returning the favor and beating them by 20 at home was something that, they had to feel good about. And, Zakai Ziegler didn't even play in that last game against Florida. So anybody betting this, definitely want to check on him, see if he's in, if he's good to go here. I can check that in a second, but I don't know off the top of my head. Anyways, Missouri, man, whether you're talking about Tamar Bates or Caleb Grill, I mean, these kids can play. These guards, they move the basketball. They facilitate this offense well. I expected a little bit more of Missouri earlier in the season, and it wasn't quite there, but it's starting to come to, like I say, we talked about turnover, the transfer portal, even though these guys Bates have been here, but the team is starting to mesh. The team is starting to run, full form. I wouldn't bet against Missouri here personally, but I'm not betting this game, like I said.
All right. This will need absolute more study for the spot. I mean, it's such a fishy line.
It's crazy, right?
Which makes me want to back Tennessee.
I mean, and we look, when I say Tennessee kind of fell off, all their losses, when I was talking about Oregon and saying they're not keeping the game close, like keep it close, right? Tennessee, 1 point to Vanderbilt, 2 points to Auburn, 5 points to Kentucky. Like, those are respectable losses. There's a difference in losing, basketball games like that and then losing by, 10, 15 points. The thing is Tennessee's defense can almost always keep them in a basketball game, right? That's the question. And if you're looking at the total too, it's, how much is Missouri going to be able to put up here, on the road against Tennessee?
44 points was such a phenomenal job. The Volunteer defense last out. That was a great call by Troy. All right, let's move on to the next spot on the board here. Final spot here for college basketball today. We move into NBA next. We have 9 p.m. Eastern action. Villanova Wildcats 12-10, 5-6 in the Big East at the DePaul Blue Demons 11-12, 2-10 in the Big East. Wintrust Arena in Chicago, Illinois. DePaul looked great last out. Beat Seton Hall. Now I know Seton Hall is just 1-10 in conference, but took care of Seton Hall 74-57. Villanova's lost 3 straight. And the last one to Creighton at home. As I said when we talked, about Creighton. Villanova's been playing very, very tight basketball games here. DePaul 74-57 when they shot 55.3 from the field and 20.9 from 3. They still turned the ball over 20 times. They're still, obviously not a team to be trusted. Let's take a look at the line history here for this one. This one pops off at 9 p.m. Oh, shoot. Sorry, let me get the... I'm being...
Well, I could have done
Oh, yeah, we don't have... That's my bad. We don't have DePaul. We don't have this graphic, so I apologize to you guys for that one. Let's go. We have this total. Again, this is a depending on where you shop situation here, because I see 143s and 144s on the market, but this is a 142.5. Now it's heavily juiced to the over, minus 121. So maybe it is basically a 143.5. And when we get to the point spread here in this one, when we get to the point spread, we have. Sorry about this. We have DePaul plus 5.5 at minus 106. They open up at 5, now 5.5. We have a half-point move towards Villanova. And I'd be curious to see if we have any cash flow info here, and we don't. 58% tickets, 59% cash on the over. Take it away for us here, Daby Cab, Big East action, the Blue Demons hosting the Wildcats.
Yeah, this is a good example for me to prove what I've been talking about. Whether it cashes or not, I'm showing that I'm going back to a couple props that we've seen here. And shout out to our guy C-Mac, because he was on here last time when I was on these props, right? He took the Dixon 3 prop, and then I backed it with him. We didn't cash. He almost didn't. But, C-Mac texted me. He goes, watch, it's going to hit the next time too. And I said, yeah, I already know. I think he bet it, but I know I bet it the next game. Of course it cashed. Then it cashed again the next game after that. He didn't hit it last game, but, I think he gets right back to it today. If you look at his 3s prop, he's cashed this 7 out of the last 10 times. Same thing I said with Shellstad. The numbers support it. The shots are going to be there. So I took Dixon's 3 prop over 2.5 threes. That one, you can get it minus 110. And then I went back to the well on the other side of the prop that I had with Poplar, Wooga Poplar. I took his point prop over 14.5 points. That one's an even money. Hold on. I might have gave you those backwards. Sorry about that. No, Poplar's even money. Dixon was minus 110. There we go. Yeah, I went back to the well with both of them, and Poplar's the same thing. It just so happens to be the same number. You look at it. He's cashed his point prop at this number 7 out of his last 10 games. So all 3 of these props, this is consistency with these players. It's a decent bettable number. So everything lines up. That's what I'm looking for with props. It's looking for the number that I want with not too much juice. And if I get it, I bet it, and I stick with it throughout a season. These are 3 props that around this price, I think I don't think. I know you've been making money. If you've been taking these props at this price around this number, you've made money. So I guess all I'm trying to say, Jimmy, is this isn't a one-time thing. Pay attention to these fucking props. If you're going to bet them, don't just do it today. Pay attention long-term.
No, it makes sense. If you trust the spot, you got to keep hammering it. I have interest in Villanova here. I'm going to wait. I'd like to fade DePaul after that feel-good win. But I do want to know that everything kind of correlates. So Villanova may be on my card. We have Dixon over 2.5 threes, -110. Poplar over 14.5 points at +100. And Jackson Shellstad over 1.5 threes at -130 for Daby Cab. Daby, thank you so much for rocking with us, my man. Baseball season coming quickly. Quickly. We'll be here before we know it. That's what happens when we come back from San Antonio. It means it's baseball season.
It's like a turnaround. Just blink of an eye and it turns over.
Yeah. Rodswag says bet against Villanova in away or neutral games on the money line after a game where they made 78% of their free throws or better. Villanova record since 2023 season 9-21 is interesting angle there. There we go. Villanova, DePaul may be an addition. I'm going to sit with all of this here shortly. The El Dorado custodian saying, I appreciate your time, Daby. Thank you. Daby, thank you for rocking with us, my man. Any last words for the Cappers supporting the show?
Let's cash these bets. Muted, finally. Let's cash these bets today. I love doing this with you guys. Thank you guys for having me up here. I'll be back tomorrow, man, tomorrow. So it's just a quick turnaround. Let's cash today. We'll be back tomorrow and do the same thing. Catch you guys.
I love it. There he is, Daby Cab. We move into NBA. I mean, I couldn't believe, first off, that the Raptors, had 3 shots there at the end of the game to cover, but got the push. 3-0 last night in NBA. I was sitting here with the same feeling that I have today after getting crushed in NHL and college basketball last night. And I was sitting here in NBA. NBA destroyed me on Wednesday and Thursday of last week. But I dug in. I've cashed, I think it's 7 straight now in NBA. And now I didn't look, I was, flirting with a 10% ROI and now I'm 57 and what the hell am I? 57 and 51. Sorry, where am I? 57 and 51, 52.8% plus 1.57 units ROI plus 1.45%. But I need to do the same thing in college basketball and hockey that I did in NBA. Just dig in. You beat it year after year, so just go fucking beat it. So no, I've cashed 6 straight winners. So I had, and you know what? I lost 10 straight after the Brooklyn debacle. But after the Brooklyn casher on Wednesday, I lost 10 straight over Wednesday and Thursday. It was horrific. And then my first loss, I did lose on the Jokic over 15.5 points, rebounds, and assists on Friday because he had 50. He ended on 50. So if, looking at the spreadsheet, that's, God, it's just fucking embarrassing. But that was 11 straight fucking losers in NBA. But I balanced out with 6 straight winners. Let's keep winning in NBA. I didn't see it saturated. I didn't see it, my friend. I did hear about it, but I didn't see it. So I got to heat up, and we got to keep winning in NBA. We got to keep winning in NBA. If NBA is going to, and also we have a little bit of a longer stretch before, all of this madness with the trade deadline and All-Star break and just madness. So let's unite and get that cash here. We have our 2 experts joining us. We are a 3-headed monster here, which means I got to figure out the right, I think it's this. I think it's this way. I think it's this one. So let's bring on our guests here. And I might need to fool with this backstage. It might be this. God, I don't know what the hell it is. Is it this? No, it's this. No, it's this. We'll figure it out. Shout out to Jose. And thank you, Jose, for putting together our graphics. Please welcome from Los Angeles, California. We just watched them 60% in the regular season. Almost finish off the year 60% in college football. And focusing here on NBA. You can catch me on Wednesdays and Fridays with me. Please welcome our guy, Wine Time Sports. Wine Time, what's good, man? How are you?
Jimmy the Bag, good to be with you here on a Wednesday. loaded NBA card today. I know you're good. Loaded NBA card today. I got my butt kicked yesterday in college basketball. 0-3, 1-2 in the NBA. So I'm ready to have a huge day, Jim. It's been a great NBA season. College basketball, I just can't seem to get one in right now. So we'll see about that. But I'm excited to cap this NBA card with you.
I am very excited to cap with you. And it's not just us. Coming to us from South Jersey, the star of our number one show on our channel, the Locker Room Talk podcast. Please welcome our guy, Mr. Billy Brisbane. Brizzy, what's good, man? How are you?
What's up, Jim? I'm switching over to the desktop shortly. As I went to the right, I knocked out the power cord, and that's why you see me poof and disappear behind stage like that. My bad.
No worries. It is great to see you, my friend. And let's get right to work here. Looking forward to cap this card. It saved me from not showing up today. How about that? Maybe it did that. Saved me from not fucking showing up. All right, let's get to work here. NBA, and let's get that cash. We will. Is that okay? There's Brizzy back. So I'll wait till okay, there he's good to go. Okay, let me get the. All right, here we go. Let me just move the odds over. At least now we're at a sport where we're going to get all the cash flow information. Let's move over to NBA. Let's get over to NBA and let's roll, fellas. Go to all markets.
Glad to see you one time. Always one of my favorite cappers to break down some games with. Hopefully we get to some cash today. Hopefully this is a big day for me. I need a swing day here. It's like I'm right on the teeter of like big up Super Bowl, UFC 312. So
it's a big weekend ahead.
Oh, it's a huge weekend ahead, man.
Crazy. Good to be with you here on screen on a Wednesday, Billy. I'm excited to get this cash with you guys. Let's go.
Let's roll. 7 p.m. Eastern. We have the Milwaukee Bucks, 26-22, 9-14 on the road. We've just heard from cappers in the chat discussing the Kuzma Middleton trade.
That's crazy.
Kuzma Middleton trade. The Bucks 9-14 on the road. What a Jekyll and Hyde basketball team they are. At the Charlotte Hornets, 12-35, 8-19 at home. We're at Spectrum Center in Charlotte, North Carolina. This has been the spot where, the 9-game homestand for Charlotte, but they've just, fallen off. But it's not their fault. The two-headed monster is injured, and they've been completely falling off. So let's get into the spots at the Spectrum Center here. Shoot-arounds have taken place, so we can get an idea of what's going on here. So, obviously Kuzma's not going to play, but all of their stars for the Bucks are game time decisions. So we got Dame questionable. He missed the Monday game, so he's questionable with a groin injury. We have Giannis Antetokounmpo. He is questionable with a knee injury. He also missed last game, so could he be missing 2 games in a row? We have Bobby Portis, who we thought was on the trade deadline. We still think he is probable. So he's missed 6 straight games for the Bucks while tending to a personal matter. So Bobby Portis will be back. Portis is in. Then we need to see about Brook Lopez here. Brook Lopez is probable. So while the other two are, especially when 2 players become probable and a couple players don't, that generally means that I don't know if Dame and Giannis are going to play. For the Hornets, Micic, who now is so important with ball out, he's questionable. He is questionable here. He's been dealing with his left ankle injury for a little while. Obviously, Vasily knows this is a huge opportunity for him to show what he can do, getting all these max minutes. DC Capper, NBA Bookie Buster play of the day. DC Capper is on the Milwaukee Bucks, minus 10.5. Let's get that copied and pasted. Thank you, DC. Milwaukee 1-4 over their past 5, playing at the 7th fastest pace in the league, 101.3 possessions a game, 47.7 from the field, 35.8 from 3. Charlotte 0-5, playing at 25th fastest pace, just 97 possessions a game and shooting poorly, 42 from the field and 32.7 from three. Bucks coming off their fourth straight loss, 125-96 at Oklahoma on Monday. And this is game 2 of a 3-game trip. So they're just, embarrassed. It's very close to that 30-point spot. But usually teams that lose by 30 points are then dogs in the next game. If you're going to play the Hornets, you're not going to be dogs in the next game. They come off their 5th straight loss, 124-114 at home versus the Wizards. We're going to talk about the Wizards. In the last 2 games, Wizards have won 25% of their season win total. Now, this is game 8 of a 9-game homestand. This is right where you'd be sitting there going, oh, I want to back this basketball team. I don't know if I've ever heard, actually, the only times I've ever said that I've lost money. So we have Charlotte right now plus 10 at minus 110. They opened up at plus 9. So with a 1-point move towards the Milwaukee Bucks. And on the total for this one, we have a 222 at a pick'em. This opened up at 218.5. We've climbed 3.5 points towards the over. And on the cash flow, 54% of tickets, 63% of cash is on the Milwaukee Bucks. 93% of tickets, 94% cash is on the over. D. Jenkins, thank you, says Giannis and Dame are now probable as well. My dude says stay away from the Bucks. They play terrible on the road, but they just got embarrassed. So do they step up here? We will start with Brizzy, and then we'll go back and forth here between Wine Time and Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away. Bucks, Hornets, first game on the board.
Yeah, this has been an absolute low spot for the Bucks, losing 4 straight games. I mean, damn near all by double digits. I mean, we've seen this song and dance before with Doc Rivers. They kind of punted Monday's game, though. Something's got to click for Milwaukee over these next 2 games versus Charlotte and Atlanta. Charlotte seems to cover these big spreads, but when it's double digits, but they kind of get blown out against the East Coast team. This isn't a game I want to be too confident in, but I think this could be a sneaky spot for an under for Milwaukee playing defense. Both of these teams bottom in the league in pace. Charlotte might have the rebounding advantage, but the one thing I didn't like about this game was the other night that Bridges had that triple-double. The next day, he's on fucking Neon's kick stream doing 27 days, 27 nights. Back 11Ks. He's rapping and shit, doing fucking Twitch streams and shit like that. He's about to be the guy that's getting all the usage, and he's out here doing Twitch videos, acting like he's about to be the next LiAngelo Ball and shit like that. I don't know, man. Charlotte does not seem locked in right now. LaMelo hasn't played in over a week. He's in the music videos with LiAngelo that just came out last week with the tweaker. You see him on top of the car going, swerve, turn that corner, whoa, whoa. Everything in Charlotte right now just seems like a fucking joke, it feels like. How is your best player on kick.com with the #1 fucking Twitch streamer fucking doing fucking music videos and dancing and shit like that? We saw how that worked for the Mavericks when Kyrie Irving did the Kai Cenat stream and the Mavericks proceeded to lose week after week after week after that till Luka got traded. So it's like, I got to lean with Milwaukee. It's just like, I think I got to talk myself into laying double digits with Milwaukee. If anything, I would probably lead Charlotte team total under 105.5, but this is definitely like a circle 530. I need Lillard. I need Giannis. I need everybody in for this one. I ain't about to lay -10 with one of these motherfuckers missing. So it's like, this is a Milwaukee spot written all over it. I think Milwaukee smashes. I don't like how your star players on freaking kick.com acting like he's a rapper again. I mean, the last time he did that shit, he got banned from the league for like a year.
Yeah, it's not an appealing spot. I can understand the bookie buster play today on Milwaukee -10.5. I get it after losing by 29. And now we know that the main guys are probable. Main guys being Giannis and Dame. But it just doesn't appeal to me. Rod Zweig says Charlotte 8-3 against spread, hosting Milwaukee since the 2018 season. Let's hear from you, Wine Time. Any interest in Bucks Hornets? We have a huge card, so we don't need to milk the unmilkable.
Yeah, nothing for me in this one, Jim. I saw Saturated asked, does Kyle Kuzma make the Bucks better? It's a great question. I'm not sure. If you look at when the Bucks won that NBA championship, Chris Middleton was definitely the co-MVP in that 7-game series. I mean, he made a lot of threes, a lot of mid-rangers. He was making a lot of shots that it didn't have him. They wouldn't have won that ring. Yeah, Giannis had a great series and all, but, they shipped him off. He's had some injuries these last couple of years. He hasn't been able to stay healthy. They get a younger guy in Kuzma, a guy that seems to be hungry, but seems to he worries more about his wardrobe than anything, honestly. But Kuzma can ball. We have seen that the guy can make some insane jumpers when he wants to and when he's locked in. Maybe now that he's playing meaningful basketball, maybe he plays, a lot better and he makes this team better. The Bucks needed something because they've lost 4 straight. Hornets without LaMelo, they haven't been able to get a win here. We were on them weaker, so 3 games. They had some value on them, and ever since then, it just seems like Mark Williams has been in and out of the lineup. He should be playing today. I'm a fan of Mark Williams. I think this guy is a good big man in the NBA. I think he's got a good future ahead of him. But with that being said, nothing in this for me, guys. I'll move right past this backward for me.
I think the best bet in this game is the Charlotte team total under 105.5. It depends if Micic is in the game, because if KJ Sampson's in the game, the kid from Colorado last year from that March Madness team, if he's in the lineup, then the pace of play might go a little bit quicker. But if Micic is in the game, then it probably will stay slow. Micic, we talked about this last week about how Micic needs literally 2 screens to do something in an NBA basketball game. So this one kind of comes down to an injury news report. If he's ruled out, I would probably stay off of this. But if he's in, Charlotte team total under 105.5.
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving past this. Kent Davies in the house. Kent Davies joined us at Pubapalooza 3. He's going to be at Pubapalooza 4. He was only there for the Wednesday night, and we loved him. This guy is just a gambler through and through. It's just money in the bank. I was, polluted. It was Wednesday night. I was fucking hammered. And Kent Davies gave me something. And I'm not someone who believes in good luck or whatever, but it was a horrifying day for me in college basketball. So, and I have a box of things that mean stuff to me, especially things that are given to me by cappers. And it was this. I pulled it out today because I can need whatever I can. Kent Davies pulled this out of his pocket. It's the Fighting Illini poker chip. And he gave it to me in a drunken, I was an absolute drunken mess. He gave it to me for good luck, and I kept it. And I pulled it out today, and here he is in the chat. I think it is a good sign that he gave me this. And I got it right here. Okay, let's roll on. 7 p.m. Eastern, Cleveland Cavaliers 40-10, 16-6 on the road at the Detroit Pistons, 25-25, 12-12 at home. We're at Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Cleveland, it's so funny. Anything if it's one of our guys giving me something, I'll cherish it forever. If anybody I don't know. If my wife asks me where something is, I have no idea what the fuck it is. I think I keep tabs on that shit. But Kent Davies gave me a Illini poker chip a year ago, and I know exactly where that fucking thing is. Okay, let's roll. Cleveland 4-1 over the past 5, 11th fastest pace in the league, 100 possessions a game over that stretch, 50.6 from the field and 35.9 from 3. Detroit is 2-3 over their past 5, 9th fastest pace, 101.2 possessions a game, 47.6 from the field, and struggling from 3 over the last 5 games, 30.9%. The elephant in the room on today's NBA card is third game in 4 nights. We have so many of these teams in their third game in 4 nights. This is the third game in 4 nights for both of these teams. Satcher, I'm sure he told me this story, but I was fucking hammered. I have no recollection. I don't even have a recollection. I do remember Kent being the man, and I do remember going home with this Illini poker chip. That's about it. Here we go. Let's get into the line history for this spot. This totals at 236.5. It's minus 109 to the under. It opened up at 236.5. It did get up to 237, but we're back. There's been a 4-cent move to the under now. When we get to the spread here in this one, we have Detroit plus 6.5 at minus 110. They opened up at plus 5, so we've had this 1.5 move towards the Cavaliers. When we get to the cash flow in this spot, 80% of tickets, 83% of the cash is on the Cavaliers. So just 20 and 17 on the Pistons, but line's moving towards the Cavs. 67% of tickets, 66% cash on the over. Everybody expected to be in. The only game time decision is Coro. And the same deal with the Pistons. Everybody good. We know Ivy's gone. So let's grab the. Let's just set this up a little further here. Sorry. So this is the Cavaliers on the second half back-to-back after losing 112-105 at home to the Celtics last night. And then they have to travel to Detroit. It just doesn't feel like a great spot for the Cavs. Pistons had their 2-game winning streak snapped in a 132-130 loss at home to the Hawks on Monday. I can't see why they're not champing here. After losing that tight one to Atlanta. Atlanta was in the throes of a massive losing streak. All right, we go to wine time here. Cavs Pistons, take it away.
Yeah, this is one of the games I already moved on, Jim. I moved on it last night, gave it out at the plus 170. You can get a better number now. But, yeah, I think Detroit's going to get him out right here in this spot. I think this is a get-right spot for him after a close loss. It made me tread a little lightly because Cavs are coming off a loss last night to the Celtics. But, again, they could be tired. They've been playing a lot these last couple games. So, I'm on Detroit in this spot. I'm going to give them out at the plus 6-2, though, Jim, the best number available. You can give me at the minus 110. I think they're going to take care of business today. I think Cade Cunningham's going to have a game as well. His point props is at 27.5 right now. I think he's going to easily hit over that. I might end up adding that to my action as well. I just think Cade's going to have a big game. We're going to need Tim Hardaway Jr. to knock down those open threes. We're going to need those. We're going to need Tobias Harris to score, 15, 17 points. And they're going to need the bench to also step up. And Thompson's going to have to play some pretty good defense today as well. I think this is a Detroit spot. It seems like this is a get right spot for him. I like backing this team in certain situations, and this just seems like the right spot with them. I do think they're going to get them outright, but I'm going to give out the plus 6 as well. I'm going to give out both plays. So I gave out the plus. Let me just make sure I gave out the plus 170. So let's just give me that because that's what I gave out. You can get a better number now, though. I think you can get a plus 190. But I think Detroit's going to take care of business here today, guys.
Plus 6.5 minus 110. And then the plus 170 money line here. Let's hear from Brizzy, Cavs, Pistons, Little Caesars Arena in Detroit, Michigan. Take it away.
Yeah, I'll say the odds makers are getting really, really sharp with these NBA spreads. They're kind of starting to look like NFL spreads of like these teams just played last week. The spread was minus 10.5. Now the spread's at 6.5. Give a team like extra 3.5, 4 points for being at home. So I think this number is pretty spot on. I mean, they're kind of getting a little bit more hip to these back-to-back spots. The Cavs got smacked wire to wire last night versus Boston. I think this should be a good spot for them versus Detroit tonight. This line's pretty short considering Cleveland has won each of the last 11 meetings versus the Pistons. The Pistons have lost 6 out of their last 10 games. But I do love me some Cade Cunningham. The over could be the play as the over 7-3 in the last 10 games, and the over is 16-3 in the Cavs road games. For the Pistons, they're 13-11 towards the over at home this season. The over's hit in 3 of their last 4 games. Cleveland's playing at the 7th fastest pace. Detroit pace up spot at 13th. I think they'll be fine with the up-tempo game. The first game, or not the first game, the last game last week went under that 235.5 total, and the bookies are just copy and pasting the total again. I think this goes over. I think Vegas is kind of expecting Detroit to score points, but the reason why I say this number spot on is because it kind of reminds you of the Pistons versus Pacers last week, where like the number was fucking spot on. like it ended up like the Pacers ended up winning like literally right by the number. I actually lean towards the over 235.5. It's gone up to 236.5, and if you like one of these sides, I would probably lean towards the team total over. Like I feel like 119, 120.5 for the Cavs is a pretty low number. And if you like the Pistons, 115.5 is a pretty low number. Like if you think the Pistons are going to win this game, they're going to have to score more than 115 points.
When you hear from Cavalier fans, or even people who've become Cavalier fans just with this team, they'll tell you that, oh, you hate the NBA, you don't like not knowing who's going to show up every night. You know, well, go cheer on the Cavaliers. Because this is the most honest basketball team in the league. They play every night. I got them live 12 plus 12.5, and I was certain it was going to cash because they just keep trying. This team doesn't stop trying, and that's why their record on back-to-backs is so good. This team just has a ton of heart for Atkinson. I completely understand why Wine Time's on the Pistons here situationally. I don't feel comfortable fading the Cavaliers. The market moving towards the Cavaliers. You know, now the Cavaliers completely backed by the public. 80% thinks 83. I wish this was standing still, or I wish it opened up at 6 and was stuck at 6 or something like that.
It opened at 5.5. Yeah.
No, this opened up at 4.5. It's going up to 6.5. So it's like one direction here.
Oh shit.
Oh wow. Yeah. I never saw anything like 4.5 at the site. Oh, sorry.
I said on the graphic we have 4.5, and that's the number that I had written down last night. At
It got to 4.5.
Oh, it got 4.5.
Yeah. It was at 4.5 this morning at about 6:50, 6:55, 7 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm looking at the games at like 2-3 a.m. East Coast time, so not the exact opening number, maybe like 4 or 5 hours after the opening number has happened. And I do feel like that does the timing. I think I overheard you when I was upstairs saying to somebody in the chat, like the timing of when you're looking at these openers really does matter on these books. Like all these books open up at different times for these props. Like we talk about these team totals a lot. I've been betting a lot of team totals, but fuck the bullshit. If we had to give out a little bit of juice on some of these team totals, that's what I'm doing, because every time it feels like I move up a number or a number and a half, it falls right on that opening number.
And interesting to go back to it, it changes the way you look at the game. Because Wine Time, this opened up at 2 p.m. yesterday at 6.5. If you're looking at that, then you're saying, oh, this is Pistons. So that was at 2 p.m. If you're looking at an offshore that I think is the sharpest, they didn't open this up till midnight, right? They had to wait till the Cavaliers game was over, and they waited, and that was a 5. That tells me that makes the Pistons a lot more appealing all of a sudden. I'm happy we talked about it. Another very interesting thing is when we see that the site that we play poker at, when we see it open up, let's say they open up a total at 130.5. And then half an hour later, they move it to 133.5. They were just wrong. The Sharps came in with limits and moved it. Troy doesn't count the 130.5 when he puts it into his database. And I thought we talked about that yesterday. I think it's an interesting note. Maybe we just, that was just a mistake, and it shouldn't be counted as the opening line.
That happens a lot. Like in college basketball, like you can literally go through a card on Saturday, on like Friday night on FanDuel. I had a question. I would ask the people in the chat to do this on Friday night tonight. Go through the chat, go through the board, look at the total. You'll circle 3 totals that are like 4 to 5 points off, like market wise, just from them posting that number. And more times than not, bro, that shit cashes, and it's usually in those big games.
Yeah, no doubt. These are all extreme. We're going to continue to evolve together, just trying to become the best gamblers that we can be. And this is, again, another part of the process. I found that interesting because I asked her, I didn't know what Troy did with it. I was like, what do you do when and I showed him the example when it's 130 and it moves 3 points in 20 minutes. He doesn't even count the 130.
That happens so much in college basketball that it's ridiculous. Yeah. Like the numbers off the first hour change so much of like, I think it was UAB on Monday night. They were opened up at like +2.5. You flicked your eyes back to the sports book later. They were like -2.5.
Yeah, no, it's important because you got to, find sense with all of these numbers. Let's roll on though. Let's roll on. We have Wine Time moving on Pistons +6.5. Pistons money line at +170. We roll on to Spurs Hawks. Again, anybody coming to San Antonio, we have a huge contingent that will be at the Spurs Sixers game, and hopefully Embiid will be going up against Wemby. So that now we'll be at playing poker, a bunch of us too. So you have 2 opportunities to rock on the Friday night in San Antonio. 7 p.m. Eastern with the San Antonio Spurs 21-26, 7-13 on the road at the Atlanta Hawks 23-27, 11-11 at home. And De'Aaron Fox at point listed as available. Jordan McLaughlin also available. But De'Aaron Fox, we get our first look at De'Aaron Fox. I know a lot of cappers in NHL fade trades. Very curious how people are going to handle this, but Fox, Castle, Vassell, Barnes, and Wemby.
They should be hyped up though, Jimmy. De'Aaron Fox's wife is like one of Texas Tech's all-time leading scorers for their women's basketball. Like
I saw that.
Like
he's wearing number 4 for her, right?
And he's wearing number 4 for her. So if there's anybody in the Fox family that's more happy than going to San Antonio, it's probably his wife.
Oh, that's dope. No, it's
fun.
when you're in a small market, you want players that want to play there.
Yeah.
So that's great.
I'm pretty sure he came out and said that was one of his destinations. That's so cool. Like, let's go.
Chris Paul, though, looks like he won't play at this point. He's played in every game this year. I'm sure we're going to see a lot less of him.
Coaching on the sideline, guys.
Yeah. So he's got a finger injury. He may miss his first game of the year. On the other side of things, of course, Trae Young is probable, but of course he is dealing with. Sorry, let's get this back here. Of course, dealing with Trae Young, the day-to-day-ness of Trae Young. So he is probable. Bogdanovich, Capella, and Zeller are out. So what do you do? How do you handle De'Aaron Fox's first game here? Let's take a look at the line history in the cash flow. We have the Spurs -4.5. They opened up at -5.5. So we've had a 1-point move towards the Atlanta Hawks. I get that move. I'm interested in that. I'm interested in Atlanta, even though they've been terrible. This total's at 243. It's come up from 241.5. So we had a huge move. A huge move. Not huge, but a legit move on the over. So we move on and over and a move towards Atlanta Hawks. Now let's take a look at the cash flow. We have 53% of the tickets and 49% of the cash on Atlanta Hawks. I found that quite interesting. Now, as you get older, and I don't mean your actual age, I mean the longer you cap for. The sparkle goes away. When I was younger, I'd be like, De'Aaron Fox, first game on the Spurs, man. I want, when you're in the game for a while, you think, oh, this might be a perfect spot to fade the excitement of De'Aaron Fox's first game. Now it's not at home, but again, 53% tickets, 49% of cash on the Hawks is a little more than I thought. 65 and 68 on the over, and we've seen it, climbing to the over. Both teams are 1-4 over their past 5, right? The Hawks snapped their 8-game losing streak with that 132-130 win at the Pistons on Monday. For the Spurs, they come in off their 4th loss in 5 games, 128-109 at the Grizzlies on Monday, and that started their road trip. So this is game 2 of a 5-game road trip with De'Aaron Fox alongside. These teams are playing at a very fast pace, both of them. Pace has increased in the NBA. The Spurs are playing at 103.1 possessions a game over their last 5. We'll see how that changes with De'Aaron Fox. And Atlanta just ahead of them at 103.3 possessions a game. Both teams are shooting similar except for from 3. Spurs are shooting much better from 3 than Atlanta over the last 5 games. Atlanta just 32.5% from 3. Luchase Fox looking at the under and Robert Franklin looking at the over for Wemby. Here we go. Brizzy, floor is yours. Spurs Hawks.
Yeah, Atlanta's just a hard team to back right now, in my opinion. It feels like Trae's developing with these young guys. They're coming off that win in Detroit, but they've lost 8 out of their last 10 games. When these two teams met in December, the Spurs won 133-126. It's still to be determined how Fox will gel with this team, but I'm more lenient for a point guard being kind of like, you just throw a point guard in. Point guard can look good. I mean, you're playing with Victor Wembanyama, and that's really what it really came down to is like, who the fuck is about to guard Wemby here? Second game of a 6-game road trip is asking a lot for the Spurs just to back them at -6 with the form that they've been in. If I'm not to be mistaken, I think that was a spot that we cashed last week. But I will say, though, when I look at the fantasy points per game, Victor Wembanyama, or I should say not fantasy points per game, for tonight's daily fantasy slate on DraftKings and FanDuel, I do have Victor Wembanyama graded out as the best play of the whole entire slate. He's only second to Nikolai Jokic in fantasy points tonight. So do with that information as you want, but I feel like my pre-thought is to bet the over, but I ended up just taking the player prop here. Atlanta's Zach, I can't say his name, Richer, over 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists. He's gone over this line in 4 straight games since coming back from injury. He's the biggest benefit of no Jalen Johnson in the lineup. He's played 25-plus minutes in 3 straight games. This is a good spot versus the Spurs, who are allowing the 5th most points in the paint. And he's been shooting the rock very well, 12 3-pointers in his last 4 games. And looking at the rebounding category, his rebound prop line sits at -146, juiced towards the over. And with Okongwu, Gordon, and Wemby in the lineup, it should create a better matchup for him. If you look at the last wings box scores against the Spurs, Hami Hakwes, 6 rebounds, Giannis, 14, Kawhi, 6 rebounds, Norman Powell, 8 rebounds, Pascal, 11. So I think Ricochet should go over that 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists. My favorite player prop of the day, -120 at Bet365.
You got it locked in here. Let's hear and a lot of backing for Ricochet. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, too. Wine time. Take it away here for Spurs Hawks.
Yeah, guys, another play I am involved in. I got in last night, late last night. Got in at the over 241.5 -110. Gave it out on X last night. Highest total on the board. Fox coming in here, they're going to push the pace. Also, like a player prop in this, and I don't know. I believe I hear what you're saying, Jim, about the star player and all that. I think this is different though, because I do think the Spurs need to start winning some ball games now that they made this trade. I think they told Fox, we got to start winning now. We need this ball game. We need to win this game. I'm not going to take them on the spread, but I do think they're going to win this game. I'm looking at, honestly, Harrison Barnes, two guys that have played together for a couple of years. They liked playing with each other in Sacramento. His over 1.5 threes, guys, is +120. Lock me in on that. I think he's going to hit those 2 threes in the first quarter, honestly. He's going to have at least 3 today. Could probably get some even better plus money on it, but I think he's going to have a night. I think Fox is going to look for his buddy in the corner to make those open threes, and we know Barnes can knock those down. And like I said, they played with each other in Sacramento for a couple of years. They liked playing with each other. I see Fox's points props right now is at 22.5. I'm not sure if I wouldn't take his point props. I think he's going to try to get more of his teammates involved here today. I think he's going to try to dish it out a lot. And we're seeing, it's just weird though, guys, looking at his assists thing. It's just you either have to get big plus money or pay a lot of juice, because his assists over 5.5 -150, over 6.5 +130. It's do I want to take his over 6.5? I think he can get it, because I do think he's going to emphasize getting his teammates involved. That's what Chris kind of does when he's out there. And now you got a guy that can do it at a higher level, that could also score, that could attack the paint when there's no one open. Fox plays fast. He's probably the fastest player, one of the fastest player, from each side of the court to the other in the NBA. I like his assist in this as well. I'm not going to move on it quite yet, just because I don't know what I'd want to take, the juicier one or plus money. I do think he could get 7 assists, but
you could ladder it though. Wine time. Who's to say he doesn't throw the ball up to Wemby for half of those fucking assists
That's what I'm thinking too. You know what I mean? He's gonna do that. He's gonna want to try to find the big man. I'm guessing that's why Fox, one of the big reasons why he wanted to go to San Antonio. You know what I mean? So he's gonna feed the big man down low. I think the Spurs are gonna smack these guys up today. Honestly, they're gonna start winning some games because they're falling behind in the standings. The West is a lot different than the East right now. If they were in the East, they would be, I believe, a top 8 team, but they're outside of the bubble right now. They went out and made this trade to get their guy Fox, who wanted to play for him. I think he's going to play with a lot of heart tonight. So yeah, I'm on the over 241.5. I think there's going to be a lot of points scored, not a lot of defense being played on either sides of the court. I think both teams are going to be able to get off on this one. So 2 official plays, the over 241.5. And I'm going to add on my Twitter right now, Harrison Barnes over 1.5 threes, +120.
2 things I wanted to say before we hop off this game. I definitely feel you on that De'Aaron Fox. It could be rebounds and assists at 10.5. That's in that -140. And one future that I do have my eye on, I just want to see how De'Aaron Fox looks with this team, is I think Castle's going to win this Rookie of the Year.
He's been awesome.
He's such a, I've been watching a lot of Spurs basketball this year, and watching him these last couple of weeks develop into an NBA player so fast right now. He's attacking the rim, he's making some big time shots. He's not afraid of the big moment. This team's building something nice over there in San Antonio, man. I'm telling you, these guys are going to be good these next couple years.
I think there's a lot of value on his Rookie of the Year prop. If you look at Kellen Ware, granted, are you just giving Rookie of the Year to the guy that just missed the first 2 months of the season? Now you just got thrown into a starting lineup this year. If the Spurs go on a little streak and they make the playoffs, I feel like by default, Castle at +320, that might be something you want to fuck with over this weekend if you're doing some Super Bowl parlays and stuff like that, and you wanted to get some long shots. But yeah, Stephon Castle is definitely about to go on some tickets for me this weekend for Rookie of the Year.
He's got everything. He's playing like a veteran out there. I get it. I get it. Let's roll on here. I think I may end up on the Hawks. I expect to be on the Hawks tonight. The Pistons, because we talked about that opener on the offshore that opens at 2 p.m., has changed my thought process around that, and I'm happy that Wine Time brought that up. But Hawks, I expect to be on my card at this point. Now I'm gonna have to take a worse number, but I think I'm okay with that. So let's roll on. Brizzy on Ricochet over 17.3 on his assist. Wine Time on the over 241.5 and Barnes over 1.5 threes. We discussed whether or not the Aaron Fox over 5.5 assists or over 6.5 assists. As a little rec bet, I love the idea. It's just when I romanticize an angle like that, my ROI isn't good, but it makes so much sense. And again, you guys know I'm trying to stay away from player props, but I like it. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Wizards Brooklyn Nets, the surprising 3-game winning streak. And I cashed with the Nets at +10 last night.
Yeah.
Of course, they went outright. All my dogs went outright. Lakers +8.5 went outright. Bulls +3.5 went outright.
I can't believe the Nets won that game last night. That was crazy, man.
That was such a bullshit. I don't know. What's up with these shitty ass teams in the NBA keep on winning these home and homes, and they're not winning just one. They're winning both of these.
They're winning both. Yeah, it's interesting seeing it in college too. One thing about Brooklyn, just for us, for Dan Kelly and myself, Dan Kelly celebrating his 70th birthday last night, yesterday, and shout out to our friend Dan, is I need 9 more wins now from Brooklyn. Something that looked like it wasn't going to happen. 9 more wins. That was a max bet. Now it's just a regular VIG situation, but so I'm looking for 9 more wins. Something I thought was dead in the water. 3 straight wins, giving you hope here. Let's talk Wizards. Brooklyn up next. Wizards 8-41, 3-21 on the road. Nets 17-33, 6-16 at home. Washington 2-3 over their past 5. They've slowed their pace down quite a bit over the last little while, and they're playing better. They've also dealing with the trade here. Got to be extremely enjoyable for Chris Middleton to join the Washington Wizards. He's going to be traded immediately. Like, he's not, we all know how this works. The shit team is, just trying to get rid of the contract for Kuzma. They bring in Middleton, and Middleton will go to a veteran-laden team that wants to make a run, and he's probably a decent pickup if he can stay healthy. We got our guy MMA Locker Room in the house. Great to see you, my man. A co-star alongside Brizzy in the Locker Room Talk podcast. So with the Wizards, no Sar, the only person that makes you want to watch this team. Of course, no Sadiq Bey or Bagley. We have JV, who's playing better. They're giving him more run. So JV at the 5, George 4, Koulibaly 3, Carrington 2, Jordan Poole 1. And this spot here with this Brooklyn team, we know the situation. It's all the same. Russell, Johnson, Wilson, Johnson, and then Claxton is the starting 5. There'll be no different from yesterday. Fixes in says Wizards today. They're coming off 2 straight wins, 124-114, the Hornets on Monday, and there were people who said that Brooklyn wouldn't win their 3rd straight game. We just watched them do that. Now they're on the second half of back-to-back after winning 99-97 last night at home to the Rockets. It is a nice spot for Brooklyn. We talk about all of the injuries. Now, I'm not saying necessarily from a gambling perspective, but I mean as a team, you have guys in the starting lineup who are relishing the opportunity to be in the starting lineup, showing off their wares. You have a back-to-back with no travel. You have a team that often this year didn't want to come to the arena. Now they've got a smile on their face. Just took out the Rockets in back-to-back. Now the Rockets had the game in between, and it wasn't just a game. It was a hugely intense game against the Knicks at MSG. So everything kind of helped the Nets in that spot. Let's talk about line history and then hand it over. Wine Time will be going first on this one. We have this total at 217.5 at a pick'em. It opened up at 217. This dropped down to 216, and we're back at 217.5. So a half-point move towards the over. When we get to the point spread here for this one, we have Brooklyn -4 at -109. They opened up at -1. So that's Kuzma not being there.
I think it's Cam Johnson's playing today, Jim. Is he announced in?
No.
I have him on action projected to start right now. I don't know if that's correct or not.
Yes. Available to play. That's it.
Yeah.
Cameron Johnson available to play after missing 6 straight. Green light. Wow. No word on restrictions. That's important. Thank you for bringing that up. So we have 78% of tickets, 75% of cash on the Brooklyn Nets. 88% tickets, 81% cash on the over. why wouldn't the Nets just take care of business again here? Why don't we bet them immediately? I look. This is a team that they're playing for each other. They're relishing the opportunity to be in the starting lineup. I don't see why we don't back them in. Take it away. Wine time. Wizards Nets.
100%. I agree, Jim. Last night when I looked at this, I could have got, I think it was a 1.5 or 2, and I was very close to pulling the trigger on it. And I just couldn't because I had cashed on the Nets yesterday. I got the +9. They won outright. D'Angelo, I'm not sure what the Nets, I don't know if you're watching the game at all, Jim, but I'm not sure what they're exactly doing with Russell's minutes. He goes out, he starts the game, he plays the first 4 minutes, sits out for 5 minutes, plays 4 more minutes, sits out for 5 plays. It's really weird and inconsistent. I've never seen an NBA player play so little minutes at a time and come in and out of the lineup. I think it's kind of throwing him off a little. He's not playing good ball. Yeah, he made the game-winning shot last night. But if you look at his shooting numbers, I mean, when he was in the game, they were losing the ball game the entire time. When he was off the court, they were winning. They were getting some shots off, which is crazy because D'Angelo Russell is probably, I would say Cam Johnson's the best player now on the court here, him or Jordan Poole. But Cam Johnson, man, I like him from 3. When he's healthy, man, Cam Johnson is good. He can get you 25 a night easily. I do believe that's why a lot of the line movement as well we've seen these last couple hours is because Cam Johnson got ruled in. Keon Johnson, we're seeing him have some breakout games as well for the Nets. Jim, I like your team total, honestly, because I think they're going to take care of business here as well against the Wizards. I'm going to move on it with you guys. I'm going to move on it right now. I'm going to see. I got -4, -110. I'm going to move on it now. I think they're going to win this game. And if I think they're going to win this game, I think they're going to win by 5+. So I'm going to take the -4. So lock me in, Jim. I like it, man. I think this is a good spot for the Nets. Ben Simmons should be playing today too. I'm not saying he's good by any means, but he can good at the boards and he can definitely just dish it out at times. And we'll see if he can make a couple shots here. But I like that Cam Johnson's back, and I expect D'Lo to dish him a lot of 3 balls here today. So give me the Brooklyn Nets -4, -110, Jim.
Yeah, and also. This isn't going to stay. Right now, the Wizards at the sharpest offshores are +4 at even money.
Yeah, I would take it now. This is going to get to a -5. I wish I would. This morning, it was like a 2.5. Like I wanted to move on it so bad, not even about the Cam Johnson news. But now that I got that, I think he's going to have a game today. I might look at his props. I haven't looked at any of his props yet today because I just realized he was playing. So I'm not going to move on anything like that. But I think the Nets take care of business. They're a better all-around basketball team than the Washington Wizards between these 2 garbage teams.
The key for me, and we talk about it in college too, they're excited to come to the arena tonight. Do you think the Wizards are? Maybe they're happy that they don't need to look at Kuzma's fucking hair dye. But I just bet it. Nets -4, -110. Fix is in, getting the 2.5 after that win. Great job. I wouldn't have. I don't think I would have bet this without Johnson being in and Kuzma getting ditched, and then a guy coming in who doesn't want to be there. I mean, it's just there's no change in the black cloud over the Wizards. I think I needed that. Now I love that Fix is in got a great line. But also, get me the 18th win, if they can. If Brooklyn get me the 18th win, then we're talking I need 6 wins for the rest of the season to catch that. I mean, it's just, again, it's not like a huge score. It is a max bet, but there's no, plus money alongside of it.
There's still a lot of games left for you to get that, Jim. Yeah, I mean, the Nets are playing some better basketball the last couple of games. I expect them to take care of business today, dude.
Well, we thought when Schroeder was traded that we weren't going to get it. We thought that they were just giving up. Von Polo on the Wizards, though. I don't know what to say. All I know is that when everybody's on the one side, it's not as good. You do want to see some cappers on the other side. You don't want 50 guys saying, I agree. Hear from Brizzy, Wizards, Nets.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Von Polo in the chat. In these battle of the tanks, I always kind of lean towards the side of the team with the worst record because there would be closer in draft lottery odds. And if you look at the recency bias between these teams, I mean, shit, bro, the Wizards have been playing just as good as the Nets. I mean, they just Minnesota and Charlotte, and they've played better on the road than they did at home. And to be honest with you, the Kuzma trade is probably better for them because you put Bub Carrington and Keyshawn George and Koulibaly in the lineup. they don't fucking know any better that they're tanking or not. If you look at Koulibaly, he's gone over his points, rebounds, and assist line in 7 straight games without Kuzma in the lineup, racking up 26, 38, 30, 26, 37, 31, 30 PRA in all those games. To be honest with you, I think some of these young Wizards second-round draft picks are probably going to show out in this one. Joe Val's in a good spot. And it's just like, dude, I'm not betting the fucking Wizards in this spot. It's just I lean towards the Wizards. I would fade the market move in the injury news, and I lean towards the under 216. I love Cam Johnson. I think he's a great shooter, but I don't give a fuck, man. The Nets can't crack 100 points, it feels like. I like the under. I like the Wizards. Battle of the tank. Pass.
Kuzma has scored 53 points over these last 2 wins.
God bless Kuzma. He's a hooper and all that, but I like the younger guys better. I like Bilal Koulibaly. I like Keyshawn George from Miami. Bob Carrington damn near led the summer league in scoring this past summer. They're basically just getting all the people that are veterans that they don't give a fuck about, and they're just playing the guys that don't know any better. So I'm gonna go with Washington.
A couple things here. Our guy Von Polo leaving Charm City, heading to Atlantic City this weekend. Hoping to link up with you. He's going to be at the Trop. So our guy Von Polo, man, a great guy here. And then Truth Teller, we can talk about it here as soon as we're done NBA, but we got a lot of work to do still on NBA. But basically, the money line is a 50-50, and on the spread, there's the public's all over the Eagles at this point. And when we talk about that, when I talk about that, I still believe that the public really hasn't bet yet.
Yeah, fact.
So the gamblers are all over it.
Publicly betting Sunday morning.
Well, I don't know about Sunday morning, but
you give the Saturday, give a little bit of a Saturday to look at that market information. But I wouldn't be shocked if the Eagles went off as favorites, though. I think that market's gonna flip.
Well, it's been moving towards now. I only bet it 2 days ago, and I got the plus 2.5 at minus 114. That hasn't moved that much. In all honesty, it's so strange with 365 giving by far the best line on the Eagles. The only thing I can say, it's only moved 4 cents. You can still get plus 2.5 minus 118 here. You can't get that anywhere else. And the only explanation I have for that is the Euros are all over the Chiefs. But I don't know if that's a fair
I think it's a fair assessment, because if you look at the sports books that are more predominantly heavy in the East Coast of DraftKings, FanDuel, Borgata, BetMGM, they're getting a lot of Eagles money tickets. But if you look at more of online sports books, they're getting more Chiefs tickets.
I can't wait for the game. We'll be live right here. I know a lot of you guys will be at parties. The guys who are here have all said the same thing to me. They said, I can't be at a party. I don't want to talk about anything other than a football game. I don't want to hear I'm going to get in a fist fight with some guy. So I'm excited. I'm excited about the game. We'll be right here for it. But let's roll on. We have Wine Time on the Nets, -4, -110. I just bet it. I haven't tweeted it out or anything like that. I will. I'll do that here shortly. And I know that it's a simple thing. It's a simple thing. And you hear Von Polo and Brizzy giving you the other side of the Wizards. Maybe we are simplifying things too much. But when teams are surrounded by losing and break through that, I like it. When the Wizards have a 2-game winning streak, Kuzma puts up 53 points in those 2 games, and then he's jettisoned for a guy who doesn't want to play there. I still think there's that cloud over top. And I also we backed Brooklyn the second time against the Rockets, which is something I almost never do. And now they're staying at home. I'm interested in all of this.
The only thing that could happen, though, is you see it all the times with these battle of the tank teams, as I like to bucket them as. The game goes one way like you cap, and then the fourth quarter, last 5 minutes is just all right, we're tanking this. One time I was just talking about D'Angelo Russell's minutes are the most tanking. I want to lose these basketball games.
It's weird, dude. It's really, I've never seen anything like it. 4 minutes on, 5 minutes off, 4 minutes in, 5 minutes off. It's weird. I don't know how you can get in the groove with your team. I'm not sure why they're even, I don't know. It's weird.
But one thing, and it's been talked about already, not on the show or anything, but the bottom 4 teams, they're not going anywhere. There's no way Brooklyn's going to get in the bottom 4. In fact, Brooklyn could lose every single game for the rest of the season. And they're not going to get under the Wizards. They're not going to get under the Hornets, possibly.
It's not about getting under. It's about like getting more, I would say, like balls in the ping of.
That's
like,
getting under. That's
what I'm saying is like, for example, Atlanta last year, they made the play-in tournament and they got the first overall pick.
Yes, but that they had less than 1% chance of that.
But what I'm saying is like some of these teams are like taking this shit to like the literal fucking term, and like
we've been talking about it here in Toronto. The Raptors now have no chance of getting in the bottom 4 because of this run they've been on. Zero chance. It's on the radio. They have zero chance. There's no way they're getting in the bottom 4 now. You're right. They could get, ass lucky here, which is a possible. But
these teams are landing number 1 overall picks. I mean, the San Antonio Spurs, the year that they got Victor Wembanyama number 1, they were not projected to be number 1 overall pick. They were like 5th or 6th.
We can go over all of those spots.
If you're the Wizards or the Nets, you got to be thinking in the front office, like, what the fuck do we have to do to lose more basketball games? Because, like, the Wizards last year, they basically got Alexander Sarr handed to them.
Yeah, it was very fortunate.
For Atlanta, I want to play for Washington. Like, who says that? Other than that, they've been tanking these draft picks.
Well, let's keep rolling. I do copy and paste certain lines that I just love here, and then I never call them out the next day. But the 2 ones here is Aubrey Travis telling us that Radford plus 5.5 is a donation, and Lex Steele says y'all will fuck around, find out Wizards win by double digits. It's the top of my worksheet for the evening. Okay, but let's roll on. We talked way too long about that fucking bum fight, and I'm gonna have to get my wife to pick up Ella. There's no way we're gonna get through these games fast enough. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we hit Miami, Philadelphia. Loved Saturated Night cashing with the Bulls together. I loved cashing with the Bulls as well. I didn't live bet them. This is the only thing that it was up. I should have live bet them last night. Let's roll. We have Ronnie Lofton saying patiently waiting on Jovic points prop. The over has been a gift that keeps on giving. Let's roll into the line history here for this one. The Heat 24-24, 11-14 on the road. Sixers 20-29, 10-15 at home. Wells Fargo Center in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Let's go into the expectation of these 2 teams because we have 2 teams on the second half of a back-to-back. The first question, you'd wonder is Embiid in? No, he's out for sure. Then we want to know is Paul George in? No, Paul George is doubtful. So we know that George and Embiid are out. So then we go to the next useless Andre Drummond, doubtful here. Now I guess he's not as useless, when Embiid's not out there, but Yabusele will take the run. And then Kyle Lowry, can't believe this guy's still in the NBA, questionable here with his wonky hip. I got my wonky hip. Eric Gordon is also a game time decision here. Listed as questionable. He missed last night's game with knee soreness, so there's a possibility that he does play tonight. And then we have Robinson as the game time decision here for the Heat, but he is probable, so he is going to go. And then you have Highsmith is also a game time decision, and he's probable. So Highsmith and Robinson going to be in the lineup here. 2 very different, feelings here. You have the Sixers on the second half of back-to-back after winning 118-116 last night at home. This is their 3rd game in 4 nights. Both teams on the second half of back-to-back. But the Heat on the second half of a back-to-back after looking really bad and falling apart late. Philadelphia +1 here. They opened up +1.5. So with a half-point move towards the Sixers. I don't find that appealing, really. Then we have a 220 is a total. It's -109 to the under. This has climbed up from 214.5. Good God. This is just flowing up here. We have action coming in from grabbers in the chat. So let's get into the cash flow. Sorry, it's way back here. Quickly, sorry, my bad. Cash flow wise, we have 35% of the tickets on the spread and 38% of the cash on the Heat. 35 and 38. We had the half point move to the Sixers. 44 and 48 on the money line for the Heat. 82 and 83 on the over. We've seen it climb up from 214 up. These teams are both playing at a slower pace. They're shooting the ball better than they have all year. Over the last 5 games, the Sixers have shot 51% from the field and 41.7% from three. On the second half of a back-to-back, do we have any thought that they're going to keep shooting like that? And I don't think that they will. That's why this total was at 214. So what does it matter to me that Sharps thought that was way too low? Because these teams, look, Miami, the last 5 games shooting 47.6 from the field. Both teams are shooting better than they have all year long. And so, this skyrockets up. But they're both playing at a slow pace. 97.25 possessions for Miami, 97.1 for Philadelphia. It's 23rd and 25th in the league, respectively. So here we go. We have, sorry, let me make sure I got this right here. So we go with Brizzy to get this one started. Heat, Sixers, take it away.
Yeah, both teams coming in here on the second half of back-to-back. Kind of feels like somewhat of an under spot. Sixers looked really good last night with Embiid back in the lineup, getting a triple-double in his first game back. Philadelphia now 6-0 ATS. Can Max keep the hot hand going tonight because they're going to need it? I feel like with Miami's double big lineup, it does kind of give me some concern on paper. I have a feeling, though, that Miami's going to want to try to come out and have a game after losing to the Bulls last night. But I don't really feel convicted on either side. As like the Heat are more healthy, but the Sixers have just been cashing ATS game after game after game, and they're streaking right now. Feels like they're playing their best basketball of the year. But I'm just going to stay away from betting the Sixers here as a homer bet. That it was giving me homer bet vibes of like usually when I bet Sixer games, I'm usually like spot on. I usually cash them. This one feels like if I'm reaching for the Sixers to win here. I lean towards the under 219.5 Philadelphia money line. One player prop to look at, obviously Tyrese Maxey, 30-plus points, minus 20. He's gone over 30-plus points in 6 straight games, no one being the lineup for tonight. If you think the Sixers have any shot of winning this game, or you think this total has any shot of going over, I would just take Maxey's points probably.
I want Miami, but I am hesitant and wanted to talk it out. I don't know if I get there. Take it away, Wine Time Heat, Sixers.
Yeah, I could only take Miami in this spot, Jim. It's funny. My book is just going up and down right now at this line all morning. I mean, Miami was just a +1. Now they're back to a -1. They're -1, +1, -1 now. And now they're at a minus. I want to see right here. -1, -110, a spot I'm looking to get on. Man, it just almost seems like a recency bias for me, though, because I was on the Sixers last night, minus the 2.5. Embiid couldn't make a fucking that second free throw to get me the win in that one. I wasn't even watching that game live. I'm not sure I don't know why you missed that, but cost me some money there. So I want to fade these guys after that last night. And especially with Embiid not playing in the lineup, though, it's just, I don't know, because I'm not a big fan of this Miami Heat basketball team at all. And I'm not sure the direction going forward, how well they're going to do. They're going to be a first round exit in the playoffs, no matter what, with this current roster they have, unless they can get a decent player for Jimmy Butler when they make that trade. But I definitely, right here, I have Miami written down, like circled, like I want to move on it. I don't know why I haven't yet. I think this just might be a game I'm going to stay away from because, this almost feels like a coin flip game to me. It does. I mean, more of the public is coming in on though in Philly, and this line keeps moving up and down here. I'm guessing that's because the Embiid was announced out, but Embiid doesn't play on back-to-backs anyway, so I'm not sure if that had anything to do with it. I would only take Miami in this spot with you. I'm not going to back Philly here, but definitely lean towards Miami.
The Heat were outscored 39-21 in the fourth quarter. Man, I don't know how they're not just an extremely angry group here.
They should be.
Would that mean you want them early?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, it definitely looks like sharp money's on them too right here. I mean, 35% bets, 38% of money, they got guys in the lineup that are hungry. I mean, you heard Tyler Hero say, like, we have enough here to win now, which, I mean, it isn't true, but at least they believe in themselves. They believe in that they have a good coach. It's just tough because, like what Billy said, too, I mean, Sixers have been playing some good basketball. Even though I lost my bet yesterday, they still won the game. You know what I mean? So they have been playing good ball. So it's a tough. I would only take the Miami Heat here, though, in this spot.
Kentucky versus Kentucky battle, the Hero versus Maxey.
Yeah.
People don't think about it, but sometimes when like these collegiate alumni players play against each other, they usually go fucking off.
Yeah, they're gonna go at each other for sure. I'm looking forward when we go to San Antonio to watch Tyrese Maxey over Embiid. Honestly, I can't wait to watch Tyrese play, man. I'm excited.
Yeah, I've seen him play before. Yeah, it's not that crazy.
I'm gonna move on the Heat. I'm gonna be on the Heat tonight. I like them here. I'm gonna back the Heat. I'm gonna add it here. Let's roll on. My dude, the total opened at 214.5 at midnight. This isn't even a total that moved drastically in the afternoon yesterday. So this is moved in the last 14 hours drastically. So I'm going to move on the Heat here. Let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern is our next spot. Memphis Grizzlies 34-16, 13-11 on the road. Toronto Raptors 16-34, 12-15 at home. Scotiabank Arena, Toronto, Ontario. Let's get this one set up. Raptors fought and made it a game last night. My friend Jeff had a huge ticket, and it closed on the Raptors plus 5.5. 3 shots. Oh. They had 3 shots there.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I was on the money line. I gave out the money line on Twitter, but I was on the 6, so I pushed. But the amount of heart that the Raptors showed, though, after the Knicks were talking shit to their bench. I don't know if you were actually watching the game, but the Knicks were talking shit, and the Raptors were talking back, and they were down by like 22 points. They come soaring back, make it a ball game, like just absolutely wild. It's funny too, because in these spots, like they were down a lot at halftime. And I was like, it didn't seem like that much of a mismatch the first half. Like the score doesn't seem like what it actually indicated. And but yeah, I mean, they ended up winning the game. Raptors definitely showed some heart. Raptors healthy though, Jim. I like this team. They're playing some good ball right now if they can stay healthy. I know Barrett's got that concussion. I know you're not a big RJ Barrett guy, but I do like RJ Barrett, and
I'm a big Rowan Barrett guy.
Yeah.
I love his dad. Everybody here loves his dad.
Yeah.
But no, I'm not an RJ Barrett guy. I've had big bets too, where it's coming down, it's the final, 6-8 seconds, and he drives and dishes to nobody. Like there's nobody there. Is he looking? Does he look where he dishes? He knows that he's got 2 guys coming to him, and he throws it away, or he gets it stalled. I've had it happen so many times here, whether he was playing for the Knicks or playing for that. I loved him when he got drafted. Yeah, that shit went away fast. You start losing money on a player, you stop liking them.
Yeah, I feel
so. Let's roll here. We have Grizzlies next. Memphis, Toronto. Sorry, we set this one up here, but there's been crazy market moves. First off, this total down to 236.5 from a 241 opener. We have huge moves in the marketplace. We have a huge move on the total in this one. On the spread, we have a plus 10.5 and minus 107. This opened up at 8, and we have the prime cut. The prime cut is here. I don't know where the hell I don't know where I copied and pasted. I don't know where the hell I did it, so I'll hit it again here. Prime cut is in. It is Raptors plus 10.5. Home dogs off of a loss are 9-1 last 10. Raptors in this spot this season are 13-2 against the spread. Raptors on a back-to-back 6-2 against the spread this season. Away faves off a win are 1-9 against the spread last 10. We heard from Sweaty Butcher that he loved his prime cut tonight. He said it was Wagyu. That's how much he liked it. He doesn't usually. This guy doesn't blow smoke unless it's the sticky hickey. There's a lot of that going on with the Sweaty Butcher, which we love here at Pub Sports Radio. But let's get into this one here. So we have this huge move towards Memphis. We have this huge move towards the under. Let's get the cash flow up here. Then for this spot, we have we have 39% of tickets, 39% of cash on the Raptors, 67% of tickets, 67% of cash on the over. Memphis 4-1 over their last 5. They've won 3 straight and 9 of 10, coming off that 128-109 win at home versus Spurs on Monday. They're the fastest pace in the league over the last 5 games, 104 possessions a game, 48.9 from the field, 36.4 from 3. Toronto 3-2 over the past 5, 98.7 possessions a game. That's 17th in the league. And they're shooting the ball much better than they have in a couple of years, 47.2 from the field and 36.5 from 3. So we have the back-to-back. So let's just see what the plan is here. RJ out, Pirtle out, IQ out. Boucher is a game time decision. Is sick. He didn't play last night, so will he be able to play tonight? Then from the which is who knows. For the Grizz, we have Bain out, but Ja, Luke Kennard, Jalen Wells, Jaren Jackson, Zach Edey, the starting five is good to go. So Raptors on the second half. So this is a third game in 4 nights for the Grizzlies. And the Raptors on the second half back-to-back after suffering their second loss in 3 games, 121-115 at home versus Knicks last night. Wine Time, take it away.
Yeah, this is a game I have not a play in. Not a lot to say about this one other than probably, I'm not going to fade my guy Sweaty Butcher. Shout out to the Sweaty Butcher, by the way. Can't wait to kick him with my guy in San Antonio. Got to smoke a couple bleezies with him and my guy Jimmy, a couple weeks back at G's house. That was a blast. Shout out to everyone in the chat, too. I forgot to do this, man. Wager Detective, Saturate, my guy. You got to get to San Antonio Saturate. You got to get there, man. My dude, D. Jenkins, the fix is in. Glenn, Fernando Mendoza. You got to get there, too. I always see you in the chat. Appreciate your support as well. Bo Jackson, Andrew G, my dude, Man Bear Pig, Robert Franklin, everyone out there, man. Shout out to you guys. I do think the Grizzlies win this game. I'm not going to lay the wood here against the Raptors, though. The Raptors have made me too much money these last couple weeks. And this just seems like kind of like a Grizzlies spot, and I'm not going to fade my guy Sweaty Butcher, so I'm not going to take anything in this game. I think Grizzlies win this game. I'm not going to take them to lay double digits here. And Raptors, with all these players out who gave it their all last night in that final fourth quarter to try to get that win, aren't going to be playing in this one. So I'm going to stay away from this one, guys.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Devian Mitchell moved to questionable, says D. Jenkins. I don't have that here. Where I'm looking, but he's dealing with plantar fasciitis. So if he's out, Quickly's out, Barrett's out, it is a tricky spot. Look who's here. Piker in the house on Zach Edey over his points. Piker in the house. Nice to see you, Piker, my friend. Let's hear from Brizzy. Grizzlies, Raptors.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot as the Raptors keep on getting these home underdog roll spots with them covering 9 out of their last 10 games. Healthy this season. This team doesn't look that bad at all, but now they're not healthy, and I have no idea who they're going to put in this lineup tonight, nor does it really make a difference for me. Somebody in the chat said it, and I kind of agree with them. I think this is the Edey Canada spotlight game here. On the Memphis side, they keep on running up the score on these opponents, and they're covering these games 33 and 17 ATS. Morant finally returned in the lineup last game, and I think Edey's going to have a really good game back in Canada. He's gone over his points prop in 5 out of his last 6 games. The last time he played against Toronto without Puddle in the lineup, he had 21 points and 16 rebounds. Not officials, but I do have some sprinkles on Zach Edey over 9.5 points, minus 130. 15 plus points at plus 430, and I have Memphis team total over. That will be an official here, 123.5 minus 114. I think Memphis is just going to run up the score here, and I think Toronto has the ability to make Memphis have to play their starters at the end of the game. 10.5 points is a lot to cover in the NBA, but I think I just take Memphis routes them here in this spot. Highest scoring team in the NBA or I should say the team that's gone over their most for team total overs this year. It's been a cash cow for me, so I'm just going to go back to the well here with the team total over for Memphis.
It's an interesting spot here. I like your Edey props too. It's an interesting spot with the Grizz, Grizz third game in 4 nights. What did you want to make official? Are you going to figure that out and tweet it out? What's the plan?
Total over 123.5 minus 114 is going to be the official. I feel like the reason why the total came down, it's more because of the Toronto Raptors, not the Memphis Grizzlies. Of like Toronto might, Kelly O, Scotty Barnes, Jacoby Walter, Grady Dick, and company. That sounds like a terrible defensive team.
Yeah. Sorry, those Grizzlies team total over 121.5?
123.5 minus 114.
123.5 minus 114. All right, I love it. We have Brizzy action here. Let's roll on. We roll on to the Chicago Bulls, who were very good to us last night. 8 p.m. Eastern, Chicago Bulls 22 and 29, 12 and 13 on the road. Yeah, he's supposed to be available, saturated, so we'll see a lot of him. Minnesota Timberwolves 27 and 23, 12 and 12 at home. Target Center, Minneapolis, Minnesota. So we have Chicago 3-2 over their past 5. Second half back-to-back after winning their second in 3 games, 133-124 at home over the Heat last night. This will be their third game in 4 days. Going up against these Timberwolves, who are 3-2 over their past 5. They've lost 2 straight to start this 5-game homestand. How angry must they be losing 2 straight to start a 5-game homestand? And this team, 27-23, 12-12 at home. Coming off their second straight loss, 161-14 at home to the Kings on Monday. So the Bulls shooting the ball real nice. 47.9 from the field, 40.4 from 3. Minnesota shooting 47.9 from the field, 2, and 37.4 from 3. So both teams shooting the ball very well. We have the Bulls on the back-to-back. So, and Herter still unavailable. Zach Collins out. So Lonzo here his restrictions gone up to 28 minutes. So we'll see if Lonzo will be in the lineup. He's listed as questionable. But the rest are good. So Giddey, White, Ayo, Williams, Vooch, and then DiVincenzo and Randall out for the Timberwolves. So it's Conley, Edwards, McDaniels, Reed, and Rudy Gobert. Let's set this one up line history-wise. Here we have Chicago plus 11.5. Now that's going to move to 12. None of the other books have moved to 12, but right now that's a plus 101 offshore. So that's going to move to 12. So we have a 1-point move towards the Minnesota Timberwolves that are clearly an angry group. On the total here, we have a 225.5. This is juiced to the over. This opened up at 227, so we have dropped a 1.5. When we get to the cash flow, wow, Pistons have moved back to 5. Wow, interesting. That's I gotta get in on that. Probably should have moved on it already, but it does help to know that. Let's get to the cash flow here. 70% of the tickets, 63% of cash on the Bulls. I'm surprised by that. 89% of the tickets, 88% cash on the over. I've lost, and I've only done it once, I think, all year when the Timberwolves were a big favorite, expecting them to smash and grab, and they didn't. Maybe they do that here. Let's take it away here for us, Brizzy, Bulls, Timberwolves.
Yeah, this line's pretty telling here from the odds makers, with Minnesota laying double digits coming off of 2 losses when they're only 1-8-1 ATS in their last 10 games at home this season. For the last 10 at home, but for the season, 4-17 ATS as home favorites. This is just a terrible spot for the Bulls, with this being the 3rd game in 4 nights, and with Levine kind of getting traded. I have no idea what this rotation is going to look like tonight, and I don't think that's a good sign for the Chicago Bulls. It'll probably be the upcoming homestand this weekend that we see the new players that were traded probably play for them. And I think these tired legs could definitely lead towards under. The Bulls have gone under in 7 of their last 10 games on the road. I played a same game parlay here, Minnesota money line and Rudy Gobert double-double at plus 105. Shockingly, this is actually a really good matchup for Rudy Gobert against Nikola Vucevic. He's gone over his points and rebounds line in 11 consecutive matchups versus Vucevic, and 14 out of his last 15 games head-to-head against Vucevic. When these two teams played earlier this season, he had 21-9, the first time he didn't get a double-double against Vucevic since 2020. So I like the spot for Rudy Gobert, and I like the spot for the Minnesota Timberwolves. I think they're going to smash the Bulls here. When we say official and not official, official means like 1 unit on the bet. Like if I have like 15, 20 bucks on something, I'm not going to make that an official play. But I probably will be moving on the Chicago Bulls team total under 107.5.
So you have Gobert double-double tied with what?
Minnesota just to win outright, plus 105.
A plus 105 for Brizzy. I like it. Let's hear from, and even that Timberwolves first quarter.
And that's actually funny, Jim.
That looks good.
I have first quarter full game written down, and I was waiting for the odds to come out, and that prop is sitting at minus 190, and it was like one of those ones where it's like, damn it, man, that can't be minus 150, motherfuckers, because I don't want to back Minnesota first half. I'd rather back them first quarter full game. One of those type of teams that get out hot early.
Yeah, I feel like let's hear what One Time has to say. I'm interested in betting that quickly here. I think that moves to 4 here very shortly here. Saturated and my dude both think that Vooch might be a late scratch. Will make that double-double even easier. Let's hear from Wine Time. Take it away, Bulls, Wolves.
Nothing for me in this one, guys. You know what? got a couple favorites today that I really like. I might throw Timberwolves. I know it's a lot. It's like a minus 800. I might end up throwing a couple teams together if I can get a minus 110 here. I'm going to look with a couple of these teams. I got nothing in this one, though, guys. The Bulls, like you said, without Levine, I'm not sure how this rotation is going to go. I'm not sure how much time Billy Donovan has left with this team, what they're going to do going forward, because this team, what they have right now, isn't going to win games. I don't expect them to compete in this one whatsoever. Timberwolves coming off some crushing losses to teams that they should have beaten. They're laying double digits here for a reason. They most likely cover this spread, and they win this game by 15, 20 points. I'm going to stay away from this one for now, though. This is a pass for me.
2 straight losses. I'm uncomfortable doing this. I'm not doing this with a ton of swagger, but I'm going to move on the Wolves first quarter minus 3.5, minus 115. It's minus 114 offshore. So send it to local, it's 1 cent, and I'll pay that cent. By the way, there's been a 5-cent move here on 365 on the Nets. So that's now moved to minus 115. I expect 4.5 here shortly. I'd like to get this first quarter in. I'd like to get this in. I haven't tweeted out either a spot. I haven't bet this Wolves first quarter either, so I'd like to get in on that. We have Brizzy on Wolves, Gobert double at plus 105, and we have BJ in with the Atlanta Hawks best bet.
I think I'm with you on that first quarter because I really wanted to bet it, but that number threw me off, and I don't know why I got thrown off by that number.
No, I get why you do. I told myself a few years back that I would never take a first quarter that's more than minus 2.5. But here you have a team that's lost 2 straight at home to start a 5-game homestand. I mean, I can't comprehend them not coming out firing here. BJ, I plan on moving with you on that Hawks spot. It's a great look. It's now down to 4.5. Wish I could get all these in now, and I probably should. But let's roll on. We got to get through these last few games here. So that was Brizzy getting us started in the last one. So we'll start with Wine Time here. We move on to Golden State Warriors, Utah Jazz, 9 p.m. Eastern. These Warriors just 25-24, 10-11 on the road. We're at the Delta Center in Salt Lake City, Utah. Warriors coming off their 3rd win in 4 games, 104-99 at home over the Magic on Monday. And the Jazz coming off their 9th loss in 10 games, 112-111 at home versus the Pacers on Monday. And this concludes a 4-game homestand. So that you guys know that second to last game of a homestand. I prefer 5 and 6 games for the angle, but it's a great spot. And the Jazz should have won the game and, covered. Now, what do they do here when they conclude the homestand? The Warriors playing 17th fastest pace, just barely ahead of Utah 16th. So they're both playing under 99 possessions a game. Warriors are shooting the ball poorly, 42.9 from the field, 34.3 from 3. Utah shooting 46 from the field, 36 from 3. Again, with these teams, we'll need to go over what the hell happened at the shoot around here. Of course, Kuminga out, Moody game time, Wiggins game time decision. There's a real expectation that Wiggins is about to be traded. Now, who wants to take his $27 million contract? Nobody. So it's, but he's probable today with the hip soreness or hip injury, whatever you want to call it. So he is going to be in. Next question is Draymond Green. Draymond Green is probable. So we're going to have both Wiggins and Draymond Green in the lineup. For the Jazz, you have Sexton out, and then Markkanen is a game time decision. Listed as questionable with the back injury, and we're not sure if he's going to be in. So it could be Sensabaugh, Johnny Juzang instead of Markkanen. So let's take a look at the line history here for this spot. We have this total at 224.5 at a pick'em. This has dropped all the way down from 229. So here we have another game with just massive line movement. From a side perspective, Utah is +6 at minus 103. They opened up at +6 at minus 105. This was a 6.5 for a while. We know the long-standing situation of Curry not delivering against Utah and struggling against Utah. It doesn't make any sense here, but we know that's, kind of followed him around a bit. 67% of tickets, 69% of cash on the Warriors, 83% tickets, 79% cash on the over. Here we go. Wine time. Take it away. Warriors, Jazz.
Jimmy, this is an extremely tough game for me to have a bet in because the Utah Jazz have been cashing for me these last 2 games. I was on them on the money line last game as well. They just lost by 1 to the Pacers. I had them on the spread though. Cash that. Cash as the live dog the game before. I like the basketball they've been playing. Colin Sexton is out for this one. I mean, Jazz were winning the entire game last game. They should have beat the Pacers. Absolutely wild. I do like Keontae George getting inserted into the starting lineup here. He's been balling off the bench, man. He's averaging 16.5 points, and he's playing off the bench. This guy's not even getting starter minutes yet. I do expect him to get more minutes today. It's just weird, though, because, I mean, this line opened up at, -5.5, and we're at a 6.5 right now. Let me see what my book has really quick. I actually do have a 6 right now. Is that where it is at most spots, Jim?
Let me just see here, because I see a lot of 6.5s.
It's tough because this seems like I can't fade the Utah Jazz here just because I've taken them the last 2 games, and I'm certainly not going to take them 3 games in a row as a dog. Yeah, they've cashed the last 2 games, but I'm not going to take them here. I think this might be a Warriors spot considering the line movement. Draymond Green is playing in this one. Buddy Hield is probable. Maybe he gets going and he has a big night. He has a big first quarter. I'm not sure. I don't like this Warriors team by any means. I mean, when I look at these lineups right here, I mean, there's not too much far off, if you ask me, honestly. I'm not a fan of Buddy Hield. I'm not a fan of Wiggins. Can definitely have some big games at times. He can definitely be clutch at times and play some good defense. But Draymond Green, I mean, he's been in and out of the order, in and out of the lineup. I'm not a big fan of his either at this point in his career. I'm going to stay away from this spot because I think this is a Warriors spot. I think Warriors smash and grab. They beat these guys by double digits on the road. I'm not going to take it, though. I'm going to take my money with the Jazz last couple games because they've been good to me and run with it.
It's a fascinating spot, too, because we have the beginning of a 6-game road trip that leads into the All-Star break. You want to get that started with a win, but it's also the first half of back-to-back. They're in your town tomorrow night facing the Lakers. So it could easily be a look-ahead spot as well. Okay, yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky. Thomas Maggio saying Warriors or pass. Let's hear from you, Brizzy. Warriors, Jazz?
Yeah, redundantly, I'm going to lean towards the Warriors here. The Jazz have lost 9 out of their last 10 with the average loss margin of 11.7 points, so they're not even covering these spreads. They're just played Golden State last week, and they won by 11 with Curry in the lineup. I would put the spread at like 8.5, 9. It's just might look at the total here as the Jazz 4th to last in defense, allowing 118 points per game. The Warriors might try to come out and do something here, but man, some of their lineup switches is affecting their defense. They just allowed 130 points to Phoenix last week in regulation. So like that tells you where that defense is trending towards. Head-to-head wise, Golden State has won 8 of the last 9 matchups, covering in 7 of those games. So be lean towards Golden State or pass. One way to attack this game could be a player prop. Utah's Isaiah Collier over 11.5 rebounds and assists sitting at -115. That got bumped up from 10.5. Seems like he's the point guard of the future here for the Jazz. He's played 30-plus minutes in 10 straight games. No Sexton in the lineup tonight. He's gone over 9 out of the last 11 games in the starting lineup. I think this could be a good spot for Isaiah Collier.
Nutflush on says, I'm telling the team total that is set for the Warriors completely telling. Take the team total over or take the Warriors spread at 6. I think
like
that
where you're going.
They're going to want to start this road trip.
Right.
They are. This seems like a Warriors spot, like win by double digits. I mean, the Utah Jazz, Billy mentioned, they haven't been able to win games, but these last 2 games, they've been able to hang tight. But Colin Sexton is out for this one, their point guard. I could see Warriors dominating these guys, honestly.
The only thing that scares me about the team total over is if Golden State does win and cover, they might, like Jim said, their first half back-to-back LA game tomorrow. Like,
how is it not a look-ahead spot?
Orders. Like, this is definitely a look-ahead spots.
Yeah, I get it. I don't know if I get there, though. I get it, and I don't know if I get there. Man Bear Pig says maybe no marketing too, yeah. All right, let's roll on to our next spot on the board here. Let me get the graphic ready and let's roll. Oh, that's not. Yes, sorry. New Orleans Pelicans 12-38, 4-20 on the road. Denver Nuggets 31-19, 15-8 at home. Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. These teams just played here on Monday. So 125, 113 Nuggets victory. Jokic had a triple-double. Porter went for 36. Trey Murphy went for 41. Got 81 points his last 2 games.
Crazy.
He's just absolutely wild. And the shit my sheets play of the day from Bear Pig. Pelicanos at plus 360. Glenn Elliott, man, looking at the Jets to win the Stanley Cup. And Bo Jackson says Golden State Warriors 5-1 against the Northwest Division on the road this season. So Pelicans, Nuggets. The Pelicans playing 7th fastest pace, 101.3 possessions a game, 45.6 from the field, and 37.6 from 3. While the Nuggets aren't scoring at all or well from 3, just 31.8%, 52.5 from the field over their last 5 games. Let's get the line history up here for this one. BI and Jones out here for the Pelicanos. Aaron Gordon is a game time decision here, listed as questionable for this one. So let's accept the line history here and see what Brizzy thinks. We'll get Brizzy starting for us on this one. Line history wise, we have Denver minus 10.5 at plus 101. They opened up minus 10.5 it just moved. Sorry. That's this show's been on for a long time. This is moved. So we now have no movement on the spread, right where it opened minus 10.5, minus 105. And from a total standpoint here, we have a 239 at minus 104. Opened up at 239.5, so we have a half-point move to the under. And we take a look at the cash flow then for this spot. We have 42% of the tickets and 53% of the cash on the Pelicans. Interesting. 63 and 57 on the over. Take it away, Brizzy. Any interest here in Pelicanos, Denver Nuggets?
Yeah, these two teams just played each other in the last one, with the Nuggets winning and covering that game at the end of the game by, I believe, Zeke Najee hit like a three-pointer at the end of the game that gave the Nuggets to cover in that one. The odds makers are basically just copying and pasting the lines from the last game, but the spot feels different. I'm not vouching for the Pelicans by no means, 40 and 20 straight up on the road, but double digits for the Nuggets, no travel advantage, feels like way too many points for the Nuggets to have only covered one of their last 6 games. Usually in these home and home spots, the second game is a little bit more competitive than the first one. I lean towards the over 239.5. I didn't make an official move on or anything like that, but I like the over here in this game, and I think the Pelicans can definitely compete. So if I think the Pelicans can compete, I think this goes way up and over the total. One player prop to look at, I feel like Daby Cab's in my ear saying this one. CJ McCollum, 20-plus points over his 3-point prop. He's gone over his point prop in 6 out of his last 10 games and 2 times versus the Nuggets this season. Denver ranks bottom 3 in the league versus opposing shooting guards. And with DeJounte Murray sidelined for the season, last game he had 23 field goal attempts, which is fucking wild. Some of the recent shooting guard numbers versus Denver, McCollum had 30, Anthony Edwards 34, Jalen Green 34, and that's just in the last week. So good spot for CJ McCollum, and I wouldn't be shocked if the Pelicans backdoored this spread.
I have interest in the Pelicans early here. The first 2 times they faced each other, the Pelicans were like the first time they faced each other, the Pelicans were up 10 in the first quarter. Second time it was, very close in the first quarter. And then 2 nights ago, they got destroyed in the first quarter in the first half. You have to think that they know that they got to get off on their right foot. Again, I don't know if I get there, but I'm looking at Pelicans early. Wine Time, what do you think here?
Yeah, it's another play, another game I don't have a plan. It's crazy to me, though. I know the Pelicans are just an awful basketball team, but I mean, you've got Trey Murphy in the lineup. You've got CJ McCollum. You've got Zion. I believe he's playing. I mean, yeah, he's playing, right? I mean, it's crazy that they're double-digit dogs. I mean, you got some good guys in that lineup. It's just crazy. It makes me think that the line's like this for a reason, and then the Nuggets do smash and grab, honestly. For that reason, I'm going to stay away from this spot, honestly. It's too tough for me because I could only take the Pelicans, but at the same time, I know the Pelicans are a bad team, but I mean, they've got some good players that have been in and out of the lineup all year long. And they've got 3 guys that are all averaging over 20 playing today. I'm not sure if there's going to be a minute restriction for any of them, but it's just a game I'm going to stay away from. But it definitely seems like I would take capping this game, I would say the Pelicans, but looking at the line and seeing what the market's doing, I guess I would think the Nuggets are live because they're a double-digit favorite here at home. But I'm just going to stay away from this one in general. I've got a lot of action today, so I'm going to stay away from this one.
The line's not moving, though.
Did this not open at a 10? Did it open at 10.5?
The open at the offshore, I'm looking at 10.5. Maybe there's some books open at 10, but
Yeah.
I find that appealing here. I don't know. This is not nearly as exciting as the spots I'm looking at from the early section of the card.
Yeah.
We got 2 games left here. 2 games left. Dougie Wise. Now it's nice to see you, Dougie Wise. Cuban Connect ready to rock with us. We got the Dab Father in the house. Lucky Lefty. Great to see all you guys saturated back in business. Not Flush Allen. Wager Detective Boxing First Vlog. Let's roll here. 2 games left on today's show. This next one is 9:30 p.m. Eastern. Phoenix Suns at Oklahoma City Thunder. We've already heard that KD will not be in the lineup. Does that mean that KD will be traded? Let's see.
Interesting, man. I don't. That's crazy.
They're saying it's an ankle injury.
You think KD can really get traded though? I mean, after the Luka trade, I mean, fuck it, man. Nothing shocks me more than the NBA.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. You think KD ends up in Miami?
How does the money shape up? Like, yo,
Jim, that's a good. Yeah, what Butler for KD?
You're right though.
Well, yeah, I mean, but could you convince Bradley Beal to waive his no trade? If you did, you'd have to take some horrible contract off of Miami as well.
Wouldn't everything up is that Bradley Beal no trade clause? Like Bradley's got to agree with that shit. He's on the fucking call line with the GM while they're making these trades. Like,
let's roll. Phoenix Suns 25-24, 10-15 on the road. The Thunder 39-9, 21-3 at home at Paycom Center in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Suns coming out being swept in 2 games at Portland. Last one being 121-119 on Monday. This is the final game of a 4-game trip. Thunder coming up their third win in 4 games, 125-96 at home versus the Bucks. This is game 3 of a 4-game homestand, which is a great spot. We have Ronnie Lofton saying, my sorry-ass Suns will lose this by 20 easily. I will be on OKC minus 12.5 and Royce O'Neal over points when it becomes available. I love Ronnie Lofton. What a guy he is, man. Need Ronnie to come to San Antonio with us. Cuban Connect says, no KD, take Booker points over for show, says our guy, Cuban Connect. 19th fastest pace for the Suns, 2-3 over the past 5, 98.64 possessions a game. Shooting the ball beautifully, though. 49.3 from the field and 40.4 from 3. Oklahoma City is sped up. Now the 6th fastest pace, 101.5 possessions a game, 48.1 from the field and 35.8 from 3. So we know that KD is out. That's the only question mark. There's no question marks in this game. KD is out. And then Chet, Mitchell, Dice, Wallace out. So there's no wondering here. Let's get to the line history and the cash flow. We have this total at 229, juice to the over. This has come up from 226. Crazy line movement today on the point spread here. I just got this fear of when the show ends. Because yesterday I spent so much time. I spent like 2 hours going over all the notes, making sure that I had exactly the action I wanted in college basketball, and I took it right in the bottom mouth. Sorry, it's my own issues. Oklahoma minus 13. They opened up minus 12. So we got a 1-point move towards Oklahoma. And then when we get to the cash flow, 51% of the tickets, 63% of the cash on the Thunder, 78% tickets, 78% cash on the over. Here we go. Wine time. Take it away, Suns, Thunder.
Yeah, I mean, this line's telling right here, Jim. This is a spot I'm not going to get involved in. Suns just heading in the wrong direction. You know, they go out and, I mean, they've had 3 different head coaches in the last 3 years. I believe at least. Just absolutely wild, man. What this team, I don't know, they're barely over 500 right now. Might trade KD. This team needs some help. OKC heading in the right direction. I think OKC is going to smash and grab them here, honestly. I might move on this money line parlay and include Thunder in it. I might take all 5 of the huge favorites tonight and throw them in a parlay. I think get plus 120. I'm not going to move on it yet. It's something that I'm thinking about, but nothing for me in this spot. I think I'm not going to, I don't know. I might end up moving on the OKC Thunder here because this is just a weird line. Devin Booker's playing, you know what I mean? Like, I know KD's out, but like 11.5 points, maybe OKC just, they smash and grab. They're up by 20 at half. Suns pull their starters maybe early in the second half. Thunder take care of business by 15 to 20 points. I'm not going to move on this one, though. This is going to be a straight pass for me.
The Thunder have been covering these big spreads. What do you think here? What do you think here, Brizzy?
Sorry for fidgeting around like this. I'm trying to get this back massager up. I don't know what's up with Phoenix right now. They're dropping back-to-back games versus the fucking Trailblazers. and they're 1-3 during this crucial 4-game road trip. No Kevin Durant in the lineup for tonight. Like, bro, there's not enough time in the season to be losing these games. OKC NBA best record, 16-7-1 ATS at home for the season, 31-15-3 ATS. It's like Vegas is fishing for the right numbers on OKC, and the days of betting them under double digits are over, man. It's like every time you look at an OKC game, they're laying double digits. It's just that Phoenix has just been awful, man. They've only covered 4 of their last 10 games, 17-31-1 ATS. Man, this has it written all over it. I feel like OKC is going to keep on running up the score in these subpar teams. 3rd game of a 4-game homestand that they won each of these games by double digits. Half of me leans towards OKC team total over 119.5. And then the other half of me is at this point in the NBA season, if you see teams like this in these type of spots, I've just been taking the team total unders. Like the day after the Luka Doncic trade, the Dallas Mavericks team total under. Like it was one of those weird spots where like I saw it on the opener. I was all nervous all day. And then like right before the game started, like 30, 40 minutes before the game started, I ended up playing the team total over after like the market went up a little bit. And I feel like this is the same exact spot of like, dude, I might just bet the Suns team total under, and that shit probably does cash. I might not need to bet the team total over on the favorite. I think this could just be a under smash and grab here, because if the Suns get blown out by like any certain amount of points, I think some of these guys are probably just going to sit in the second half.
This is interesting. It's interesting with Slow Jam saying star player out. I'll be big on Phoenix time and time again. It works so much, but I think that situationally, it's the last game of the road trip for the Suns. Do they just want to go home?
That's what it looked like in that Blazers game. I had a bet on Phoenix Monday night, minus the 5. Literally the whole entire game. They're like winning damn near the whole entire game. Devin Booker broke the Suns' leading scorer record. And then they go – it's like a college basketball team. They're missing free throws at the end of the fucking game. Dude, you're an NBA basketball player, bro. Like, I can go out there and go hit that fucking free throw with the same exact amount of people in the fucking stands, dude. It's not that hard. I don't know what's up with the Suns. This is not a team I want to put money on right now.
Like, generally speaking, I love Slow Jam's plan, and I'm sure it's, continues to make money, but good God, do the Suns just want to go home? I don't I'm going to need more time on it because I'm actually leaning Thunder first half full game.
I don't play, one player prop that I forgot to read this off. One player prop that stands out: Isaiah Hartenstein, 27.5 points and rebounds, -120, double prop at -110. Since the Suns got Nick Richards 9 games ago, they have allowed the 3rd most points in the paint. Their bottom 5 in defending center pick and rolls, which OKC runs at the 3rd highest frequency in the NBA. And over the last 10 games, Hartenstein is averaging 22 rebound chances, which is the 3rd highest in the NBA. So that's the main reason why I don't like the Suns here in this spot. Dude, their interior defense is just getting trashed. And it's like, I don't see how that changes from the last time I saw them play to tonight of like, and it's an effort thing of like, not only do you have these fucking stars that are paid a shitload of money, you even got guys that aren't even putting in fucking effort. Brian Dunn is only in the starting lineup because he's the only person that gives out fucking effort on defense.
Yeah. No, this is gonna take. I feel I never take the Thunder in this spot, but it just. And I've been watching them cover all these times, like nonstop in the situation here.
But I feel like if the Thunder covered the spread, that means the Suns went under their team total.
Yeah. No, I get that for sure. All right, let's roll into our final spot on the board here. Our last game of the day. Orlando Magic, 24-27, 9-18 on the road. What a fall from grace for this basketball team. Not grace. I mean, what a fall from, I don't know what the right word is.
Gambling grace, Jim. They used to ATS machines back in the day.
Yeah, they looked so good there. They win the division last year. Got us all 8-1 cash. Thanks to Dan Kelly. I wish I bet more on it. Oh, God, they've fallen apart. Kings 25-24, 13-12 at home, Golden One Center in Sacramento, California. Orlando comes in off their 4 straight loss, 9th in 10 games, 104-99. The Warriors on Monday. Game 5 of a 6-game road trip. They've lost all 4 to start the trip. Kings come in off a 116-114 win in Minnesota on Monday to snap their 2-game losing streak. Orlando playing second slowest pace in the league, 29th, 96.29 possessions a game, which is a little faster than they were playing. 42.5 from the field and just 29.8 from 3. That's been all year. Sacramento being this bad from 3 is a bit of a new situation. 31.2 from 3, 47.1 from the field. Take a look at the expectation from the injury report. Suggs is a game time. It's now doubtful. So Suggs will not be there for Orlando. And then we have Zach LaVine here. Zach LaVine isn't on the injury report. So we expect him to be there making his...
Not that one wager detective. He says Lakers to come out the West. You know how many sports books? That has to be the biggest sports book liability is the LA Lakers to come out.
It's funny because when the trade happened, I immediately thought, and this, I was drunk at the bar, losing my mind, but I thought, God, 14-1, 28-1 for the Mavs. I was like, oh my God. I thought about the Mavs immediately backing them, which was, and then when I looked at the market and I heard from everyone, I was like, well, I guess I'm way off on this one. They all think they're horrific. But Nico Harris, there's so much more that's going to come out about all this. And,
well, they got better for today, but worse for tomorrow. And that motherfucker ain't getting paid for tomorrow. He's getting paid for today. Like, he might not be there in the next 5 years. So play it accordingly. That's exactly what the fuck he did.
No, I feel you. We have Orlando right now plus 5.5 minus 110. They open up plus 5, a half-point move towards Sacramento. This would be, again, fading the trade in the debut, which we're doing with the Hawks. This totals 2.8, which I haven't bet yet. Hope it's not gone too bad against me. This totals at 218, opened up at 216.5, so 1.5 point move towards the over. When we get to the cash flow, 29% of tickets and 36% of cash is on Orlando. 84 and 85 is on the over. Honestly, I don't know exactly what to do. We got another play of the day from our guy, my dude, and that's Cole Anthony over 12.5 points at minus 140. Wager text saying King 6-0 last 6 straight up versus Orlando. D. Jenkins says Magic are not the same without their heart and soul. Suggs. No doubt about it. So here we go. Our final game on the board. I do find the Magic appealing here. I don't know if I get there. Brizzy, take it away. Magic Kings.
Yeah, I'm glad this game is the last game of the card so I can kind of see how the night's going a little bit here because I hate using the expression this team is due or this player is due in sports gambling. But, man, the Orlando Magic have had a horrible road trip. We talk about the last game of the road trip. This feels like one of those spots where, like, you're getting the basement value of the Orlando Magic here in this spot. They've lost 9 out of their last 10 games. The Kings just traded Fox. And while the future is bright, I just don't know how this team's going to look on night one. Of like we talked about, the Aaron Fox situation's a little bit different when you're being paid to dribble the basketball up the court. It's a little bit different than having to come off the screens and catch the ball and shoot. And the shot attempt volume for the wings between DeMar DeRozan and LaVine, I don't know how that all is going to work out on night one. I like Orlando here in this spot, man. I lean towards the plus 5.5. I like their team total over, but it feels like if I like Orlando, I should probably just take Palos over 24.5 points at plus 100. The Kings allow the second most points to the power forward position. He's gone over 2 of his last 4 games with the miss being at the hook. The Kings have, over their last 15 games, they're allowing the 6th most above the break 3-point attempts per game. Paolo takes about 5.5 3-pointers per game and a little bit of a higher rate on the road. Forwards versus the Kings in the last couple of weeks. Naz Reid went 5 for 9 from the 3-point line. Andrew Wiggins 6 for 14. Lou Dort 6 out of 10. Noah Clowney 2 out of 7. OG Anunoby 4 out of 7. Mikal Bridges 5 out of 7. So a lot of these forwards are going over their 3-point prop and their points prop against the Kings. And if Paolo's going over, man, I hope I'm having a good day. Because if I'm having a good day, I'm firing this one off, man. And just living with the result. Like, I think Orlando can win this game outright, dude. They got to win one of these fucking basketball games. I hate doing their due, but I mean, damn, dog, they're really due. 9 out of the last 10. Orlando's not that bad.
It's funny how horrific this trip has been. They clearly felt that double overtime loss to get the trip started, and it affected them against Portland, and then they lose by 14 at Utah. They play better against the Warriors. I mean, and this place, the crowd, it's going to be buzzing. I don't know if Zach LaVine can make a crowd buzz. Wine time, our final breakdown of the evening, or it's almost evening. The final breakdown of the day, my friend. Take it away, Magic Kings.
Yeah, this is a spot I didn't move on. I'm curious to see how LaVine does, in a Kings uniform today. His point props is at 20 right now. I see Malik Monk's is at 20.5, and DeRozan's is at 20.5 as well. I wouldn't take anything. I like taking LaVine props I've had in the past. I'm not going to do that here though. Kind of looking at someone saying the chat, DeRozan 3+ assists, Glenn right there. Maybe he gives the ball to LaVine a couple of these spots and sets him up for a couple nice shots. They play together with each other in Chicago. I know it didn't work out well there. So I'm curious to see how it does here with Sabonis and Malik Monk and company. But this is a spot. I mean, if I'm looking at the market, I'm looking at the Orlando. Like, this is a spot. Normally, I'm surprised I'm not on the Orlando Magic money line. You know what I mean? This is a spot. The more I'm looking at right now as we speak, I mean, everything. I mean, plus 180 looks like good money here with the Orlando Magic. You might see me move here on the Orlando Magic in the next couple hours, guys. And if so, I'll tweet it out. I'll tag Jimmy, or I'll text him that I tweeted it out. I don't know. This definitely seems like a Magic spot looking at the market and these spots that I've hit with these dogs around this spread total and around this money line. This seems like a Orlando Magic money line spot, but I'm going to stay away from this one for now.
Wow. By the way, all this talk about Lakers making the NBA championship, I immediately wanted to look at Lakers not to make the playoffs. I don't mean to be, but it's not a big number. They're not. It's plus 450.
Wow. That's damn. Yeah. That's
not a big number. There's not a big risk reward there. It's the call of the century, and there's only a plus 450. I mean, you're not getting
wild, Jim. That's absolutely. I was expecting like a plus 850, like 8.
So was I. I thought plus 10. That's a plus 1,000.
What's the spread?
It might not work out, man. I don't know. Right when the trade happened, I went to my boss and I said, look, you usually let me go to one game a year. This year, you've let me go to 2, and I've been absolutely blessed. But please, if you have an extra ticket, just let me go see the Luka LeBron show. Like, please, I will go there. Like, you can give me a 2-hour notice. I will be there because I got to see this in person. I got to see Luka play right there, right in front of me with LeBron. It's gonna be crazy to see. I'm not sure if it's gonna work out. Was I excited when it happened as a Laker fan? Absolutely. This season, I've kind of fallen off the Laker train in a way. I just haven't really been watching a lot of the basketball. I haven't been really interested in them. And that kind of gave me more of an interest. I love Anthony Davis, but just the fact that it happened, it definitely gave me some hope. But at the same time, I don't know if it's going to work out. And seeing a plus 450 now to make the playoffs, that's absolutely wild, man. Yeah. That's crazy.
I heard the San Antonio shit though, like them to make the play-in tournament is plus 150. Them to make the playoffs is at plus 470. And
wow, I might move on that right now, Billy. That's crazy.
Like if they win some games, like dude, all you got to do is win 4 or 5 games in the West. A couple of weeks later, you can be sitting right there at that 6th seed. Like the teams that are in front of them are in front of them by a lot. And I think that De'Aaron Fox trade could definitely push them into the playoffs or the play-in tournament. Like the fact that those are still both plus money is like that number's off. Plus 470 for the Spurs to make the playoffs. Like the team that's there in front of them. Like
they've got. I like the young squad they've got too, man. It's crazy.
Just plus 450 for them not to make playoffs. And I hear what you're saying, Dougie Wise. I was on them last night. I was on the Lakers. I mean, didn't have money line, but I had them on the spread here. Morgan, my man, you know the game. This is look after a night like I had last night. I feel like I need to milk every last second of information I can before I go to. Yeah. I'm so close to calling it war all the time, which is such an unfair thing to say. I mean, what do I know about war? But
it's a mental warfare.
Well, fuck, man, I don't even want.
Yeah, I'm glad. Last week I was on a time schedule, and this week we were able to talk it out, talk everything out. Hear from the chat, hear from each other's thoughts, and I've I came in here with 2 plays. I think I'm leaving here with 6. So
yeah, I'm ready to attack. I'm going to sit here and attack. By the way, the line for Mavericks Lakers, Mavericks -4. Lakers -4. Sorry, and Tuesday, February 25th is the date, right? Lakers -4. The total is 226.5. That's going to be a fun one. Also, the line's out for Spurs Kings on March 7th in Sacramento. That line is Kings -2. So those lines are out right now. It's a battle, yes. But even battle, I shouldn't. What do I know about that shit, man? I know what it's like to have $9,000 in play in a night and lose. I don't want to talk about how much I lost. But it was a rough night. And I was excited. I wasn't nervous. I was excited. The game's going off, and I was, head. Oh fuck! I don't need a. Okay, sorry. Oops, that was the Kent Davis coin I just smashed. Okay, let's review action in NBA. I'm very interested in Orlando. Thunder first half full game. I'm interested in. Pelicans early. I'm interested in. I don't know if I get to the window in those here. The late part of the slate. I find myself just interested. So there's another spot where I'm just interested in the Warriors. But then we get to action. Brizzy's got Wolves, Rudy Gobert, double plus 105. Wolves first quarter -3.5. I'd like to bet that as soon as we're done here. Prime cut play today is Raptors plus 10.5. Grizzlies team total over 123.5 -114 for Brizzy. I want to bet the Heat as soon as we are done here. Wine time on the Nets -4. I bet that already. I sent that. I haven't tweeted it out, but whatever. I'll do that in a second. Then we have wine time on the over 241.5 in Spurs Hawks, and Harrison Barnes over 1.5 threes plus 120. Brizzy's on Risachet over 17.5 points, rebounds, and assists -120. And I'm going to be on the Hawks as soon as the show is over. We have wine time on the Pistons plus 6.5 and the money line at plus 170. And I'm interested in it. I don't know if I get there, but now that it's 5, I'm very interested. And Piker says, don't forget Zach Edey if you're needy. And DC Capper, Bookie Buster play today, Milwaukee -10.5. Did I miss any action from you guys?
I don't believe so. I'm tweeting out all my added stuff right now. I think that was everything for me. I'll text you.
We got that same game parlay. Minnesota money line, Rudy Gobert double plus 105.
Hit that.
Grizzlies 123.5 -114. And what was the third play I had on this?
You Risachet.
Risachet, yeah, that was on 365. That's the reason why I can't find it. And then my top leans in the slate is the over in Cleveland, Detroit. I definitely think that could go over. And then the other total I kind of lean towards the over is the Pelicans and Denver Nuggets game. And then top spread lean would be Orlando. It's 4:00 in the afternoon. That game doesn't start till 10 p.m. I would like to know how some of these results of these games are doing a little bit before I start betting in to the last game of the slate. And I think I put money on this, but it's not a full unit, so it's not an official, but I still have American dollars on it. Zach Edey 15 plus points, 425 over 9.5 points -130.
I love it. Are you going to tweet out what is going to be the official for record keeping? Or
as we're speaking right now, I'm tweeting out this card.
Yeah, my whole card's tweeted out now.
Yeah, for you guys asking, I was talking with Troy about it, about an hour before everything went off, and 31 bets is you just take what the league gives you. It's not the first time I was up there with action, and I also didn't want to calculate because only NHL is 300 a pop, NHL and NFL, the rest are 250. I didn't even want to calculate the exact number too because I don't want that in my head. And you guys know that I'm 25% in and out with my local, so it's a little different. But I had a bad night, so it's not. I'm a shell of myself today, but I'm kind of getting out of it now. I want to attack the board, but it was look, the feeling is what we live for, right? I mean, you want to have action, and how long is it take? It's taken my whole career to be able to have that much in play. Because when I was in Costa Rica, it was 200 was a max bet. 100 was, more of a regular unit size. So And again, when I was talking to Troy's dream is $1,000 units. I mean, the whole idea is just to get our unit size up.
You know what they say sometimes, though, Jim? Less is more.
No, I don't say that shit.
Less is more in sports gambling shit. Of like sometimes like leans. Sometimes you don't need to be betting these leans on certain days. Like sometimes you just got to go to the sports book with your top 3 shit, smack them over the fucking head, and let yourself feel like you left money on the board after. But it feels a lot better going 2-1 or 3-0 than spreading out the board. Like sometimes, like I don't really do a lot of high volume days until like Tuesday and Saturdays. Like those are like the 2 high volume days.
There's no right answer. There's no wrong answer. I hear that. I just I do what's best for me, for my life. But let's put a bow on tonight's show here. Thank you guys so much. That was a great NBA breakdown. I enjoyed it very much, and I want to see the results here. So I'm going to be sitting here and getting my action in. As you know, this process is all day, all night, never ends. Brizzy, thank you for rocking with us. Great job on Locker Room Talk podcast. That's out right now. It's our showcase of video whenever you go to Pub Sports Radio. So great job, Brizzy. Keep getting that cash. Please support our guy at getting_bills_ on X. Thank you for rocking with us, Brizzy. Any last words for the Capper Sporting Show?
Yeah, make sure you guys stay tuned. We got the Super Bowl video coming up very shortly. Make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe. Big weekend here at Pub Sports Radio. We got UFC 312 popping off Saturday evening. But back to normal rotation on the schedule for the weekend. No more crazy Saturdays here at Pub Sports Radio.
I love it. Wine Time, great work today, my friend. I hope you get those tickets on the 20th. I doubt you will.
Yeah. No, I just told him in general, whenever you got open, when you don't want to get to a game, you let me know because I will be there. Despite the time, I will make the fucking 2 hours in traffic drive there in LA. Stupid traffic, but it's all worth it. But shout out to you guys for having me, man. Such a blast doing this show with you guys. Wednesdays and Fridays. Love sharing my action with you guys. Yesterday was a rough day. It's been rough for me in college basketball. NBA has been nice. It's honestly probably the best NBA season I've ever had up to date. Given out on Twitter so far this year. It's been nice hitting on these dogs that I never used to take. It's kind of this is my first year taking them, and it's kind of been working for me. We'll see how it goes moving forwards in these spots. I don't know if it's going to be successful long run. I hope so, but we'll see. But let's just get that cash, man. I'm worried about today. I'm worried about my action. We got 5 bets in today. I want to go 4-1. I want to sweep the board, but 4-1. That's what I'm feeling right now. Hopefully get back in the black with you guys on the show. And yeah, man, because I live for this shit, man. I love doing this with you guys. I love doing it with the chat. Came in here with 2 plays, left with 5. I'll probably come out with a 6-1 later too. So appreciate you guys as always.
I love it. I'm going to go through all the action here, so you guys don't need to sit back while I go through everything. But excellent work. Let me get this off here. Excellent work, fellas, and thank you so much for rocking with us here. Thank you to all in the chat. It was a great show today. That we need to see the fruits, man, the goddamn fruits of our labor. That's what we need to see. Planted flag. Planted. Oh, sorry. Let me get that off here. Planted flag fighter of the week. For Joe Tadero, Cody Steele. Best bet on the board is the New York Rangers. I've been telling you guys about this spot for a couple days now. And still, it's not, I mean, the -1's now -140 or so. We got -108 when it came out, but still around. Gogster on no goal first 9.5 +125 in Bruins Rangers. Gogster on both teams to score in the first period in Oilers Blackhawks. And Brizzy on no goal first 9.5 at +115 in Habs Kings. And he also has a 3-game moneyline parlay Rangers Oilers Kings all at +187. My only NHL action is the Rangers -1. The Bruins score a goal, bet the Rangers too right away. Pig Milk play today. Cleveland State -1.5. Kongs Clips. College basketball play today. Louisville -13.5. And Hepburn over 7.5 assists. Morgan Spooner. Arkansas State -2.5. Loyola Maryland +4. And Troy moneyline. And Troy moneyline's the play of the day. Sweaty Butcher Wagyu Steak. Prime cut. Raptors plus 10.5. Troy Torrance says Butler minus 3.5. Grab it now. Respect play today. Louisville first half minus 7, minus 115. Billy Friedrich also on Duke first half minus 10.5. Marshall plus 2.5. Stanford minus 2.5. Cal minus 2.5. Wager Detective Oregon plus 8.5. Slatsy on Oilers Hawks first period over minus 128. And Cuban Connect saying bet Venezuela and over. I will copy and paste that right now. Thank you, Cuban, my friend. Also, the Asian games are on. Kuwait had a big win in ice hockey. Who would have thunk? Kuwait, huge win in the Asian games. I have not capped it, but in college basketball here, DC Capper on Illinois State plus 3.5. I plan, now the lines may have moved too much, but I plan on being on Rutgers, Providence, Belmont, Texas first half, maybe end up on Georgia, Colorado State, Washington Huskies, Stanford. That's what I plan on being on. We'll see if that comes to fruition here. I got to go over all the numbers once again before we go in, and I did get hurt badly last night. Illinois State, UIC over 140. And it just, what it does is I had $500 on the Eagles to win the NFC, and that was just thrown away with my performance yesterday. Tough to take. CMAC on Belmont plus 8. He's on Providence plus 3.5. I want to join him on those two spots for sure. He also gave us the over 148.5 in Illinois State UIC. Stacks play today. Bucknell minus 1.5. Radford plus 4.5. CMAX also on Rice plus 7.5 and Radford plus 5.5. I like the Radford spot. I'm going to go over all of that. Daby Cab gave us Jackson Shellstad over 1.5 threes minus 130. I have some interest in Tennessee and some interest in Villanova. We have Eric Dixon over 2.5 threes from Daby Cab and Poplar over 14.5 points at plus 100. And we just went over NBA. That is our show for today. We have nothing without you guys. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for sticking by me after such a rough day. Really stings in so many different ways. It's not really not something you can get over right away. Thank you for rocking with us, truly. Wager Detective Thomas Maggio, Morgan Spooner, Boxing First Vlog, Cuban Connect, man, OG Lowbagger right there. Glenn Elliott, man, OG Lowbagger right there. Slow Jams Arsenal, all of you guys. Nasty Nate is the OG of the OGs. And Zoe Faye, thank you guys. Zoe Faye had my back for so long. Piker, Morgan Spooner, thank you guys so much, man. Ronnie Lofton, truly. Nut Flush Allen, all of you guys, thank you so much for your support. Jose is with his mom, getting back surgery and being a good son. Wish you guys the best up in Houston. So on behalf of all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, Jeff Slaughter and all of us, shit like that shit, smoke it. But do it after you've made that cash. We need to get that cash tonight. We need it. We need to get that cash tonight. Did you see the Iron Lady last night? Shutting out the Colorado Avalanche? What a monster she was. Just delivering the goods. On behalf of all of us here at Pub Sports Radio, thank you so much for watching. Now let's go get paid.
Pub Sports Radio's the crew, that's a fact. We all about bread, making bank accounts fat. Who the hell is that? LJ from the H, I stack green like Boston. Shout out to Nasty Nate from down south, where we ride on slab. 420 highway smoking with that boy Daby Cab. Swing by Dallas with them Cowboy fans so we can smoke out J Money, cause you know that's our mans. Us against the bookies, put money in our pockets. Fly out to Vegas, meet up with Ski Profit. Hit the sports books, we got money to stack. Can't forget them college picks with that boy Conor Mac.